Yo,
Legend. I love that. Yes, indeed he is. That's something I would have said. So that's why I'm proud of him.
today we have MIBR
one
crew
soul.
and
I
then
appreciate that. Good job there,
NRG
DW.
Furia.
All right, well, let's go ahead and switch things up, shall we? Let's go ahead and talk about Kesnet. We've never talked about him before. But this time around, we're going to talk about Kesnet playing Reyna. Because there certainly was a lot of interesting things to kind of take away from this. And Doug, do you feel like this combination, especially for Kesnet, do you think it works?
I think it can work. Maybe, I don't know. That feels like a very weak answer, but the truth is I'm not fully convinced. I think Kesnet is very good in his own right. I think the Reyna can suit him nicely. I think there's a lot of value to be had in agents that can create space and dive for you, and you don't really get that same value out of Reyna. So, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, was that weak? Maybe? Did I answer the question? I mean, that was,
you failed. And that's fine. You're a failure. Moving on.
Reyna on Icebox gave me those like 2021 vibes, you know.
Yeah.
And I recently had the experience like scrim with a team, and surprisingly, a lot of teams were actually running Reyna on Icebox. I don't know if they were
Did
experimenting.
they give you pause, or were you like? Oh,
I was just like, wait, what? Like, did I just take a time machine back? What's going on? But then the same teams, I didn't see them all try it in the matches, so maybe they're just experimenting. But it seems like teams are considering Reyna a viable pick on this map.
I feel like a lot of teams have an idea of the synergy between the Gecko and the Reyna, like how it can be annoying to deal with the Leers and the Dizzy at the same time.
Especially with how quick
It's
it comes
completely
out.
breaking your crosshair. But I think the KO just kind of clears the Reyna. Like in that game, I feel like they just got comp diffed. Like that's not the only reason, but I do think they got comp diffed. Like the no duelist Gecko KO, I think is just a really strong look on Icebox. And the Reyna just doesn't stack up to that.
Yeah, no, completely fair. I mean, we'll see, what they end up using, and in fact, where we end up going. Because good news is our coaches are ready to go for maps, picks, and bans. So let's see what we're playing. Check it out.
Hi guys, welcome. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip. Crew will be Team A, and MIBR will be Team B. Crew, you will have first map ban.
We ban Bind.
Crew ban Bind. MIBR, you have a map ban.
We ban Lotus.
MIBR ban Lotus. And Crew, you have a map pick.
We pick Icebox.
Crew pick Icebox. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack?
Defense.
MIBR pick defense. And what
It's
map
an
would you
attack sided
Sunset.
map,
MIBR
especially
pick
in
Sunset.
America.
And would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
Crew pick
Defense,
defense.
yeah.
And you have one map ban.
That's, I think it's a balance map or a
We
defense
ban
map.
Breeze.
Crew ban Breeze. And you have one map ban.
You go to Ascent?
We ban Split.
Yeah.
MIBR ban Split. The side of map will be Descent, and Crew, you have side select.
Defense?
We select defense.
Yeah.
Crew select defense. All right, boys, best of luck today.
Expected. The only pick is
Okay, so
the
Split is on the
defense
docket
pick
again.
on Icebox
Will we get it?
from
Are we going to
MIBR,
get a little Reyna
which
action
is a
out there?
little
You think that's gonna be
weird
the case?
because the map
I
is
can't
attack
imagine they move away
sided,
from it, right?
especially in
Going
America.
back to
Like,
Icebox, it's their pick. I think we saw Kesnet look moderately comfortable on the Reyna, so yeah, I would think they go back to it. I don't know why they would change it.
Yeah. Survey?
Yeah.
Panel? Thoughts?
I can't imagine they're going to change it either. I'm trying to think about what would they run instead.
Jet.
Jet is really the only option, right?
yeah,
You just play
The
Jet.
verticality was killing them, though, I think.
I do
like,
think
a few
that
times.
that's where I'm torn. Like, do I think they're going to run Reyna again? Yeah, probably. Do I want them to run Reyna again? No. I would just rather them run the Jet. I think that just makes a lot more sense, but I don't know.
They got
That's
a
why
plan.
they're on the stage and standing here.
Hey, we'll see. Because if there's one thing that this desk is definitely not known for, it's calling things and being completely wrong. So
We've never been wrong.
We've never been wrong. Ever in a, come on, really? It's just ridiculous. All right, well, guys, we have 2 minutes, so we can go ahead and share our thoughts with the world, our predictions. You guys can participate at home as well. So
I
don't be
think
shy.
it's my MIBR.
I
I like what
do you guys think?
Crew showed last week,
Getting my whiteboard.
Go get low.
but I
All right,
think
did you manage to
MIBR
write-
is
did you
like
write it down?
a better team
Oh, look at you. Wow, you did
with
that
what they've
fast.
shown in
You don't think I can
kickoff.
spell? What do you mean? What's the problem?
And
I don't know, man.
like
Jury's not on that one.
their
No.
map
Who you
picks
got?
Me personally,
and their like side
going with
side
Crew.
selection and
Does this
stuff.
align with things?
what isn't? Don't I? Isn't it
I just
legal
expect them
obligation?
to have like
It's on the wall
a
behind
different
you.
comp
But
on
also,
I
Xbox.
thought it was illegal.
just
I don't
the fact
know.
that you did Visa.
I mean, I don't know, just in case. I'm not trying to get
I love it.
fired.
I think it
don't know
may
what
be
it
our
is.
wins.
Shazam, what you
Yes,
got?
crew, Visa.
Going with MIBR.
Could be a
Ooh,
2-1.
all right.
Close game.
Could be a
Just
close
essentially
game.
won,
Yes.
but I still think MIBR is going to take it. They've had a lot of time to prepare for this first matchup.
They
so-
showed
Yeah,
good
it's
stuff
fair.
in
It's completely
kickoff.
fair.
Yeah, I
What
think
do
so
you do?
too.
So,
Again,
yeah.
I think
Outside
MIBR
of
looks
the,
really good.
side
I think
selection
the
on
coaching staff looks
Icebox,
good. I think there's a lot of youth and a lot of excitement with the roster, and I think
which
they're
we
putting all the
don't
pieces
know
together. And I honestly,
it's
I
good
think
or
some of the
bad
maps
yet,
lean
because
their
we
way.
don't
Okay.
have the
I'm
comp.
still not fully sold on the Reign.
But outside of
I
that,
think there's
I
a lot
think, yeah.
that can ultimately pan out in their favor.
Yeah, okay.
Why are you smirking at me?
I don't
What are you
trust you.
smirking
at? MIBR
All right,
is
I don't
ahead.
trust you. I see you doing some shenanigans over there. So I went with MIBR because I just feel like if I had went with Crew and MIBR had yet to play a game, and I picked Crew, that would just be mean. Because they haven't played a game yet. I want to see what they do. But also, I've been really confident on MIBR for quite a while now. So, yeah, what? Oh, come on, man.
You've been muted the whole time.
Have I been muted the whole time? That's amazing. And I hear myself in my ears, so that's even more impressive.
Agents of Chaos.
God.
I can't
know.
believe they let us up here.
You guys are ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
Well, I mean, we got Crew Visa, we got MIBR, we got, what was it again?
MIBR.
MIBR.
And then
Okay.
we got silence from you.
I'm
And then we
surprised
got silence.
There's no believers.
No.
But that's fine.
Yeah,
I
well-
thought Crew looked sick last week.
Dude, I think
I think there was a lot to love, and I loved what there was to love.
there's a lot to love. There's so much to love. Hey, you know what? I agree with you, and I'm excited for this matchup because we got two
You
great.
picked MIBR.
I'm agree with you. I agree with you in that.
There's a lot to love.
There's a lot to love. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this Sunday doubleheader started. We got a good one, folks. We got MIBR taking on Crew. We have NRG versus Furia. And as always, baby, VCT Americas. That's starting right now.
Oponente como el último bastión del side. Hace tiempo, hace doble baja también. Tá inspirado pra pegar mais um. O terceiro. Jotinha!
A Cru é um adversário muito forte que a gente não pode subestimar a hora nenhuma. E, porém, eles não mandaram tão bem nesse kickoff, né? A gente acompanhou ali os jogos deles e eu acredito que eles poderiam ter ido mais longe. Eu acredito que os pontos fortes da Cru são as suas miras, né? Eles possuem o Kesnit. Agora, recentemente, colocaram o Hit no time, que também é uma mira muito boa.
Junto con Hit, recomponen un poquito la ronda. Aparece Hit otra vez. 2 para 1, 2 para nada. Como castiga Hit en el aire.
Bom, vou encarar como uma partida como se fosse a Fúria, como se fosse qualquer outro time. Creio que vai ser um jogão e vou dar tudo de mim se isso foi o máximo e para ganhar a partida é isso.
Riot Games Arena, estamos listos para arrancar este domingo de VCT Américas. Le damos la bienvenida a los de la Rosada. Ellos son Crew Visa.
Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard, work hard. Work hard, work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up and then play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up, let me see you move. Oh yeah. Let's do this!
E do outro lado, eles vêm hypados pra estreia. MIBR!
Brasil original. Nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que vai à luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das vitórias, responsa é com comigo mesmo e tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é minha família longe. Torcedores vaiam, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer é obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra nós não é mais opção.
You got Heat versus his former team, MIBR, taking the stage for the first time in the stage. Now to answer the question, who takes it home? Who takes home those coveted champion points that you need in order to qualify for Masters Shanghai? That is, let's not forget, that is always going to be looming over the head of these players. You don't have, Shazam, a lot of games to lock in your spot in Shanghai. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, there's not a lot of opportunities to get into tournaments, and that's like, I think, might be one of the biggest deals. Like, I know when I was playing on a team, you know, thinking about those points to lead into the biggest tournament of the year, that's just your priority. That's what you build up to the whole year. So they're definitely, it's not an oversight for them.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Listen, I'm excited to see Heat in this game. It's a story, I think, for him and a bunch of other players really this year of, I didn't even think I was going to be in partnership. Like, it wasn't looking like he was going to have a spot. We've never seen him on a non-Brazilian team before. Wasn't playing in kickoff, and now has an opportunity on a different agent, new roster to prove himself really after, I think, a tumultuous couple years with high expectations that weren't met.
I've enjoyed this arc of, like, you know, good duelist players transitioning into more supportive roles, Doug, because I do feel like it's really brought out, I think, the best in a lot of teams, seeing these aimers take to different roles. And it's something that Fraud and Bazooka had popularized when they got guys like Tui's and Cowanzine on the roster. Take these aimers, turn them into great support players.
Yeah, and I think it also provides, you can add so much more value to what the team is trying to do, right? It's not just about you getting the kills and you setting yourself up, but you're also setting up your duelists to do the same thing, and you can still contribute in a lot of the same ways. So it makes a lot of sense for Heat to be on this role. I think it's paid off very nicely for Crew so far, but again, there's a lot to be excited about on the other side of the stage today. And I think we can talk about Heat, we can talk about Kesnet, and they're both insane in their own rights, or even better together, but that's a formidable foe on the other side.
Yeah, going off what you said, like, I feel like duelist players, you know, people think of like Peanut Brain, like all aim, you know, that's how it's considered. But honestly, like in my experience, some of the duelist players I played with are some of the smartest players like I played with in general. Like them being able to flex is fully capable within their reach. They just, you know, they're good at their mechanics. They want to take the engagements, and they could definitely fill in these other roles. It's just, you know, what's optimal for them.
Yeah, yeah. And what has become optimal for Heat is to really become that role player for this team, Wyatt. But as you had mentioned before, I mean, he's still doing, you know, Heat things, right? He's still taking space, still trying to get aggressive. That is going to be a big part of Crew's winning strategy here against MIBR.
For sure. And we're about to see with the agent select here. I did think I saw a bit of a spoiler, which is that we are going to get the Reina again. And yeah,
there it is.
There it is on the Kesnet PC flyby. So listen, we'll see what they have to offer with it this time. I wasn't blown away by it, but I saw what they were going for. Perhaps it'll just work better the second time around. You know, not a lot of opportunities to make everything work in every single map.
Yeah.
So we shall see. Maybe this week it'll go a bit better.
Hey, it's true. What'd they lose? 13-11? Something like
13-11.
that. It was close, and Kesnet, I don't think, went like 24-17 or 16 or something like that. So
it was Furia popped off a little bit in that game, and like to bring it home for sure.
Yeah. And it's not like he played poorly. So again, do I love the pick? No. Would I rather see him on Jet or something like that in this role? Yes. You already have flashes with Gekka. You have flashes with KO as well. I mean, I guess I understand the additional pressure of having the Lear as the third, but I think there's good reason for them to stick with it. It's not like it was a disaster the first time we saw this comp run.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying that there is not a lot of time left for you to try and like work this out, Shazam. So you kind of got to stick to your guns at this point here. But what should people be looking out for with the differences in how MIBR are going to approach, like, let's say their attack versus how Crew would be approaching it with the change of having Jet and Reina, you know, respectively?
Yeah, I think MIBR, it's going to be a lot more set up and disciplined as a group going in and coming to a site. With Crew, they're setting up the Reina to get aggressive, to get those early kills. And I'm a really big fan of the Gekko on the map.
Yeah.
I think Gekko gets a ton of value every time I watch a team run him on Icebox. You know, planting the spike.
Yeah.
Planting the spike on this map is not a fun thing. you know, as Shroud knows, so Wingman comes up huge.
Yeah, Wingman's going to be playing a big role into this one. All right, folks, it's time to throw it over to your casters. And even though all of their hip zoomer talk confuses and scares me, thankfully we got him on the call. It's Mimi and Ender.
You don't have to be afraid. I don't even have TikTok installed on my phone.
I feel like we don't actually do that much.
I'm not relatable.
Yeah.
Let's get into this game, though. We got MIBR versus Crew. MIBR making their debut here in Stage 1. The same roster that we saw in Kickoff that was so much improved from the 23 season.
Yeah, of course, they ended up falling out on that super, tiebreaker day against the likes of Sentinels. G2 couldn't quite make it over the finish line, but this is their first chance to play against a Crew. They're coming off of their first win in what maybe in Kickoff you wouldn't have said would be the most exciting matchup, but I think this is a very good litmus test for the strength of these two teams.
I think it's a big comparison to last year that it's MIBR Crew. And I'm excited. Yeah, it's going to be a good game, right? Like, these are two of our bottom teams last year, but I think both of them have had a big step up. The question is who can take it home today? Icebox where we start. Crew's headed towards A.
That they are. Actually, 5 players already committed, and it's Mazine playing a little aggressive here on the Viper up on pipes. No real control anywhere else on the map. There's very forward harbor wall of the likes to threaten some space in mid from MIBR, but Crew are not wasting any time on their hit.
Oh, and Kesnet gets things started early. JZZ is down. Already damage on these players' backside, but they're going to try and fight only 2, and he destroys him. Against his former team, he starts things off swinging.
Not a bad way to kick things off. 3 kills just right out of the gate. RGL doing his best to fish for a little something over on Raptor, but all of a sudden it all comes down to Artazine. Saw the rotates, and yeah, Crew are bringing him the business. A flawless round. There's obviously been a lot of talk about the role pivot, or I guess the agent pivot for Kesnet was playing the Jet back in Kickoff, now on the
I love that you're saying the role pivot. He's playing Reyna.
From fighting agent to fighting agent. Go do more fighting. And you know what? It works for him. I think this Reyna pick, while you are going to be losing some of the value of a Jet, especially the ability to updraft on defense and hold those lines with an operator, you do have the ability to really accelerate within rounds, especially these early rounds.
So we have a classic like
HP is going to be very meaningful.
For like both
Everyone
sides.
wants to hate the Reyna so bad.
Except
you could just not.
instead of the KO we have an Arbor for MIBR, and instead of the Jet we have a Reyna for
The
Crew.
lack of verticality, I think it's
Again, I think Icebox is one of the best maps
Icebox showing lost 13-11.
in the current map
really
pool
been
for
a
Reyna.
2-0 in that game against Furia, but I think their defense really suffered in the way they were struggling to get control.
Even though I
do have a
personally
ton of
prefer
different ways
Jet,
to sort of
I
flash copy
think
your way
the
into a site.
extra
Maybe too
smoke,
many. They're really over-indexing
especially
into it with
when you
clears,
play with one
the Gecko
smoker,
flash, the
if you
Dizzy,
only
the
play with a
KO as
Viper,
well, but right now it's an
right,
open
like
B side,
Crew
but
is
they're
playing,
using
I
those
think
flashes to
Jet
keep
is
scaling for full
better.
snowman control in the post.
I think what is interesting is we've seen a lot of teams start to go for these heavy flash combo comps, the KO Gecko here on Icebox, and I feel like it plays really well
But,
into the older
yeah.
Harbor Viper comp. We've seen pretty consistently, pretty much every team except Loud, who plays Harbor Viper. Obviously, it's like their comp. Everyone else is really struggling to get wins against these double flash comps when they're playing with the Harbor Viper, just because those combos are so powerful to fight through the smokes.
One enemy remaining.
Speaking of
Back-to-back
fighting,
flawless, yeah, why not? Holy. Mazine can do his best just to die to Spike here, not allow any ult orbs to be farmed up to. Things to keep in mind. The rain ult, not so big, but Klaus already being 4 out of 7 on that Gecko. Potentially for a round 4, a big round in the context of this game. To be able to use that to convert over into it would be lovely. And when you look at the buy that Crew went for, 2 rifles, 2 Guardians, Melser's going to be able to buy another rifle here as well. It's not a bonus for Crew. They are full fighting into this next one.
I think the guy to watch when you're watching a Crew game, Kesnet is the obvious answer because he's ridiculous. He has the most unique playstyle
What a
of
hot take.
anyone in Americas, right? He's the only guy who's lurking every game and exclusively playing Duelist. But because of that, he's the guy who's basically the primary entry player for this team. It was the same when MTA was actively playing with the squad, where that KO has a lot of pressure. But here comes an early fight here. MIBR getting proactive.
3 players already pushed up, but the Dizzy comes out, the knife as well. Heat is now aware of this stack of 3 players over into A main space. And I think the instant queue, if you look at the map already, you've got a Viper headed over towards that B main. We'll see if Melzer actually wants to step into that space or just contain, because his team, after forcing away those 3 players on pipes, is still looking to fish out and take space up to 410.
That lurk going to be activated into B main now.
Yeah, and you see the spike already, like, ping back.
And just the one player to watch him out. Viper on Viper towards
Is he
the
gonna
B
try
side.
to
Wall comes
sell
up,
the
and that
bait?
allows now the scale to come in towards Yellow.
He's finding a
Over
lot of
towards A. All 4
space,
players have just completely
but
frozen.
50
They're not really looking
seconds,
for any
like
early
the
fights.
call
I
for
think Kesnet is
rotation
taking
should come
maybe a
soon
fourth line,
for
but Melzer's
for
looking for his
call.
opportunity.
Timing here.
Yeah,
Now
and
here
you
for the
see
rotates.
them back, you see the bomb
Crew
back,
so many rounds like this.
and they're gonna
Kesnet
rotate,
in a
they're gonna
spot
go
like this,
for
but
the
as
B
soon
plant.
As they have a player that makes it up to the front of that Viper wall, now the rotate's coming. They all rotate, swinging back through spawn. They're going to send one player late into mid, but you have to keep your eyes out because Melzer has taken so much space back towards spawn.
Do you ever expect someone
You have
to
to
be
expect
on this
him.
deep of a line? 3 players from MIB are stomping their way towards him. How much can he get? Both
Oh
players
my
swing.
god,
Neither are
Messler, he
looking, but
found
Melzer,
nothing.
He misses the mark.
It's a disaster. The Guardian betraying him a little bit. Now eyes for Cruz shift over to
Found
Shine, who's crept
nothing.
up into Tube.
This reflank is everything in this round. The question, can Crew buy enough time for this reflank to win the round? Klaus still has a flash, but Artisan has gotten the opening
Good
kill.
flash.
Through the smoke,
Okay.
great opener, but FRC is holding on to this
He's
one,
traded,
and he's
though.
not stopping the defuse.
That round just evaporated. So strange. Just 5 players left alive, 3 and
Okay,
2
no
in the
bonus
defuse
for
round,
Paul.
but the wall was too problematic. He wasn't able to play off his flash to get more than just the 1 kill. And really, it all falls apart because back here, right, Melzer misses the shot. If he has a Vandal, he can probably recover a little bit easier out of that. But they planted for that deep snowman control. So your re-wrap into mid doesn't actually have an angle in. That's why Crew had to give up the round, because their second lurk had no chance to actually influence the fight.
MIBR again starting the same way as last round with a bit of an aggro face towards A main, just recovering the orb here for JZZ.
Yeah, usually these Gecko comps like to fight a ton into B main like we're seeing this time around, so MIBR's read is to just fight on the other side of the map and threaten very forward space.
And the reason for that is how easy it is to throw that Dizzy, bounce it off the wall, pick it up, you have it back in 10 seconds, and you have another cycle ready to take space deeper into the map.
Yeah, here it comes in. Dizzy now clears all of back yellow. They've got the molly there too and can scale up, and they can either use the thrash that Klaus has, again in round 4, to aid the hit, or just as they go for this spike plant, use that to make sure no one can push and try to kill the planter.
As Shazam was saying, as Shroud knows. Crazy line, by the way. The struggle of this map is actually planting once you have the space. And this comp, you have to fight so deep if you want to be able to do
Look,
so.
Klaus has his own little pocket shroud that he can send out to land the plant.
You do have to provide protection for that wingman, but this fight is good. Off that fish into the
Oh
back.
my god.
He's not clearing this corner. It's sloppy, and he loses his life because of it.
Oh.
Kesnet, now trying to be the hero of this round, has to do a little bit more. Their cycle has dropped on the wall, so all players retreat back into main.
There's no harbor wall to keep scaling forward here for MIBR. They're gonna have to take these fights unlike last round. Early drone clears out all of sight. They should know it's full into main. Klaus takes a great fight into backside. Kesnet gets another, and he's still going. JZZ though, pressing forward towards yellow. Clock is starting to dwindle. They go for the tap to bait the players into the fight. And now onto the stick. Coming around the corner is Klaus. JZZ cannot shut it down. Crew gets their third.
Lovely stuff by Crew. I think the critical moment of that round was that basically third refight from Kesnet, killing the player towards Snowman, knocking that harbor offline. If this comp doesn't have those smokes online, it has basically no tools to win a retake.
Yeah, and that's a round where, honestly, it looked like it was a disaster. The Thrash wasn't able to be recovered. They didn't clear out into Snowman, but just good post-plant positions because there's no harbor wall. Completely different to the last round. They can actually take those long-range fights, and that's where a guy like Kesnet is going to thrive.
MIBR this time, fighting for some B main control. Artisan, already deep on this line.
Yeah, and Crew's going to know that something fishy is at play. First of all, there's the orb take, and they can press tab, know that went over to MIBR. But also, there's no early A-main fight, and that has been the norm for the last 4 rounds Crew have seen.
Bachai's just doing his best Curry impression. Sitting in spawn, biding his time to deal with this flank.
The only thing Crew really have to worry about is, is there an actual stack over towards this A side? After that early wall, and MIBR are here on the rotates. A lot of good stall utility to keep them stuck behind this wall. And MIBR can look to flood out with this.
Good knife there for Heat.
Fight on the flank about to come in. Artisan pushing, actually dodged away, but we're still on site.
And this fight is massive. Kesnet gonna continue with that ultimate. Does get traded out. Now a 2v1 and JZZ dealt with.
MIBR rushing the fights into backside. Got a couple of them. Honestly, if they've been able to take care of Melzer on site, Shy was way too far away. He'd taken the 1v1 against an Artisan that had pushed all the way through B main. That's actually why MIBR was able to look for that heavy stack into this A site.
One enemy remains.
And I think the norm that we've seen now a few times is Crew have looked to continue fighting forward, right? They've got all these flashes. You might as well fight into backside A. Look to keep fighting into Snowman too.
And that's the exact solution against Harbor Viper. Harbor Viper thrives when it can push you off site, use those smokes to get someone on the spike while everyone else is pushing you deeper and deeper away. If you maintain your space on the site, they only have the Sova as an initiator to actually get back in. There's no flashes, there's no Dizzy combo, none of those tools to win that fight.
So MIBR, they slam the timeout button, they chatted up. What is going to be the pivot for them? Well, first option is they can just take more forward space like they did in B main, play a very strong side of the map, heavy retake side on the other, and then use that B main push to get multiple players fighting through on the flank. Obviously, they didn't have really money at that time, so Artisan loses 1v1, but if they bring 2-3 players on that flank, they can try to, flip the map upside down. As you know, Crew is going to fight in towards your spawn, you just take the enemy spawn, noticing that that is going to be a potential gap. The other option is fight down to the death on site. Don't allow them past your Viper wall because, like we've seen, the retakes can be a little bit hard if Crew have a lot of players alive in them.
Right there. So the question now, what did that world-class coaching duo of Fraud and Bazooka cook up in the timeout? How are MIBR going to adapt to start? Back towards this B main fight.
Yeah, playing up here once again. They've been doing this horizontal wall from RGL. The Crew are fighting directly into. Artisan gets the kill, dashes away, and a Hunter's Fury from downtown. Not going to connect on much, but they got that opening kill, and that's all they need to dominate the space.
Interesting idea there. Just trying to use that Hunter's Fury off contact. Doesn't catch anyone, but still, man advantage gained. Now a pivot back towards this A site. FRC, great shots there, and he'll retreat.
MIBR, the ideal was to stop playing so passively, especially on this A site. Take some forward lines. Rather, you take a 50-50 fight than lose it. Shot's not quite connecting there, and it looks like Crew will have a plant, but this is a very different situation. The previous post plants, they've had 5 players alive on this site. Now they've got 2 and a straggler back in their spawn.
MIBR this time not giving any fights away to these Crew players, vying for an advantage.
It's all going to be on Heat. Looking for timing, looking for an angle from top side.
2 flashes of Molly, but he's hard-pressed to use it. Harbor ult committed. That Reckoning is going to force these players to be fast on their feet, moving back and forth to evade. Bobs has the ult late, but they have to buy time to even risk the investment there. Timer ticking, fight forward, MIBR wins it first. FRZ, he gets them all.
Dude just dominated the A site. From the early fight he took on the Pipes player to then on the retake. That's a good flood from MIBR. Now, that time they had a lot of tools at their disposal, right? They were up in numbers. They had the Harbor ulti as well, which really changed a lot of those early lines.
And they had to use 2 ults to win that one. It was a trap play with the Hunter's Fury, then the Reckoning to retake, even with man advantage.
And this is where MIBR are going to be challenged because it's not going to be that easy in the future. They're going to have to keep looking for these forward lines, changing up how they play on this A site. Crew have done a lot of prodding into that A main space, so whenever they recognize, oh, this time there's no early Harbor wall, or this time we see a Killjoy here, they're going to know what the setup is going to be. It's very important that MIBR stay flexible.
Guns back for Crew. Klaus still has his ultimate online. Might just look to go fast into the A site here as Kesnet is ready to scale.
So far, Crew have just seen the Sova.
He's so deep.
He's still looking for the fight.
Absolutely. That's Kesnet down. Trades are excellent out of Crew, though. And now Artisan in trouble, has to retreat off of this one. Dash already invested. Suddenly it's a 3v4, and it's a retake for MIBR.
Artisan's going to need to fish for something. Thrash goes into backside. Should be able to move that into a position where they can recover it for the post plant as well, and they do, wrapping it all the way around 410.
But look at this
down.
All ready for it is Crew. These boys are so proactive in their post plants. don't give you an inch to breathe. FRZ already alone, already tagged by 2 pieces of utility. He's got no chance.
You want more? Here's more.
I don't think he wants more.
Unlikely.
He's saving, as a matter of fact. Ouch.
Another round that's just coming down to these A fights. MIBR's trying to be more proactive, get that early advantage, but Crew is just owning them in these team battles.
And it's clear everything MIBR is doing is sort of fighting on off angles and then trying to re-swing into lines.
Sure.
You saw it from JZZ being right around the corner near 410. You saw it swinging out rafters from Artazine as well. And in theory, that's a good idea. You sort of can catch, as you hear the Leer sound coming out, if you're on one of those off angles, you can swing in right here. You're never gonna get caught by a Leer because you're gonna fight into the angle and not be seen. It's a good pivot, but didn't work this time.
Bien.
Yeah, agreed. 5-2 scoreline also agrees. Now, one area we haven't seen Crew or even MIBR do anything is mid. This is the first time I'm actually seeing MIBR look for a setup. They're going for a quick knives play, updraft into spawn, can't quite find it. And that's down to 2 knives, which is not what you want without the rifle purchase.
FRZ spotted, he'll retreat as well, so the early play doesn't net much for MIBR, or that forward alarm bot position, which has already been broken.
Right now, MIBR playing a pretty much full retake setup over towards A. Again, over near pipes, you've got Mazine that is playing for a forward line, but apart from that, they've got double Killjoy Molly setup. They've got the wall, they've got the Killjoy ult to assist in that retake.
But again, these rounds are hinging on the site players, not giving away their life if they're going to take a forward fight. They live 5v5, it's going to be a straight up retake with that Killjoy ult.
Now, Mazine wanted to fight off that, but he can't because the KO ult coming in can't throw up his wall, so has to fall away. And now in the post plant, Melzer has access to the pit. That pit going to extend all the way over to the spike.
He'll be able to find himself a little corner, keep this ult online. That means the mollies are so potent.
Kesnet is going through tube right now for the late wrap.
That's going to be important late, but they've actually positioned this Killjoy ult deep on the site. Now every player from Crew is pushed so far back, so this round starts to hinge on Kesnet.
Artazine picks up, gets a kill. The turret did not see the Reyna going through spawn, but Melzer still fighting forward. FRZ shuts it down, and as Klaus gets a kill, more time is stalled.
Here comes that flank from Kesnet. He's down. Halfway from Mazin, he's sticking onto this one. Shy'll try and spam, but he doesn't have enough bullets. MIBR win a retake.
Nice shot at the end.
What a strange way of playing that retake too. MIBR did not do your typical Killjoy ultimate back in screens. They actually sprinted onto the site, and it was a great read because Crew, what they wanted to do was, play time. They thought they had 10 extra seconds from that Killjoy to go for that late wrap, but they put a very forward pit that forced these players from Crew way deeper than they were expecting. That really exploded the post plant for Crew.
Hold on.
Off now invested for Artazine. He'll play solo towards B. Moves Harbor a little further back.
And it's actually with a double lurk setup. You've got 2 players from Crew creeping up into B main right now.
3 people on B though. No info on mid.
He's come out wide off the wall. Now that Viper wall does allow Melzer to scale over into the corner. So it's not a perfect hold now for Artazine.
And there is a gap here. If Melzer walks all the way up, he can get ahead of Artazine, but that updraft, great to spot him. On the other side, one of these teammates dropping for MIBR, and that'll be the call to pivot back to A.
I think FRZ was trying to play boosted all the way up on top of screens there. Another off angle, this time Crew absolutely expecting it. Still taking their time. A lot of times there's been a player taking a forward line, but a lot of force behind it. So Crew have not rushed on their hit, waiting instead to combo this utility into the site.
These hits are so tough to deal with. Knife pushes everyone off, the util invests them in, and again, Crew has space in backside. Kesnet, sacrificial lamb, he just wants to fight, but that's a big one for Artazine. Question is, do they expect Kesnet?
He's so low,
Mazine also on the flank. He'll be the late round insurance policy.
Kesnet on the close angle. Dart reveals him. Artazine operator connects for his own shot. Now Melzer, the next piece of this puzzle. He'll swing at just the right time with the dash.
Hey, well,
the jet. And he'll swing back in for another. Trades go back and forth, and MIBR again come out on top.
Artazine finds the op, uses that for a couple of great kills, just peeking back.
They're gonna go pick it up, yeah.
Switches over the rifle to finish off the job. And Mazine helped too. He was gonna be there, even if his teammate dropped late on the wrap of the flank. But that's another layer now that Crew have to deal with. Now that the op has entered the picture.
B main.
And those forward angles, there's not a lot of place to hide out. They started getting pressured
Sure,
by utility,
maybe
swinging into
they
the
have the
operator.
Viper.
That's a lot
They
of good
could
pressure
pit.
from MIBR to force those players out into the open.
Yeah, new to this MIBR roster this season, Artazine had some moments in kickoff, but if he can
Wait,
find
so
himself
where
a
is that
consistent
orb
star
for
for this
MIBR?
roster, remember,
That
he's the guy
Viper?
replacing Heat into this team.
Oh, he's gonna ult on
And we
A.
know what Heat could do is at least
Easy.
an individual.
And this position
Okay,
top yellow
late
is so devastating. The Gecko not doing a good job at clearing that, but I believe...
Oh, nice shot.
That's a certified Kesnet moment.
I mean, he's just jumping around to get the peak, jumping through his own wall, and look how fast he scales up. Grabs the op, comes back to yellow, freeze. Crew never wants to rush, especially with their B main hits. So often they will just leave a player back yellow and then rotate back into the A site.
And that's one of the things that makes this team so different from the one that went 0-10, the discipline.
At the same time, space was taken up into mid, so they know.
And
MIBR
another
know Crew
Gecko
are executing
ultimate.
this one. Kesnet finds
He's
another.
running at them with an operator, and he's winning every damn duel. Lockdown committed. Can MIBR even go for this?
Nah, that's the we're not losing this round lockdown. Absolutely no chance. That'll bring the save in for MIBR, and it's not even saving the op.
No one else did anything that round. It was all Kesnet.
Okay, Wingman planted the spike, first of all. Melzer threw up his wall.
Boo. Nope.
Couldn't have gotten that jump peak without the wall. So that's a big E-press. Very skillful ability.
He right-clicks. Meanwhile, Kesnet killed everyone on
Okay,
the side.
Kesnet did a little bit
Single-handedly ran
more.
at them.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that one.
Couldn't do it without the team.
But now he's picking up the op. He's saving that over.
He's gonna
Going
die.
Back up on the Reyna. It's a bit wait.
What?
They planted so far back site, like their plant was all the way back there, so it killed him. The default plant spot doesn't kill you there, but unaware. Oh,
He was falling. There's no
Stop
shot.
it! Stop it! Stop it! Nah. Nah.
Same guy who just died from Spike.
The duality of man.
True. The Jungian round. All right, 6-4 here. Crew, that's a great round to recover, but still money left for MIBR.
Fast once again towards this A space, but an early harbor wall to try and slow things down. MIBR aren't really playing behind it, but usually they have been. Usually that wall has always had Artazine playing right behind it. And at the same time, if you check out B main, there is a walk-up. So again, MIBR are testing, pushing on these extremities and boxing Crew into space. Crew have not been doing much in the way of lurking, in the way of, turning away and rotating into another site. They've just been full committing 5 players into sites over and over, and it's been working.
Nice shot there by Melzer. That's a flank cut off from this round. That means no dash to get back into sight. It's going to be tough now, especially considering Kesnet is fighting. He's ulted. He's going to want more in this round. The man will tuck for the moment. The next wave coming in with Klaus on the swing. Kesnet for a second. Can't trade out that Reyna. Puts JZZ in a nigh unwinnable position. Dart to work with. The time ticking. Noise made on the drop. First shot is found, but he's down to 7 HP. And you don't win that swinging into Kesnet.
So, like, I'm all for the Reyna hate. I'm pro Reyna hate, personally.
But can you give me the code for Crew?
No, but like actually, no, what I'm saying is like the way they're playing with it, like taking those super forward lines is exactly what you need to be able to do, right? When you're swinging on that aggressive line for the second and third time into a round, Jet only gets to do that once with the dash. You have to pre-prime it, so you have a very limited window in which you can actually do that. Kesnet is just full fight all the time, and MIBR have not been, I think, strong enough in their pre-retake protocols to be able to deal with that effectively.
It's interesting to watch the difference from this map versus the Kesnet we see on something like Ascent, where he's lurking pretty much every round. Here we see a lot more rounds where they're just going for these straight-up A hits, and he's just a legit entry duelist player.
And it seems to be working really well. There's overloading these sites, but again, not when MIBR play these off angles. They found another winning combination on this A site and have another huge numbers advantage.
Big ults online for this retake. The Reckoning, the Hunter's Fury. MIBR will just play to Flood here. Crew need to try and squeak out an advantage from this one.
Spike planted.
Placing alarm bot.
Weird alarm bot, spotting out that wide swing on Raptors, and they're getting active.
But that ult perfectly timed. These players now have to dance in place. Melzer, he's got no shot at that one. Shy alone, stunned on the site. The next wave coming.
7-5 is good for MIBR.
What was a pretty dominant
Again,
start for
Icebox
Crew.
is a
Close to a 5-7
slightly
half.
attack-sided map,
All things considered, I
especially in
think
NA,
MIBR
so
made the right
7-5,
adjustments. They couldn't,
very
turn
good.
it into a round win every single time.
Good stuff.
But the way they adjusted playing over on that A side seemed to go very well for them.
They
Instead of just
need
all
the
adding
pistol,
so much
though,
utility
now.
commitment into the start of rounds, playing a quieter setup, playing those off angles worked very, very nicely for them.
Lovely stuff. We get to see
Viper
one more time.
starting
Yeah,
Ghost.
Those off angles just
What?
everything for MIBR. These guys can shoot when they get those chances. And that really makes things winnable for MIBR in the second half. But before
There's
we get
no
into
way
that,
you start
let's hear from
Ghost.
Klaus and
You
get
either
his
go
take
classic
on the
and
IGL
2
role.
pieces of UTN and a shield,
Hubieron
or
dos
fucking
razones,
sheriff.
creo que porque Melzer no podía estar como IGLeando bien y performeando bien al mismo tiempo en stage, como que le costaba a él personalmente, y yo por otro lado estaba muy cómodo, o sea, como que por parte tenía muchas ideas, muchas cosas para darle al equipo, y que en mi posición como no IGL no podía darlo, y ahora como que estoy de vuelta en IGL siento que nada, le doy esa como versatilidad al equipo, le doy más ideas, le doy más estructura, le doy más cosas claras que hacer y nada, como que hay más propuesta mía, más voz y siento que le encaja perfecto al equipo.
You have to remember as well, this isn't a new thing for Klaus. He was IGL for this team back when Crew was making waves in 2021, 2022 early then as well, when they were the best team in LATAM, going to every international event, going on a run to what, top 4 at Champs 2021? He's been a leader at the top level before, and I imagine just getting reacquainted to that role, pretty comfortable for the guy.
For sure. Getting the team the first win last week, trying to run that into a second one here with a solid first half on Icebox, that's for sure. I just think a lot of the ways Crew have incorporated the hyper-unique playstyle of Kesnet so much into their mid-rounding has been very effective to see.
And it's funny too, because Klaus and Kesnet, they've been together since that beginning as well, right?
It makes sense.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. You still see an Ascent game where Kesnet's playing Jet and lurking. So 2-3 years ago, he's still doing it now.
You know what?
And it still works.
It still works. That's the crazy thing. The most unique player in Americas. I like it. No one else plays a duelist like it. But don't do it at home, folks.
Yeah, don't learn from
If you
Kesnet.
lock Reyna and you start lurking, I'm gonna be mad.
Someone from Wisconsin. Hi.
Don't be afraid. All right, we're getting into the second half here. Good look at our employee of the month and his teddy bear. For the real action, it kicks off.
Kesnet's employee of the month. He has been for the last like 3 years.
You just go to the Crew campus and it's just tons of blacks. I love it.
A little fight into mid to start, but MIBR are going to set their sights towards Zach.
So different, right? I think there was one round all last half where anything was done in mid, and it was just like a Jet updraft with knives and then gave up completely. Already Crew changing things just a little bit. Playing pretty soft towards this A side. It's just shy for now with that forward alarm bot. Gets broken, and here comes the exec.
This Harbor comp is excellent at execs, but where it can fall apart is these flood retakes. Flash through the smoke. Artisan caught out in the open and missing his shots. What's happening there? A Crew's just dismantled them. One man left, FRZ, and he'll eventually find a connection faster. They're onto his former teammate.
Take a breath. There's a lot of time, but the spike is on site. FRZ wants to wait long enough that there's a threat that he could walk into mid. Now, unfortunately for him, a Killjoy turret would have seen that, but Shy just pulled it back, as a matter of fact.
It's a possibility of a timing now.
FRZ has to be perfect, though. With this HP, you have to land 2 headshots.
There's no real way for him to get down without making noise. Drop is heard. Crew knows where he's coming from.
Whew.
Shy. High-low with Melzer. And it's clean. Flood retake wins the round for Crew.
MIBR are gonna have to be prepared for that. Already going to the second round, talking about it, like, how do we deal with that? Who's breaking the leers coming through? Who's playing anti-flash? Etc., etc. And it's got to shift on a dime. Your comms have to be very, very good when you're looking for it.
The upside I see is that this is likely the comp they're scrimming against the most. The KO Gecko stuff is taking over on Icebox. More and more teams are implementing this comp every week. Not the Reyna version, but it has the same idea as, say, the more normal one that a team like Gen G or Sen is running.
That it does. And maybe are looking for a bit of a spread right now. They're hoping to find maybe a pick in B main, A main, up mid. Fortunately, they lose that opener, so not given too much of an opportunity here. But I actually really like this, especially on a round 2 after you lose pistol. I am a big fan. Instead of just like grouping and trying to get a spike plant down, I love pressuring mid and finding out what is the Killjoy setup. What's the sort of hold look like? And that can set you up.
Expedition.
It's a recon, you know, it's a scouting mission. And the whole idea there is you try and figure out how do I lurk into mid in future rounds.
That's a Vandal on the floor.
One enemy remaining.
Round shouldn't get any more weird than that. He has basically 1 HP. The spike he has to cross back through window, and Melzer's reflanking. All should be well and good. And it is.
And it is. There we go.
Vandal picked back up. And Crew converted pretty clean.
But now, hey, MIBR have learned some things, right? You've got, okay, there's a Killjoy turret in kitchen. There was actually a player playing on top of it that last round as well. Are they putting the alarm bot down inside of our Viper orb in mid? Could that be an opportunity? Is the walk up towards A through mid maybe a little bit weak for a late wrap, something like that? So those little ideas that you start, piecing together the more rounds you play, especially early in a half, and all that information is what helps in IGL. Ready. Sort of call those bigger moves.
This is where we start to get the unique parts of this Gecko Reyna comp. You have 2 different agents who can combo with your Gecko for flashes. That's what they could set up here in B main. Instead, just a contact play forward. Kesnet very deep on this line. Molly fading, swing. He was not ready. Artazine wins it, but the trade is there. Can the players get out? Do they even need to? Fights being won, but JCC catches Klaus on the escape.
This round is a mess right now. You've got a player over in A. You've got one holding here from top site. It's a 2-on-2. Basically on A, and especially without this spike getting planted, MIBR have to stall out time. They must buy time for this lurk to come in and bite them in the back.
They're going back into the lurk. Heat is going to pick up a gun. And he's wrapping all the way around them. There's no shot.
I mean, now they're not even waiting for the lurk. They're just gonna keep going. They're gonna go back into A. They've got this player hiding out in spawn. That should be an easy kill for FRZ.
Suddenly it's just an A hit.
And Heat is so confused. He's like, I went all the way. They must think that like those players walked up under mid, because there's no other way they could have gotten out, right? Except for the
there's a fight here in spawn. FRZ, he's looking the wrong way. The lurker falls. Massive for Shy. Now suddenly this KO is reflanking again, making noise to regroup in mid.
Yeah, Mazine fully aware that those players are going to be coming back in through spawn. Double mollies on Mazine, a shock dart on JZZ, as well as a dart. A lot of good post-plant util.
But a knife for Heat. He misses it. That's not going to help him in this endeavor. Time ticking. 1 flash, 1 molly. Tap on the spike. Shy going to be the man up for the fight.
First molly
Flash
out.
misses JZZ. He wins the fight as well, and now only Heat left in this one. Dart in front of him tags him out in the open. Both players just biding their time as the shock darts rain in, and Heat didn't have a shot at that one. Weird round.
A ridiculous, ridiculous round. I mean, literally, the reason why that player in spawn, it was FRZ, right? It was looking the wrong way. I think just anticipated those players to be rotating through mid. It had taken so long, surely you think they've come under too, but they hadn't.
But the beauty of that little FPX buy on round 2 is that Crew not only had basically full rifles for their bonus, they now have full rifles again here into round 16.
MIBR looking to play up into mid here. We'll see how quickly they want to go. If they want to just leave an insert, or Artazine really wants to take a fight. It's an updraft Jash, top 2 rather, just breaking that early Killjoy turret, and that puts so much pressure down, because now all of a sudden a player could be walking out there. You could walk under tube. 1 player can't hold mid, so 3 players come to re-clear it.
It's a well-timed re-clear. They're going to inspect over towards tube, try and replace an alarm bot, but I think just got insta-broken.
Yeah, it was. Mazine was on that line, destroys it. But Melzer finding a pick in B main changes this round big time.
Yeah, they also saw the Viper mid and it's a Killjoy pick, so they know it's their
Crew's
luck.
ready for this one. 3 players stacked up on A, and Heat has got a nasty off angle.
Those players started on B, went to re-clear mid after the early pressure, are now reading the A finish.
That's the beauty of this comp. It's so proactive, constantly rotating, constantly having more util online to re-clear space.
Such a different look. MIBR just played a half where they just sat kind of still, waited for the fights to come to them. And when it worked, it worked. But Crew, do they tricked themselves out of this round. You can see Kesnet was looking to rotate out.
They're
Maybe they've
biting on
heard
this
some
fake
sound.
a little bit. Kesnet's gone. Now these players spotted. Klaus has a good position though. How much can he get done from up top? Artisan is directly below him. He's hearing so much noise, and that's a lovely spray transfer onto 2. The third won't convert, but this flood retake is so fast. Kesnet for his kill. JZZ.
And a good defensive
Halfway
side for
across the world.
Crew.
Just simply forced to save.
Like they win the pistol.
10 seconds
Crew's
left.
movement that entire round was exactly what they needed to do. They responded so well to what MIBR were showing on the map. And I think once they got that kill in B main, it just simplified everything. They could go for that heavy stack into A. Even though they almost rotated out of that space, didn't matter. They still kept 2 players around, and that was more than enough to succeed.
Some big ults now starting to come online. They'll have the thrash here for Crew. This might just be a snowball.
Yeah, Melzer just playing off that one way. MIBR player just walked straight on into that, got shut down. MIBR not with a goodbye. JZZ almost the hero, but there are some options, right? You get a kill on JZZ, all of a sudden Hunter's Fury available in a post plant. They could get something done, but it's not gonna happen towards B main. Again, this big opening, 3 players here. If the space isn't fought for, the other thing is too, they can just show utility and then rotate out of that space. MIBR aren't gonna want to walk back into it.
Yeah, I think one interesting facet of this Crew team's defensive rotates is how proactive you see Kesnet in all this. He's the guy who's being set up, rotating, moving around constantly. He talked in an interview with our colleague Dryad from the LatSam broadcast about this, saying that he actually adds a lot of ideas, kind of acts as a secondary caller on their defensive sides to set up rounds like this.
And I think it makes so much sense, both on the defense, where he's gonna be the one taking a lot of those fights, also on the attack, a lot of the mid-round hinging off of his position. This round, though, hinging on Melzer, alone on the B site. He's not going to look to play this too aggressively, but Crew, a couple of rounds in a row, have gone for their one and dipped away, but
That's
swinging
a little
in.
bold.
That's a little bit too much. Against a bad buy, giving a gun, and Artisan, how aggressive does he want to get?
Where'd that gun go? I think it fell off. Now Artisan doesn't have a weapon. It's an up for 1. Man advantage maintained here, but no real guns being able to recover.
Hold your horses, though. Mazine all the way through A site. He is fast on that flank.
How fast is he, though? Because Crew is going quite swift on this one. Bit awkward in the kitchen. 1v1. He wants it. Another ridiculous lurk gone wrong. Ult committed here to try and buy time on the plant as Crew fights all the way deep into main. RGL is down. FRZ is the second layer of this reflank, and he's taking care of it as well. Stunning stuff from Crew. How did they win that round?
I'm just going to say gun diff. I think MIBR just really overcooked it on those flanks. They're only playing with 3 players on site. Their late ARAP completely failed from Mazine. And then the spike's not planted for FRZ to go under 2.
Also just awareness diff. Every one of those players on a flank, Crew is ready. Crew is watching. Very thorough there.
I feel a little disappointed. We've seen a few times this game, last half as well, these B plants not supporting a late rewrap. And that's been a big miss. There's been a lot of attacking rounds lost just because the plant position does not support the macro decisions that those players are deciding to go for. And it's really baked some of these rounds away.
And those are the things that seem really simple when you're watching it. But it can be kind of difficult to think of. But when you're a well-drilled team, right? Generally, you're going to be calling that. You're going to be proactive about your teammates. I feel like that's kind of almost a symptom of the pressure getting them to a little bit, letting those important things slip through the cracks.
Yeah, especially when you got that opening pick on the Viper that swings top side. You should be able to get a more open plant, you would think. But they go for the safe plant. It's an eco. Let's make sure we can get it down. That's a reasonable decision, but
you even see then the way they're fighting forward. When we're watching Crew go for these proactive late fights, it's Kesnet with 2 players behind him, with Initiator and Utility invested. We're just not really seeing MIBR trading in the same way when they're taking those risks, when they're going for those plays.
I mean, MIBR going to come in after the timeout, and I think, again, they're looking to challenge into mid. I think that's a good read. Mid has been a little bit weaker in the start of rounds. Crew are looking to re-clear that space. Artisan, the last time we saw him go for this, it was a quick updraft dash getting on top of 2. Very different Killjoy setup this time around. The deep, loud-esque turret placed all the way back in kitchen.
This is the make or break from IBR. Money on an edge, big ults online. They're punishing the forward fight here.
It's an A split. 2 players working into Pal while they get that first kill, but Melzer's ready for it.
He wins another?
The mid push completely fails.
Spike down.
Crew just dominate MIBR as they separate.
That's just a gun diff. That's just the man wins every fight. He's stuck in
Yeah,
the wall. He's
them
sidestepping back and forth. He still
kitchen.
wins. Out of Kesnit's book, that's a lurking jet. Connecting that against Crew. They wrote that book.
The lurks have been such a failure this game for MIBR. Crew have been ready for them every single time.
Okay. Clean start from JZZ. Down to a 1v3.
He's got to go through the jungle gym to get the spike back, though.
I have the spike.
And there's some insurance here. Crash if they need it in the late round. Good util for Crew. He's just making too much noise. Map point Crew.
Match point.
Reminder, this is the first match here in stage 1 that MIBR are playing. We're not playing in the first week of 11 teams. We have to have a team sit out. But not the hottest debut here up against Crew on Icebox. To be fair, it is Crew's map pick, but they have been completely reading every move MIBR have made.
One of the interesting things to me about this game thus far is just the kills for Crew. Normally you watch this team, Kevin has like double the next best guy on the team.
Yeah.
Maybe Heat's up there too. Like they're a team built around their stars. But in this match, I really feel like we've seen the supportive cast step up. The trades onto Kesnet have been excellent. The way they're scaling together, every member of this team is getting involved.
It's a 12-6 game that Crew are dominating, and yet it's a game where Kesnet, if you look at first kills, first deaths, 4 first kills to 6 first deaths. He's not having an outstanding performance when it comes to finding those openers. And I think that is what every Crew fan wants to see. Not the poor Kesnet numbers, but they want to see
the
a well-balanced Crew, right?
Sure.
Or the rest of the team is stepping up behind him. And like you're pointing out, I think that is exactly what we're seeing so far this game.
For a lot of this team's life, it has been the epitome of no help. And when you see a game that it's a lot more even, it is great to see. Heat especially, I feel like has been a great addition to this squad in that regard. The firepower on that guy. I mean, the growth we've seen from him, from kind of leaving ways with MIBR amid some kind of internal struggles with the team, maybe some arguments about the identity of the squad, to now changing over to Crew, being a supportive player, and still putting up numbers. There's some growth there.
You know winning this series is going to feel good.
Get out of my way.
MIBR, everything riding on this round now. Knives popped, scuffed by with 3 Guardians. Again, though, it is just Melzer playing over towards the B site. Right now, Heat is heating up. Why did I say that?
Don't.
I didn't even mean to. I just autopiloted. He's over on the B site.
Cool. Fast flying for Crew, though. 3 players have an option to go through, but instead just leave 1 in spawn. The 2 others will group back towards mid.
Oh no. The harbor wall giving a pocket for these players to hide inside of. Artisan goes up and down and gets the first kill. Look at him go, but not enough knives to finish the job. MIBR find themselves up 4-2 numbers in the post.
Kesnet has ult popped. This is the moment for a Kesnet round. 2v4 on the retake. Kesnet already opening onto the first kill, and that's bam. Damn,
They found him.
RGL. Klaus will finish the job. Now a Killjoy ult committed. FRC on the swing. It's a 1v1. Can Kesnet close the game?
Damn.
An incredible performance from
What a stone. That second half. Like,
That's a finish right there. Oh yeah.
that second half
MIBR
was
getting
sick.
super active, but Kesnet just cannot be stopped there. A demon in the late rounds.
You just can't count the guy out.
MIBR are gonna have to go back and lick their wounds after that one. Pretty devastating first map to lose, but we go over to their choice of Sunset as the next option.
And they've got to be feeling good. From losing 10 games in the regular season last year, every single one, to now coming in here, winning their debut, and following up with a dominant map 1. It really feels like it's finally clicking for Crew.
Yep, Crew are in it. Getting so active in the post plants. MIBR made it challenging, especially in that second half. The second part of the first half. And oh my god, that round is still giving me chills. When he shoots the guy out of the sky. Artisan was falling off yellow, he gets an easy headshot, then a spam kill with an operator, ridiculous.
MIBR not out of it yet. Map number 2 coming up. Stick around.
excuse me. Would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Como el último bastión del side. Hace tiempo, hace doble baja también.
Tá inspirado pra pegar mais um. O terceiro. Jotinha!
Joining me right now, we have Coach Adam. Now, the team just secured a win on Icebox. Now we're headed over to Sunset, and the team, they've yet to get a win on Sunset. So what do they have to do?
Well, we changed the whole game plan. We used to have a different comp in the kickoff, and now we have a new one. So I think we are going to surprise MIBR, and hopefully we can close this series 2-0.
All right, can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Well, you certainly love to hear that if you're a Crew fan. We'll see what they're cooking as we get ready for map number 2. But for now, though, let's talk about what we just saw. And what we witnessed was Crew looking pretty darn good at this video game. I'm right there. I mean, those guys came out of the gate swinging, Doug.
Yeah, and I mean, I told you guys, like, Reyna on Icebox makes sense.
You said it. You said it the whole time.
Kesnet needs to run Reyna. Forget Jet. Jet is dead.
Yeah.
Roll the clocks back, and it worked.
He said that for sure. He totally did. Wyatt, you famously picked against Crew.
Yeah. What were you thinking?
Okay.
What were you thinking?
A little bit of slander, right?
Gaslighting you a little bit.
Can we press the? That's where we press the buzzer on that one. Nah, this was. First of all, in the individual game, MIBR got hard outclassed. I mean, every Crew player ends with a positive KD. Crucial fights throughout each round were just, they were taking all of them.
Yeah.
That was just an obvious, they were on a totally different level from them.
Yeah, I mean, you even saw it in that pistol there that we just witnessed, right? It was like MIBR had a great opportunity to try and like be able to squeak away with that one, but instead it's just, they couldn't find that rhythm at all. And partly because I think like you just had such great fragging potential on the Crew side.
Yeah, I think there were a combination of a couple of things that went wrong, and oftentimes I don't love just looking at stats to tell a story, but I think in this case it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
They Crew were getting the vast majority of their first kills, and then when they were in a 4v5, they won what? I think they won like half of them. So when you're winning a ton of those opening duels and you're constantly at an advantage, and then when you are at a deficit, you're still converting those into wins. Yeah, that's what gets you to like a 13-6. It makes sense.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think Crew definitely looked on top of their game. I don't know if it's necessarily a Reyna thing. I think it might be more a Kesnet thing.
Yeah.
You know, on Jet, I feel like we would have had the same result.
Yeah.
But I really liked what I saw out of the Gecko. I think every time I watch a team run Gecko, they're getting a ton of value out of it. The post points on B, the way they were sending the wingman in and using the Thrasher at the same time, the Gecko really makes a lot of impact on Icebox.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Kesnet. I mean, this is just a sample size of the ridiculous crap that Kesnet was pulling off round after round. The man shot a guy through the smoke like it was nothing, popped a dude midair. I mean, he just was not missing. Also, that is the greatest lower third in the world. Oh my God, that's amazing.
That's a deep cut.
On the opposite side, for Artson, he's been a great addition to this team, but what stand out about him for me has been his offing. And at the start of the game, Crew played their economy to second round. They had the rifles, so third round on their bonus, they had like 4 rifles and a Guardian. So they got a straight up buy on a round that, you know, normally they're gonna be carrying over Spectres, guns like that. They win that round, and the economy is just crushed the entire time for MIBR on defense. They're only able to get the op online for 2 rounds. One of them was when Kesnet one-tapped him while he was falling.
Yeah.
So I think a crucial weapon for Artson's success that we've seen previously in kickoff was they could never get it online. Their economy was boomed from the get.
Yeah, very good point there, for sure. And you can see, you know, the proof is certainly going to be in the numbers there of Kesnet's impact in that particular game. It just goes to show, right, like how one player, like no matter the circumstances, can really just be that playmaker for this team. Kesnet is that guy.
Yeah, and I think Kesnet had a big performance as we expected. I think somebody we hadn't talked about really a ton after this map, but we set the stage for beautifully with Heat. Heat was also very effective, right? Like, and he wasn't top fragging like we saw in the past, but he was still integral in the success that Kesnet had. So I think Crew looked really good on Icebox.
Yeah, lots to be excited for if you are a part of the Crew. That's why I call Crew fans, because they're a Crew, and they're fans of Crew. In any case, so let's go ahead and hear from MIBR's coach as we get ready for map number 2.
All right, joining right now, we have Coach Bazooka. Now, this is like the first game back since kickoff, so I'm kind of curious to know, what has the team been working on collectively?
I mean, we have improved a lot of our map pool and changed a lot of comps as well. I think this Icebox, this first map, was a little tough for us, but now it's Sunset, so we're good to go.
All right, well, good luck on Sunset.
I actually am curious to see what we're going to get out of MIBR here on Sunset. Sunset really has been, Wyatt, a big map for a lot of these teams, you know, coming into the rotation. You've been seeing a lot of players really favor this particular map.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't checked the numbers because I don't do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the most popular map of this year, to be honest. I feel like we're seeing it in every single series.
Yeah.
It's kind of just become the home map of this current pool.
Yeah, and I do wonder what we're going to get from MIBR. Agent Select's going to be starting up in a minute here, but Shazam, what should we be looking for now from MIBR? Because this is going to be a really tough situation for them. They haven't played this entire time. They now come into the season. They're down 0-1, and a lot of people were riding the stocks high. So at this point now, do you feel like the pressure could be getting to them?
There's definitely a lot of pressure, but we are going into their map pick, and I think they mentioned that Crew hasn't won a Sunset game yet.
Yeah.
So the pressure's on, but I'm sure they're coming in a bit more prepared. You know, when you got on a map like Icebox, you say, okay, like it was their map pick. Let's focus on our game plan now, guys. We're still in this. Sunset has a lot of variety of comps too. We've seen teams run the double controller. We've seen the double initiator. We've seen the Phoenixes. So I'm interested to see what they have to bring.
Well, ask and you shall receive, my friend. We're about to get Agent Select in a minute.
Yeah, I don't think the meta has been solved on Sunset yet, right? There's no like one clear approach that it seems to be superior to the other. So I'm really curious about how it's approached from both teams. You heard Adam talking about it from Crew. Like,
I'm pretty sure the map is solved.
They're going to take an entirely different approach, and we're starting to see some of that come through. Again, because it's Sunset, I don't know that
I'm pretty sure the Sunset comp is like Kill Cypher, Omen.
We got Kesnet back on the Raze. You're going to get yourself Cypher. You got Breach in play as well. That's going to be
probably
Raze. This Agent Select so far.
Yeah,
and then
I
the
really
second
like the
initiator.
Map, combined with another initiator.
Like
Breach in this case, I've seen Gecko and KO as well.
A Fade. I think that would be my classic comp, or Gecko.
Run the double control with Viper, having a lot of impact. We're kind of seeing two ends.
You can have the Gecko Fade, you can have the Kill Gecko or Kill
That's actually going
Fade.
to be quite exciting. Two different ideas and approaches here.
And even like Breach sometimes and stuff.
Do you think that this is a winning recipe with that solo Sky and what we're seeing from MIBR and their composition versus?
No, I got Crew 2-0.
You got okay.
Crew 2-0, Gecko diff, it's over.
I'm fully convinced that maps are won and lost by confidence. And I think it was interesting to hear a couple of how the coaches were talking with a lot of confidence, but also Artin was okay when he played with confidence on Icebox, and I don't see that slowing down here.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you mentioned confidence. Let's go ahead and send it over to two confident people. We got Mimi and Ender on the call. Couple con men to both of them.
Chrissy's actually really nervous right now.
I'm quivering in my boots at the moment.
Because you see Kesnet on the stage.
I see
and
Kesnet
you saw
on
what
stage.
just happened map number 1. They're coming out, like Adam said in that interview, with a new composition here. Something a little different. It's like that Sentinels Paper X comp that's pretty prevalent, but with the Breach in there instead of the KO.
Yeah, and I think the Breach is certainly the initiator pick that was way more popular right when the map released. On defense, that fault
It was
line.
like Breach, Fade, Raze. That's what everyone initially thought would be the vibe.
Because you just dominate that A main space, and Crew on defense, I think, are going to do similar things there. But I will say the Viper pick as a counter did make that a little bit harder, where you could just put that A orb on attack to sort of counter out any aggression over in A main.
The mix-up is you do have that Gecko. You don't have quite as strong a combo as the KO Gecko Flash, but you can still fight through those walls. But we're into the pistol rounds here, and MIBR will take space B main.
Sky Viper.
Delayed B main
I like him,
so
maybe
ultimate camera
comp.
contact. We got Paranoia, we got Fault Line, we've got a fight ready to go.
But that nade stalled him for a moment. MIBR flashed up here. Second nade being invested. FRZ in a bit of trouble. He'll fall to the nade, and everyone else has ran away from this one.
Yeah, they are going to book it on out of here. Notice, though, that MIBR have left a sneaky little raise back in B main.
Another fight into mid. Crew on the reclear. They're so proactive. You don't have a moment to breathe against this team.
Yeah, a little bit weird. MIBR separated 1-2-1 looking for that fight. Just got outfought on the numbers. And now A-Site is left a little bit weak for the time being. Heat just playing for sound info all the way back over in alley. If MIBR want to win this round, they probably need to keep pushing forward, but the safer bet is just to go for the plant. Heat now on the move. Clearing out early into elbow before he sees that player, and yeah, that's just going to be way too easy. Wingman on the plane. There's about to be 3 players swinging onto Artazine. No chance.
Okay, and then
picking up where we left
third
off.
fucking crew like.
Set one strong side early on, fight with the initiators, and then are constantly re-clearing, finding the next fight, finding the next position. They're such a hard team to deal with.
And I'm loving that we're seeing already from Crew a very different look, right? It's a full-on trap play on this map, where previously they were playing the chamber, they weren't playing a breach, they were just playing sort of Kesnet go fight
compared to their own Sunset comp.
Exactly. And now it's a very different stylistic look for them. Here they're going to be setting up over on A, where you just have the fault line ready to go. They're going to send a Dizzy straight up into the air. If that pings anything, you can send that fault line.
What's Gecko looking at? I mean, this sky.
Yeah, he goes up there.
And 10 seconds later, that Dizzy will be back online to re-clear A main if they want.
Yeah, the interesting thing with that A main fight, what just happened there, is Artisan had actually pushed past the one-way. Looked like he forced Melzer off the line, but Melzer just came straight back in and took him down anyways.
One of the big upsides of this breach is how much control you can get with that stun. You have what you talked about with that A main stun, but also that trip breaks in mid. You have a fault line online, you can be sending it over there, then you can fight in that space. Back on B main, you can set up these trap plays.
Refresh one way, check.
Yeah. Especially because you have all the Cypher utilities. You can really lean away from that Cypher and overload your util in other areas. The unfortunate thing is once you are forced off of this one way that usually you invest so much to get, you do have to fall back and play a much more passive position into that space. But on a round like this, Crew not going to be too unhappy to give up that territory.
Yeah, and in those late rounds, once the stun's back online, Dizzy's back online, your retakes are still super strong.
It's not possible to play on the A site because there's going to be a Dizzy flash combo going over the top of the site, fault lines, paranoias. Yeah, good luck.
And MIBR are going to head back over towards B. This was the weak side to start, but Shy still has some util here. And support not far away.
MIBR really taking their time with this one, hoping they can get a plant, but
nice
not if Shy has anything to say about it. Really fighting into that line with the paint shell 2 to stall. Crew not wanting to give over any of that bonus money. Easily done, just losing a couple of players on the play.
One enemy remaining.
3 of those rifles will be maintained into this next round, and Kesnet only 2 off his showstopper.
All right, so coming into this round, what MIBR are probably going to look to do to change how they fight that A main space. We already talked about, you know, the fault line that comes down. You see the one-way smoke placed over on that box too. And the way that Viper thrives on this map is countering it out. So you're going to see an orb thrown down right in that space on top of the wall. And it basically means that they can throw that up, break the control over the one-way. Even if the stun were to come out, no one could actually fight off of it because they wouldn't be able to see through that smoke at all. So it also changes how Crew are going to approach the fight, because now you've got a Dizzy not looking for the forward line, really changing things up. I'd actually love it if we could go over to A main and sort of see what that setup looks like. You do have sort of that control of the fight being done. That's a defensive smoke, but the orb was placed down earlier.
And like you were mentioning, they're initiating the second layer of this setup, right? They back away a little bit and then can fall back into the A site and play a flood retake.
And all this Viper, the real power of it is just threatening that they've put a player up into elbow. And it forces almost 2 players to commit playing over towards this A side of the map, unless the Cypher is there. And that can leave your B side a little bit weak. Notice that big gap on the B side that MIBR can take advantage of now because of all the work they put into A main at the start of the round.
Stun to re-clear into mid. No one home. MIBR will walk into B main. No Cypher util to slow them down. It's likely going to turn into a retake for Crew on that B side.
And the question is, how do you end up playing the post plant? Do Crew try to get multiple flanks going on as they flood out into the site? Do MIBR actually push forward for a little bit more space? Right now, they're not running into anyone. So if they want to, they could play much more aggressively on site. They've also got the camera placed on the spike in the late round to make sure no one's actually sticking that through. It can really delay when they move for this. And in the late round, you will have to watch out for that Viper, the late wrap coming into market from Mazine.
Paranoia. We'll fight back towards market. MIBR a ton of space here.
MIBR have a brilliant spot in the post plant. What a good position from them. And from JZZ too, taking the fights himself over in market. Still looking for a little extra on the back. That's 3 for him. You gotta love to see it.
Crispy shots. At least for the first 3. He'll fall eventually. But enough was done. MIBR win this round on time, and Crew will fall back, save 2 of his rifles.
Maybe Shy can play to kill a couple of these on the way out.
Nope.
Not today.
Not today. That's a great round called there, though, from MIBR. Really slow playing the map, not wanting to get bonused against. And the pivot into a soft B site, exactly what they needed. The refight into market, I loved as well.
And that's the MIBR from kickoff I was more excited about, right? Like this team that versus their old self with Heat on the team that would way overcommit into these initial ideas, would just go for fast hit after fast hit, lose out a lot of the time, have weird stuff in the mid round. A team that can really take their time to play that default, play the map properly, and set themselves up into really well thought through late rounds.
We'll see how this adjusts as Crew continues changing up their positions a little bit. This time, both players coming in from the left side.
MIBR want to re-clear this. Off the Viper Orb, it's a brawl! Crew's winning out on it. Heat picks up two, he'll retreat. Thrash on line.
One enemy remaining.
Tempted by the idea, but with that kill coming through on mid, he doesn't need it.
RGL forced back by the nade too. There's just about no way. You've got to shoot too many things, too many players. Yeah, he can get the one. But what a ballsy call from Crew, pushing through that smoke. Knowing that, yeah, it's a little bit of a flip in case players have gotten in front of the one-way, but they only had to deal with that one. Once they dealt with that first player, everyone else was blocked off by the one-way. There was a stun that came through from Klaus to allow the Gecko to escape.
Yeah, you see that fault line coming in deep as well. Staggers the players from MIBR, means that Heat can take a 2v1. Shouldn't have been favored in it, but he's Heat. He can win that.
This will be tough. MIBR forced out of that A main space a couple of rounds in a row. Changing their strategy, you know, instead let's fight for mid. A lot of times mid defaults are all about breaking the door close and fishing for any top mid cypher trip. Forcing the defense away from those forward holdings in A main or B main. Actually, it's another round where we're stepping forward here, spotted out by the dog and going back. And that's been the pattern now 2 rounds of the last 3. We're on that second Viper wall cycle. The Sky Dog comes through to threaten that lurk in bed. And I really like how Melzer's playing in front of that to shut down the scouting early.
Door broken. And a flash for Artizine to take that space. But that's all just a fake for this fight to mid.
Thrash to scout out while the fight top mid goes down. Just a bit of a jiggle and backing out of the space, because right now MIBR, they've made it through shop, they've got a player in elbow. And just they need to get this cross, but the spike is left on its own. A site belongs to MIBR, but the spike is out there in Narnia.
I mean, RGL's omen, he could have TP'd across, he could have used NPC utility to escape, but instead he just takes the fight and loses it. A lapse of judgment, but MIBR still recovering. Showstopper, that is, for Kesnet to flood back in. The Seekers to reply. There's a player just below him. Kesnet's not aware. Artizine, how much can he get from this spot? That's one. Second, connected. Beautiful shots.
Good arm.
Chaos round there. MIBR somehow able to see through it after losing the spike and fight their way back out.
And that's 2 ults for Crew. Used 2 big ults, the Thrash and that Showstopper lost.
It's tough because they were sort of set up for that hit to come into the B site with those 2 ultimates. I think MIBR did a good job of baiting the hit into B site and then pivoting quickly back into top mid. All that work early in the round, breaking that cypher trip, taking mid space, seeing what the hold was going to be like, ended up paying off big time for them.
So for the first time this series, Crew feeling like they're falling behind a little bit. Adam going to take a tactical pause of his own.
They're still up 3-2, Mimi.
But in the way of momentum.
Oh, yes. They called the timeout last game too on 12-6.
That is true.
Maybe they were scared it was coming back. No, they just wanted to clean it up easily. And honestly, I don't feel like Crew need to change too much. It's more about how MIBR are reacting. Because right now, if I'm coming into this, I just see MIBR do a couple of these pump fakes, right? Where they fake out into market or blitzing back into top mid. Crew need to reset and be a little bit more aware of that, right? So if their early cypher tripwire is getting broken, maybe that means regrouping top mid, looking to refight for some space. I think Crew could get a little bit more proactive, and that could suit them.
So Crew moved their Cypher over towards the A site, still joined by that Gecko to condition that Dizzy.
Although Crew've got Klaus, Vault Line, Paranoia ready to go. This is a very different round. Actually, Kesnet might look quickly out of market here. We'll see what ends up happening, because, yeah, we stepped out into mid. There's a ton of space taken in B main by Melzer.
Oh, look at Melzer in B main. He's walked all the way through here with a bit of a one-way.
There is a ton of pressure on top mid, though. Notice that Omen smoke on the right side of top mid. A player could walk all the way back through that.
But smoke drops, and they still have eyes on the area of the map. Now the pressure is going to come back to Melzer, holding in B main.
Yeah, MIBR know they lost too much space in B main to really threaten going into B. They need to re-clear this space. Although JZZ, with all their flashes, is over on the A side of the map, maybe looking for a delayed dog to, you know, convince crew that there's a little bit more pressure is put over towards the A site. We're actually prepping a Paranoia ready to go.
Artesian could movement on the satchels, but that Omen's faster. Still 3 players on B ready to contain this one. But it's not a hit to come. They're actually going to call back towards that sky, or maybe just fake it out.
They're faking everybody out. Artesian's just one off of the showstopper. MIBR are going to use this dog and the Viper. This is how they get some pressure going. Notice Mazine making footsteps, running around. The Omen ult into spawn to fake a hit going in towards that A site. One player is bitten, but there's still 2 on this B site for crew. Klaus waiting around in market, coming around the corner, but MIBR find 2. And that's the side belonging to them.
What a call for MIBR. They've earned themselves a free site on B. They have a lurk in mid, entrenched late. That's JZZ. But no one's going to test him. Instead, crew going fast on this retake. Nade won't connect onto anybody with that Paranoia, or that teleport rather, to get out.
Great work from Kesnet to bait that ult so early into the round. I still don't know if crew have a real chance on this. Coming back to flush out that lurk.
If they can win this fight, they can win the round.
Nice shot.
JZZ, he's winning every duel. 2v1, not a problem for him. He'll pick up the 3rd as well on an unsuspecting Shy. It's a perfect round for MIBR.
JZZ just owns market. Remember back to what, the 3rd round of the game when he got 3 kills unsupported there? This time fighting the players as they try to flush him out. They knew what MIBR were trying to do, but they just could not stop JZZ.
Yeah, MIBR, this new MIBR's not really a team where any particular player is like your Kesnet, your ultimate star that you can watch every game and rely on for a crazy performance. But I feel like JZZ is the guy who is the most consistent at having 1 or 2 rounds that he is just winning off a multi-kill, anchoring a site, or flooding in alone. The guy's consistent. This round's fast, though, from crew.
Oh, yeah, crew blitzing it up here on the low by Shy. Just takes Artisan's head off.
And he's going to throw the hat, too. That's info. They all escape. Bit of a robbery.
Oh, and they see right now that MIBR are spread apart. 2 players towards A, 2 over towards B. That separation allows them to keep going.
Nice shot.
Hunt Heat finds another in the round. And all
And
of
the
a
firm.
sudden, it falls apart. These sheriffs are ludicrous.
Only 2 left to stand.
Didn't know they can go for the
The
weapon.
LATAM Sheriff going crazy in this round.
Make no mistake, those pushes were off of that re-peek from Shy to get that hat out and get the scouting. They knew they were taking 1v1s.
Heat holding the line. A one-way for him.
Womp womp.
MIBR are going to try and fight through it.
We saw him, no?
Bit of timing missed there on Heat. Didn't quite see the feed approaching.
This is not over just yet. You've also got Melzer. It's still 4 sheriffs. They never picked up any guns. 2 guns versus 4 sheriffs. Who wins? With only 30 seconds left on the clock. Crew are re-wrapping back towards Alley to flood out backside.
Plant needs to come down. RTL's going to try and fight first. Paranoia. He's blinded. He's got one of his own. Now Plant will be committed. 45 HP. The sheriffs are on their way. FRZ is the only one left. Played on this site. The spike not planted for him. He has to run past so many bullets, past so many players, and Klaus is just holding it down.
And a Nico for...
Oh, what a round on the Thrifty.
That's excellent. Every round from crew has been A main aggression or some kind of B main trap play. And then they just full send it through mid. Shy getting that kill. The information uncovered so that Melzer and Heat could also keep going on their own little lines. Just beautiful.
Every single kill that round was a clean one shot from the chef. Yeah. Last one a little less so, but
yeah, we don't talk about that.
Stunning stuff there from crew. Yeah. I mean, that is a round to just arrest your momentum if you're MIBR. They do still have guns, though, and they're going to actually fight through this smoke fast onto Heat. He's splashed off in the corner, loses the duel.
What a strange round. It's just Sai stuck on this A site. Looking to fight back into elbow. It's a one-on-one for now, and off of the tripwire gets that first kill. Repositioning back slant, pops the cage. Not too much space to work with, but taking his timings around the side of Slam. Look at this guy's a monster!
He's so damn good. Shy, has he done enough though? MIBR still in this round. They've traded it back to a 2v2, but Klaus shuts down Mazin. And now the task of clutching on RGL.
Baiting the swings. Come to me, he says. But now the paranoia, I don't think he wants it. Crew step back, taking their time.
Flash. Aftershock on as well, but
Shadows traveling. I mean, if he sticks this plant, he is in so much trouble. The fault line will come through. He tries to get in front of it, but he can't. He knows there's jumping towards him. Tries to confuse it, maybe finds it. Somehow he finds it. RGL Meister in the clutch.
they just line up for him. So many pieces of utility, and doesn't honestly end up meaning that the spacing is so off there. Both players looking towards the left after already having invested the paranoia, the aftershock, all of these tools to clear out slants. He finds the perfect gap.
That was just two players that round went insane. Shy playing in that same position that RGL gets the Red Bull clutch from. Knowing their timings, and that keeps it even. Like now Crew's back on another eco, Mimi.
And that's off of Crew having just won that crazy Sheriff round.
The Crew solution to ecos is walk out into mid. Kesnet was all the way up there, couldn't quite find the angle, but still stuck out in the middle of nowhere. JZZ takes him down.
Spike down.
That's
mid.
MIBR with a round advantage.
Favorite in that exchange.
A strange one, that's for sure.
A strange, true. In that matter.
JZZ's doing the same thing. It's the Sky A fake. I mean, the timing's been pretty consistent. That dog's been coming through between 55 seconds to a minute 5 seconds. And usually there's been at least one body behind it. Not actually looking for it this time around as Crew look for a re-clear, pick up a rifle on Melzer. Instantly taken away by JZZ. I mean, this guy just loves playing out in mid.
#1 lurking Sky.
I hate it that it's working. But MIBR, honestly, the amount of times they have been able to full contact into that B site, just knowing that it's the Cypher setup usually, and not often having kill trips or anything set up.
No hard feelings.
We'll get a pretty kill.
Yeah, a little stat pad for Shy.
Yeah, but now especially that Shy has pivoted to playing a lot more over towards that A site. As soon as, you know, Crew are grouping up to fight out into mid or anything, that B site is getting a little bit weak, and that might be an area that Crew look to, you know, support a little bit more in the future rounds.
Sure.
Look back for another B main trap or something of the like.
Shy gets to keep his weapon. That eco round might trick you a little bit, but if it weren't for that, it would have been 5 rounds in a row for MIBR. They've been dominating on these rifle rounds thus far.
Crew just took their second time out of the half in a close game.
Hands on the face, all the way back.
The call timeout, I need a nap.
Boss moment.
Yeah, but honestly, that's really surprising. They only have 3 rounds left to play. Adam's got to have a great read coming in here to justify a call like this. Unless maybe, you know, things are getting rough in the comms, they're feeling a little bit frustrated. After losing a couple of rounds, might justify something like that.
He is a super vocal coach.
Oh no, he's got ideas.
Yeah, every time you watch this guy in the timeout, he is yapping like crazy.
That's a lot. I mean, in terms of like ults they have to really think about, there's not a ton, because MIBR are playing the control comp. It's like an Omen ult, a Seeker's, a Viper's pit. So maybe they talk about a post plant with a pit, but really I think it's got to be about controlling space in the mid rounds, because that's where a few times now MIBR have done a great job of beating out Crew.
The interesting thing too is we haven't really gotten to see Crew play basically any set retakes. This whole game has been MIBR slowly working through the map, getting picks, and by the time they're in post plants, rounds are pretty much always decided.
And that is the nature of this MIBR comp. I think they've been doing a great job of it. Waiting for the lurks, trying to force Crew to rotate out of position. Crew are setting up for a bit of a B main fight at the time being. Can get a fault line going. But also from market position, Klaus can support a delayed fight into this A area. MIBR taking it so fast, and ult to scout out sight. Sees 2 players, as a matter of fact, and MIBR, they're continuing to heat up. Shy fighting into the smoke, but gets taken down by JZZ.
And what's he gonna do? He's sticking around for now, throws in the molly. He'll escape into the close corner. FRZ tucks though. Now 3 players flooding back in. This is gonna be a fast retake. Rolling Thunder, but no one's watching FRZ! Picks up a double, fights for more. Klaus above, deals with the problem. Now into a 3v2 with a flank coming soon. Minute to get the spike down.
MIBR could look to just run it into spawn now. These 2 players grouped up, swinging back into the line. Melzer takes them all down.
They double up, and Melzer grabs them all. That's one way to even it out. For the first time, we see a pace change from MIBR. They go much faster into this site. And against those hard hits, flooding in, especially when this comp has ultimates online, is where it thrives.
That is so annoying for Crew as well, because they just called a timeout, and they're like, okay, how do we deal with this slow play default style? How do we deal with their mid-rounding? And then you just get slammed right off the rip. And that's not a round where, like, it's a raise rocket where you're expecting the aggression. Nah, that was just a good pivot out of the timeout from MIBR.
Yeah. Still doesn't win you the round. Sometimes those heroics are enough. JZZ faster up mid here on the lurk, but he's lost his Viper over towards A. Getting a little bit too quick on that lurk. Now they're gonna head into an A split through spawn here.
It's so fast again. Party incoming out from the B site. RGL Meister is down. A lot of explosion damage as well, with the paint shells raining in from above.
I mean, it's just artillery across the map from Kesnet to keep this play contained, and well, all that's going down. Shy's on the other side, picking them apart. It's a war of attrition. Crew wins it. Regaining the lead in this half.
Last round in the half.
Crew can forget about that slow play style, but they've adjusted well to this fast look from MIBR. Game 1 was a 7-5 after the first half for Crew. And MIBR don't want to let that happen. That's now 3 timeouts in the first half. That is not often you see that MIBR calling this one.
You do have a lot of coaches in this server who do love to kind of take that timing to make a call. Bazooka and Fraud over on the MIBR camp. I think probably the reason people were most excited about this MIBR team, right? For the NA audience, right? Is it's not really a name that you were looking at a ton coming into this one, bit of a surprise there. But these guys, I mean, they won a world championship together with Loud, and it's just really been a question of how long till they can develop this MIBR project into something that can compete towards the top level of the league.
And you've got to implement it quickly, right? Every single series giving you an opportunity to win a championship point to lead into that Champions Qual later on in the year. Matches against teams that are sort of, you look at Crew and MIBR and you're thinking, okay, we can be looking middle of the pack trying to break up higher eventually, but you gotta beat your opposition here. This is a deceptively important match for these 2 teams in the landscape of the league.
That's really the thing. If you're one of these kind of lower mid-level expectation teams, if you can't beat your competition in the pack, then it makes you rely on multiple upsets against the top dogs to make playoffs.
That it does. B-main aggression is the name for Crew. 3 rounds in a row. MIBR are aware of this after the last round. Melzer, the one-way smoke, sprinting up forward. But MIBR are going to be quick to react into mid and see the rotations too. You've also got Crew pivoting out of B, expecting that top mid fight to come in. It could end up being a bloodbath in top mid if MIBR continue pushing for that space, but you may look for that B-main reclear instead.
Here comes the reclear. JZZ flash primed. And they have to activate now, because FRZ's fallen into mid. But with that advantage, Melzer doesn't want to overstay his welcome too much here.
What does he want to do? Does he want to TP out? Does he want to play for it? They've got the numbers, so he could have fallen back, but likes his odds. He's been great dancing around those close angles.
So that means MIBR is grasping with straws to try and find space on this map. They lost mid. They'll work on a reclear.
But mid is always going to be hard from top mid. 3 players and a fault line ready to go on that line. Good luck.
And if they go into market, there's a stun ready to go there as well. Here comes the fight. Up through top mid, Kesnet primed, but he's just switching around on his weapons. Gets a little bit weird, and RGL gets 2 kills as a result. However, Klaus on the trade brings back the advantage and leaves Lurking Sky again alone.
You see it one more time there. They're just trying to contact into mid without the Sky. Now it's all on JZZ. A low player, maybe a chance, but the time takes it out completely away from him. Crew once again finished the first half 7-5.
Honestly, a really good recovery there. Out of that second timeout, they deal with those fast hits, then they start to find a solution for these slower rounds. Re-clearing into mid, maintaining space in B main.
It's a timeout called, and then 3-round wins in a row. Crew, I like that mid-round calling from them. Very nicely done. They had one play with the utility out, but it's all good in the end. They secure their 7th.
And Bazooka not feeling too good about that one.
Looks thrilled.
But for this halftime, we have Geek Heavy standing by with a special guest.
Yes, joining right now we have MTA, the 6th player of Crew. Now, I gotta ask you, what do you think of Crew's overall performance? We saw them pretty much dominate on Icebox, now on Sunset.
¿Qué opinas de cómo ha jugado Crew este segundo mapa?
Lo están jugando bastante agresivo, como es característico de nosotros, así, de tener mucha proactividad, lo mismo que en el mapa anterior, y bueno, es algo que me gusta. Me gusta cómo estamos jugando.
He said they're playing, their usual characteristic aggressive style this match.
Okay, yes, it's been very aggressive. So, next question I have for you, the new addition in Heat. I want to know your thoughts on Heat.
Me parece un jugador muy bueno, muy completo, con mucha mira, y obviamente que él tiene mucha experiencia, que se le nota que tiene todo para performar bien en el stage, y me cae súper bien.
He said he's really good. You can tell that Heat is a very good and experienced player.
So, to kind of push this, do we want to see this match get pushed to map 3? I guess is my final question. Or do we want to see Crew close things right here?
Que si queremos ver el mapa 3 o no, o queremos ver que Crew lo cierre aquí.
Y a mí me gustaría ver el tercer mapa, pero ya sé que se va a cerrar acá.
He would like to close it out here, but you know what? If it has to be 3.
I mean, I think we're all down to see this push to map 3 if it does get to that, right? 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 Yes. Well, let's keep the Crewman show going. I'm going to toss it right back to the casters.
The Crewman show.
Yep.
Nope. Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer. Not allowed.
I wonder how many people even understand that reference.
You're acting like you're like 40.
No, I'm not. I was wondering. I watched Truman Show for the first time like 2 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
I'm on my old movie arc right now.
But it's like in this.
Yeah.
I almost said the word zeitgeist.
Watching Crew play these days is like watching an old movie too. You know, it's just the same thing on repeat.
That's not true. They have a new comp. They're changing up their style. They're so adaptable.
Okay, call me
And they're
out.
on the precipice of maybe winning it 2-0 here against MIBR.
That is very true. Did think MTA being a bit of a traitor there, saying he wouldn't mind going to a 3rd map, but we'll forgive him.
He just wants to show.
He's a fan of the content, and we got to respect that.
Love the game.
We'll see what Crew end up doing here. Crew's comp is very good at sort of exploding onto sites. The double initiator, that's for sure. Big difference compared to this, to the Sentinels comp. It's just, the breach instead of a KO. KO can be really nice when you're actually finding out a cipher and shutting off that utility, but breach makes it very hard to play any of the close angles. That fault line, pretty devastating.
The sites on this map are so small. That aftershock, that fault line, they can cover so much space on an execute.
Yeah, the meta is play off site and spam your trips. That's your best bet, but not when you're getting blasted, not when you're getting stunned. But when it times out, you can absolutely do that.
Exactly what you set up, FRZ. Great stuff on the start. That's going to be a flood back into the site. Wingman is dead. The Lurker is gone. This round has been very well dealt with the start for MIBR.
Lot of room to go for Crew to get that spike back. And a brutal cross coming in against them.
30 seconds left.
There's just no shot.
I would be bored if I was Crew. Like, they're holding the crossfire, they're not giving us our ones. We get smoked off, now there's no time.
No fun allowed.
Nope. Only winning on the mind.
No? Okay. One player is watching behind. They're dead. 7 seconds, though. Someone just has to run for the hills, and there's no way this round could get out of hand. Crew will hit some nice shots, but But it's a pistol round. The kills don't matter really beyond getting the ult orbs.
I was gonna say, Heat getting 3 kills and a death there. That's 4 orbs on a pistol you lost.
Not bad.
I'm not unhappy.
3 away. This round, focus on orb maxing. Get him a couple orbs. You could have a round 3 thrash.
Love that. So this was the preview, right? Ultimately, you're playing off your trips, and you're playing sort of off-site to quick plug back in through the smokes. That's the pretty much the way you get around the breach is you can't play in any of the natural lines that you want to be playing on an actual site. And instead, you got to be a little bit more mobile, wait that stun out, get back in there quickly. MIBR doing the site dance very nicely in that one.
Refight into A main. 3 players primed up for it.
I love the quick look at your teammate that just instantly got its head taken off.
1 enemy remaining.
Wow.
Spike down A.
Team? See, now going into that round 15, Heat's just 1 off of the Thrash. Crew got their rifles now coming into this one. I mean, IBR showed a pretty interesting look over here. Heavy fight into shop, a little bit delayed. Wouldn't necessarily expect that, but I like them getting active on the side of the map away from their Cypher.
Yeah, even with this single initiator comp, you still do see MIBR go for a lot of those rounds off JZZ, where they're going for these fast re-clears, setting up for those flash plays. Can still definitely catch you off guard.
On the other hand, Crew really like taking some control into mid here with the early Dizzy. Very easy to reclaim that one. Actually, a full mid-contain setup in terms of the Cypher camera in top mid. If you look at the mini-map, you got a tripwire and market as well. So Crew would have to do a lot of work to break that out.
Yeah, and with this breach, if you get control in mid, your breach has so many different options on stun lines. You can set up your raise into market, to wrap one side of spawns, even go back through into B. It really unlocks so much variety in the mid round that makes it a lot harder for the defenders to find which site to rotate to.
Look at the mini-map. Huge pivots coming out from MIBR. They've got 4 players ready to anticipate this hit onto the A site. That is a great read from them. And potentially getting in front of it as well. They can go for this heavy fight with the paranoia straight down this A main line.
Do they time this right? Crew win out on both duels to begin. Klaus was not caught by either piece of utility. RGL next layer, he's gone too.
FRZ, the last man standing over on this side, and he falls. This round is lights out.
I have the spike.
And it's really just the difference of 3 seconds.
30 seconds
Had
left.
MIBR just decided arbitrarily, let's go for this play 3 seconds earlier, that paranoia hits 4 players.
Yep.
That's at least 2 kills, maybe more off the back. Untradeable. Sometimes the timing game is all it comes down to.
Mazin just gonna let this one time out.
Well, that's rude.
Or just get bullied by Breach Util.
Holy!
Okay. Didn't have to do him like that.
Wait, Klaus, they won that round. Klaus didn't have to use any of his flashes. He still had 1 left over after using that one to hunt down the final player.
I mean, they didn't use their util to set anything up. They just caught a great timing. Klaus killed 2 with his gun.
Usually, I mean, it is Valorant.
Generally, that's how that
yeah,
happens. Abilities don't kill, famously.
Crew know they got a little bit lucky with that timing. See the little smirk on their face there.
Caution here.
This time scouting out to see if there was going to be any presence early down shop with that vertical Dizzy. Repositioning back over into B. Now, Crew haven't really tested this B site, but this is where the majority of the Cypher setup has been last couple of rounds outside of the pistol. And it's a pretty forward cam in B main that FRZ isn't clicked into all the time. So he actually clicks it, sees 3 players. That's big information gathered.
Kesnet only 1 off his ultimate here.
Did I just hear a satchel? Did Fat Finger that?
I think so.
Be unfortunate if he gets the ult later in this round, only having the single satchel. Especially with the breach. So a lot of times you want that raise to be able to double dive into market, go in really fast. They can take things a little slower.
But with how passive MIBR is with their mid control, Crew can just contact into this space, and now they'll split with the Thrash coming through main. Stun doesn't connect onto anyone. MIBR are just going to try and play Flood here.
They've got 3 players back in Boba for MIBR, but notice how Crew have left a player in market. Shy's got that positioning, and that's so important in the post plant.
Kazin is fighting so heavily towards spawn. If he gets a kill, he gets his ult. That could be make or break. Focus on market. Here comes the flood from MIBR. They get the first kill on the Shy untraded, but the second layer of this Thrash has now been activated. Into spawn it goes, no detainment. Great shutdown for MIBR.
Time is ticking, and now Crew have fallen off to play offsite. The rolling defense in the post plant is so strong. Not much utility to work with to get players off the spike. If they can spam for forever from back here.
Showstopper, it connects, and Crew shuts them all down. 4 kills in quick succession. FRC still fighting, but there's just not enough time. Go run for the hills. Crew will claim their 9th.
Kesnet getting a kill from offsite there was everything. Crew had no post-plant utility to fight with, but with that 1 kill, he unlocks the showstopper and gets the second frag to give him his paint shells back too. He had 2 things. So much stall comes in. That is awesome. And really just solved their round.
You see it here. Showstopper for the second. Nade on to Spike.
Gorgeous.
Goodbye.
The LCQ run for Crew was built on Kesnet's Raze. The rain is fun, but when you get to watch this man on what I think is his best agent, it is stunning.
MIBR, it's Sheriffs. And they're gonna need to find an answer for mid. Some kind of delayed fight or really test pushing up on the extremities. Being bunkered, 5 players retaking just from Boba, it's just not gonna work. Same time, just playing a judge up close. Maybe you can hope for a couple of kills.
How much can Mazine get? Oh, he's so
He's got the goop on his eyes. He can't see anything, somehow he's still gets one.
Kesnet just hopped over his head. It's only 1 for 1. And there's only 1 hero rifle to work with. This comp, with no flashes for JZZ left, it's really tough to win these retakes, especially with how good Crew is with the rolling defense. That's some info left over from a cam late. And now the paranoia will come in towards sight, but Kesnet again finding the right angle to take these duels. He'll keep fragging towards back sight. Will his teammates join him? And suddenly it's fallen apart. 1v1
for him.
Heat has a molly. Mosh will delay. Heat will jump up and wrap around the pillar. But RGL's trying to do the same. Time ticking. RGL needs to get this halfway, but he takes the fight instead. And Heat wins it.
Heat just about saves that round.
And he's giving it to his former teammates on the stage. New rule, same star.
That camera not being broken really allowed MIBR to take some well-informed fights into backside. They know now that Crew are playing these post plants pretty aggressively and like swinging into them. RGL Meister just takes a couple of heads off there. But it's fighting like that, fighting so far forward early in rounds that slows down a retake. When you threaten, you've got players up forward like that. Makes it a lot harder for MIBR to flood out fast. This round, we've got another trap set up. This camera sees a player coming on in. Showstopper can't quite find the kill.
That's tragic for MIBR. No connection off the rocket, and immediately Crew's gonna re-clear.
I like that they're walking back in. You can see MIBR anticipating, hey, maybe it's a rotate back towards A.
There was a camera above the whole time. That's why they didn't need to use any util to retake this space.
Yep. Very early placed into the round. 3 players already backside from MIBR, though. They are absolutely ready for this.
Second thrash of the half. Heat clearing backside. It detains onto 1. Now only 2 players to survive, and just an overwhelming amount of util. Kesnet adjusts for the second there. It's lovely stuff. Shy's got 1 of his own. Trades favorable towards Crew. Artisan needs to step up. Already 3 kills in the round. Cuts it down to even odds.
It's a 2-on-2 now. But there's no smokes from MIBR to be able to block off B main.
Artisan has a nade. He'll combo it with the molly, but it misses. Heat keeps his position, but Mazin finds a kill onto Melzer. Heat for the 1v2. A clutch against his former squad. And he's already gotten the first kill, the second on the swing. A jiggle! The other side! Heat gets it done!
Back to back! Heat's nasty with it! Not a moment's worth of hesitation.
What a Red Bull clutch. The movement on this one was sublime. So fast on that reposition.
Yeah, he's so fast swinging around the left side. No one's ready for it quick like that. Holy.
4 rounds in a row, 1 for Crew. The last 2 were all heat in the clutch.
Just looking at the money for MIBR, they've got nothing in this round. They're gonna have sheriffs. Maybe they could hero rifle on Artizine, but it's not looking easy. And after that, the ults are gonna start rolling in for Crew. Some big heavy hitters. The Raze, the Breach, Gecko just 4 off as well.
That's the danger of this comp. That snowball.
And it's all the post plants. I mean, MIBR, I like what they're doing. That's the tough thing, because they're so quick to be out on site. They had 3 players there. Unfortunately, you know, one guy's caught off by the Thrash, ends up getting, you know, taken down. It was a good entry from Kesnet. But the fights just have not been going their way. And sometimes that happens, but you have to lock back in. You have to get ready for it. And it's gonna come with a huge stack over towards this A side. I mean, FRZ is completely on his own on B.
I'm gonna take him out.
Just early spam, and it's successful. Mini map, you saw the tripwire was broken in top mid. Puts a lot more pressure now on MIBR. Now JZZ has to hold that line. Means they've only got 3 players up forward in A.
RGL pushed off his line in A main. There's still this setup towards elbow.
Not so easy for Crew to get through here. There's still a paranoia for RGL. And I think Crew are gonna sniff this one out. Yeah, they haven't been able to take the space. They don't have the fault line anymore. He's not for another 15, 20 seconds. So yeah, let's go challenge top mid. Let's see what the deal is with that space.
I love how often this team is willing to go through these splits.
They
through
just
spawn.
backed up.
The timing is so brutal for MIBR. And JCC's caught too. Kesnet, I mean, it's an anti-eco, man. Don't even have to pop the showstopper, but he's feeling it. He'll keep fighting deeper into this site, and the rocket misses out, but the paranoia is good. Followed up on the site for utility. The round's just perfect.
I mean, yeah. Crew, don't get faked out. Don't walk into that stack over towards A. And Kesnet has a round. Right, the first kill, very good. But he hears that Sky rotating off, and that's why he goes to the single satchel into freeze. Because every other Raze player, you're expecting them to satchel and keep on sprinting. But he knows that top mid player is going to swing back into him. That was the choice he made in that round that was so pretty on the entry.
Series point, Crew. And it again starts with taking space in mid. MIBR yet to contest this space.
It's tough. Like, all you really have to fight there is a flash. The Omen Paranoia is not good. It's too much open space. You can maybe set up a trap idea.
And with this Sky pick, already one of those flashes is gone.
And the main idea in mid is off of that camera. If a player is seen, then you've got out of market that Raze ready to fight forward. Artizine could be the hero to step out into mid and look for the fight.
FRZ.
We know someone's there, and we know it's the Cypher that's usually softer. I didn't see Artizine was actually boosted up on top of Ticket. So no chance to peek out into mid. Whew.
Big shot there for JCC. Feels like the first time in ages MIBR have an opener.
And Spike seen as well, so the rotates can come in now. FRZ is going to group with his teammates on site.
Rolling Thunder still available. If they play too heavily on the site, they can get punished. I think RGL realizes that. He'll retreat to play Flood instead.
Yep. They know they've got the Seekers to guide them into sight. There goes the Rolling Thunder. Satchel in from Kesnet. And the plant goes down. TP up to play the high-low between Melzer and Kesnet too. This is going to be tough to break back in.
JCC has one flash, RGL a paranoia. Those are the tools to get back in. It's a fight instead, ahead from Shy. 3v5 to stay alive. FRZ another. Kesnet naded, blinded, slanted, taken down. Melzer 1v5. And he's gone too.
MIBR kind of dismantling them there. Nice shot from JZZ, getting active. It kind of reminds me a bit of the Icebox game, where once they started taking more forward contacty lines, they were just kind of owning in a lot of the duels they went for. JZZ, you know we had a couple of great rounds earlier in the first half. So go for another one. Don't just rest on your back and wait to go for that full retake. Go for a little pick earlier. That worked very nicely for him.
With the cushion Crew has, though, they have time to earn some of these big ultimates again. Only 2 off that Thrash for Heat. And they're keeping the pace high. Dizzy clears through that window towards elbow.
JZZ might look for a little peek from shop, though. That's what I'm expecting. Forced off the line with the flash, but he can get back on there. Knows they haven't pushed all the way up because of that Cypher trip, but we're still very early into the round. Crew are gonna freeze a little bit and let the round cook. Bait that there could be some kind of a lurk. JZZ actually just threw a flash into mid. I believe it ended up pinging onto Shy's lurk. So just that pressure alone makes this A site softer. Now you'll actually see that JZZ is holding top mid as opposed to into shop.
A smoke back towards market, trying to fake pressure there.
Lurk smoke, and actually Shy stepping in off that space. Really making some noise there, going for the pick, pulling some pressure, but a dog out into mid sees that it's just the Cypher alone. Now Crew need to accelerate in towards A. Tripwire broken. Blind goes up over the top, and now the information is starting to be gathered for MIBR. Should be an easy plant, but that's actually spammable. We can click out of that and try to break it, but the decision is made instead to let the spike go down.
Thrash to fight into spawn for Crew. But he just doesn't have enough time. The ult has to come back. They'll wait for the second wave of it. It's so dangerous to pick this up.
He's going for the re-clear?
He's using the molly to get the Thrash. Late round, that'll be available. Now a fast showstopper into the site. Artisan has cleared everyone off, but remember that Thrash. They have a piece of util to re-clear here as Crew fights towards spawn. The trades are even 3v2. Tap on the spike, RGL alone. The Thrash is coming after him. Can he get it done? A second kill found, 1v1. Smoke still up, time ticking! And Heat gets it done! From 0-10 to 2-0. Crew start their season strong with their second win.
Crew 2-0 is not what I was expecting.
Is it even possible for Heat to lose a round, or he's the last man standing?
I think just playing against his former team, man, he is fired up.
Like what? Like from 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s?
What was that, 3 or 4 clutches
in
that
the second half alone? Yeah. You gotta love that.
This team is legit. This is a Crew ready to contend.
They're a fun team to watch as well.
Their style is so unique. I love the way Klaus is calling with this team. I think we're getting a lot more variety of looks. It's not just Kesnet lurking anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, I think a big difference in this game was how Crew reacted in the mid-rounds, in both of the maps. They sort of figured out the slow play, led that a lot. A lot of their heavy stacks ended up working. And they're gonna walk away feeling very content with this 2-0 start.
After last season, this has got to feel so damn good for Crew. Kesnet and Klaus, the guys that have been there since the beginning, get the smile on stage with their new team.
Get to unveil some new ideas too, right? The Sunset didn't look too hot in kickoff, and they're playing the Fade KO Chamber. Now something a lot more standard and a lot more effective. The work they put in between kickoff and now is absolutely paying off.
And it's a tough loss for MIBR.
I mean, JZZ had a couple of gorgeous rounds in that market area. This round was my favorite of the game, by the way. Shy with the 3K, RGL in the same position, getting his timing there.
Ridiculous back and forth.
There was a lot of rounds where players found little pockets to hide in and get a lot of kills from there.
I love the way Crew is playing their post plans. These rolling defenses, especially on B, starting really forward, pulling out that Sky Util, then drawing back to win these late rounds. Really great fundamentals there.
Yeah, I love it, especially on a map like Sunset, where so many teams will just insta fall off and play B main. No, they want to fight you forward, show that look before backing away. This is a solid team.
Yeah, and this is a Crew who's not playing the old stagnant stuff that kind of identified them last year, but they're also not fully buying into just copy every meta comp. They're making their own ideas. They're willing to adapt. I thought that this Breach Gecko comp was pretty interesting. I like the variation of it.
Mimi, I'm getting excited. Is this a bad thing? Am I getting too excited?
No, it's not about. The group is real.
The group is real.
It's time to buy into the Croupium. It's not even Croupium anymore. They are just a legit squad. I think they are.
It's Crew Visa, actually.
Oh, very different this time.
Very different team.
All right, well, that wraps it up for our first match of the day, but we still have our Verizon post-match interview, and it's Geek Heavy with a guest on the stage.
Yes! Woo! What a match, Kesnet. That was amazing. All right, it seems like we're seeing like almost like a 180-degree turn from what we saw last year from Crew. So I have to ask you, what have you been working on personally to kind of lead to this, like this different Crew that we're seeing today?
Kesnet, como el equipo de Crew ha cambiado, ha volteado un 180 desde el año pasado. ¿Qué has cambiado tú? ¿Qué has mejorado tú desde ese tiempo para este proceso?
Creo que lo más que he cambiado yo son las frustraciones que he tenido personalmente y nada, creo que lo que nos ha ido sirviendo es que ya no sirve un Kesnet de MVP, sirve un Kesnet que juega para el compañero.
Yeah, no, he's been working on his personal frustrations during the game, and that's really what he's been working on, is like the battle within himself.
Well, honestly, you don't have to do it alone. You have an entire crew behind you. Pardon the pun. But you also have Heat. Heat is with you as well. Like, I feel like you all are quite the amazing duo. So I'm kind of curious, in your opinion, how has Heat integrated into like more of a support role for you?
En tu opinión, ¿cómo Heat se ha involucrado en este rol de support entre el equipo?
Creo que Heat vino como anillo al dedo y nada, creo que se ha demostrado el firepower que tiene conmigo y nada, agradecido de tenerlo al lado mío.
Yeah, no, he's honestly fit right in, and he's really demonstrated this firepower to play alongside Kesnet.
All right, my last question for you, Kesnet. Klaus, now he's back in the IGL driver's seat, back in the IGL role. Now, do you think that was the difference maker for Crew?
En tu opinión, Klaus estando del IGL, ¿fue eso lo que marcó la diferencia para este equipo?
Yo creo que Klaus tiene una lectura muy buena, que nadie se enfocaba en eso y creo que era el poder que tenía escondido.
He says that Klaus has this hidden talent of kind of giving them that like lecture, that speech, that empowering kind of, pep talk.
Well, I think, the talents of Crew are not hidden at all. Y'all won. This was amazing. Give it up again for Crew, everybody. Yes. Now we're going to toss things over to a quick break, and then we're going to head over to the analyst desk.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Should've known better, yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Control of it, I've lost control. forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control. I've lost control.
Next game will be against Furia, and they actually added a new player, NZR, and we know a lot about him just because he was on Leviathan. He's IGLing actually for that squad now, so they will definitely have like, you know, a little bit of a surprise factor going into it.
Estar na Fúria é novo desafio para mim. Fazia tempo que queria ser capitão também e sentia que a Fúria estava precisando disso. Então, como eu gosto do desafio, realmente queria tipo entrar no time. Minha expectativa geralmente sempre vai ser baseada no jogo que a gente tem à frente, né? A gente tem um plano de jogo para cada confronto, mas obviamente com a expectativa de que a gente consiga encaixar mais nossos jeitos de jogar durante o split.
É apenas o Manito contra dois jogadores! Uma máquina! NZR vence o clutch!
Vai ter um tempo também de adaptação. Eu sei que se a gente conseguir colocar um plano em cada jogo e a gente conseguir encaixar as ideias, a gente daria muito bem.
Welcome back to week 2 of VCT Americas, and our second match of the day is going to be NRG versus Furia. I'm Golden Boy on the desk. Once again, we got Wyatt, G2 Shazam, also Dub. I pointed at Wyatt. I said Wyatt there. That's so funny.
I'm flattered.
But hey,
that's a compliment. I'll take it.
Good looking guy. You know what I mean? And he's tall.
You guys.
You know, Doug. No. Okay, this is Doug. That's Shazam. This is Wyatt, and I'm unfortunately Golden Boy. So hello, everyone. Welcome back. As we dive into this one, it's going to be an exciting matchup for NRG fans. For Furia fans, I'm sure they're waiting on bated breath because this is going to be a tall order. Nasser said he wanted a challenge. Well, he certainly did get one with NRG here. Let's talk, though, about one of NA's finest teams, NRG, who looked good during kickoff. And they also looked good in stage 1. And here's the thing. They took down their old nemesis in Loud 2-0. And they didn't just 2-0 them, Shazam. One of those was a 13-2. I mean, NRG looks fierce.
Yeah, they look solid, honestly. And I think it's a great starting point for them.
Yeah.
You know, we go back to our favorite phrase, they look like a sum of all their units, right? And that's where you can build off from.
I think every time we've said that, it's been a different variation of the phrase, too.
Yeah.
I don't think we've gotten it right.
And you know what's funny? Last time you said that, it was about Leviathan, and then this time you said it about MIBR. So there's I don't know if this is a good boding well for NRG.
No, that was Wyatt.
That was me.
Oh, it was you. That was you.
That was me.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. I take it all back. We can relax. We can breathe a sigh of relief. But yeah, I mean, this NRG team has been very impressive to watch. Yeah. Despite them not making it to Madrid, I think a lot of people were still very big on what the 5 of these players can accomplish.
Yeah, you know, we talked about this yesterday. I feel like they could be the scariest team in Americas, and I think because of that, I've got them rated so high. I will say, though, the series last week, you kind of have to throw map 2 away. Right, it was 13-2. Loud they hadn't been scrimming, they hadn't been playing together, so you kind of get rid of that one. But you look at the first map, you look at Breeze, and you go, okay, they have really cool ideas. I love what they're doing with Demon 1 with Jet. Shocker. I love that Ethan's running Yoru, and I love how they're playing around that. You saw a lot of really cool conditioning, like sending Clone down halls and manipulating rotations over the other side of the map. I love what they're doing, and I think because of that, there's a lot of reason to be excited. Sunset notwithstanding, I think if you just look at Breeze, you go, yeah, these guys are the truth. And that was the expectation from the beginning, right? Like, we knew they were going to be good. This roster on paper, unlike, well, maybe it then showed up yesterday. But this is the roster that you go, yeah, okay, these guys are going to be
They should pop off.
These should be world enders.
Yeah. And honestly, they could very well be that case. Even though they didn't make it to Madrid, I don't think that reflected on the team at all. It was an incredibly competitive tournament, and only 2 teams were able to go and represent each region, so someone was going to get left out. But for now, though, we'll continue the conversation, but we're going to send it over to Geek Heavy, who's standing by with the Iceman.
We got the NRG crew walking through right now. Mars right over here. All right, so I got to ask you, who would you give a free sub to, Ethos or Sam?
I'll probably choose Sam. That's my guy. Ethos is good, but yeah, I'd have to choose Sam. And if I was to choose anybody, probably be Shanks.
Oh, really? Okay, why?
He's the GOAT. Shanks is literally the GOAT. I don't think anyone can beat that guy, so that's my guy.
All right, you heard it here first. Back to you, GB.
This guy is just, oh man. Well, at least we know now with the NRG people, Sam's getting some love here. So Ethos in the bin with you. Oh, no sub, no free sub for
Poor
you,
guy,
buddy.
literally just like, we started talking about him today, already gone. That's brutal. Hate it for him.
All right, well, let's go ahead and dive into Marv and talk a little bit more about him, because Wyatt, this is a guy who was brought to this team, and everyone was like, this makes so much sense. He fits with the old Optic core. He's going to elevate guys like Ethan and Demon 1. There's a lot that Marv brings to the table for NRG.
Yeah, absolutely. Last week was easily the best game he's had so far on this NRG team. Like, he was good during kickoff, but most of the time, in the games that they were winning, it honestly just felt like he didn't have to really do anything. Like, he was kind of just, he was filling his role, but he never had to be standout because you have the Demon 1 Ethan duo that's just gonna fry. But last week, we got to see the return of the Marv that we were used to seeing back when Optic were winning tournaments internationally, placing high internationally, you know, back whatever that was 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah, I would argue that that was the best Marv that we've seen since, not just this year, since his entire time on Sentinels and further back, right? Like, we need to roll back the tape to get to the last time I saw Marv have a performance like that. And I think a lot of it was, yes, he's been filling his role. You know, he's been doing what's been asked of him. And again, as you mentioned, you've got Ethan and Demon 1 who they're going to do their thing. But I think he took agency in the last time that we saw them play up against Loudon. I think that was the big difference maker there, because I think if you go all the way back to the beginning, Marv made a living off of really aggressive timings and off of just like diving back lines in situations where you wouldn't expect it, right? And that's what caused so many fits. And we saw him do a bit of that last weekend, and we hadn't really seen that for a long time, be it because it just wasn't his play style, be it because it wasn't what the team needed at the time, but he's reverted to that, and I think that's a scary NRG. Yeah. When Marv is back to doing his thing, when you know what you're gonna get with Demon 1 and Vic and Crashies and those guys, like, that's a terrifying roster.
Yeah, I think he's really found his place in this team. You know, we saw glimpses of his lyrics and timings, even on his time on Sen, but he's really got a solidified role for that, and the team sets him up for that. He's taking these timings, he's getting multi-frags when you might not even expect it, and that's really where he shines.
Yeah, it feels like outside of a few minor adjustments that we're seeing, like Ethan, for example, going into the IGL role, it does feel as if everyone here is just able to play a role that they're comfortable in. And comfortable energy is scary.
And Marv getting out of the IGL role. True. Which he was doing with Sen. Now he can just focus on his own game. Yeah. A lot of clutches like he did last week, be impactful in the lay-around.
Yeah, that is certainly going to play a factor here. And I think it goes without saying that the deck is currently stacked quite a lot against Furia today. But it's important to note, too, that this is a squad that has struggled as well. They have struggled to be able to pick up those wins. May 2023, last time they were able to win a BO3. And since then, they have found, you know, map wins here and there, Wyatt. But honestly, this is a Furia that has a tall task ahead of them.
We said the same thing about 100 Thieves. They hadn't won until since May 2023.
Dude, stop.
What, Doug?
There's no way you're going to stand here and try to sell me on this.
Really bad narrative.
Spin the narrative.
Let me spin this really false, really terrible narrative. Listen, I have some hope in Furia, not to win this game, but I think if they can even keep it close and have a competitive game, a good sign, because Nozwar was brought in pretty late. I really respect Nozwar as a player a lot, and bringing in a new IGL to revamp this team from where they were at in kickoff, crucial. And last week, MW, pretty bad series, and that's pretty rare for that guy.
Yeah.
He's a freak, so I'm expecting him to be in better form.
That's fair. Okay. Any are you contesting this one, Shazam?
No, I think that if they show a competitive showing, they should be proud. I think, well, like you said, Nosward had some great moments in the last week's matchup, and hope to see, like, I don't see them taking out Energy, but hope to see them put up a good fight.
Yeah, for sure. There's certainly it will be difficult. Like, there's just no sugarcoating it. But we were saying the same thing yesterday about Leviathan. I mean, everyone here, you guys were just all, not me, but you guys were all so negative, you know? So, I mean, would history repeat itself today again, Doug?
There's just no way, man. Yeah. It doesn't even feel like the deck is stacked against them. It feels like they don't have cards to play in this hand. There's just no way. I think when you look from top to bottom, when you consider that Noswar is a late addition who maybe with some time is going to be able to implement a lot of things, maybe, but this may be a little harsh, but Noswar's been handed a couple of ingredients to try to put together something tasty, but if the ingredients aren't great to begin with, the final product probably isn't going to be great either. And the truth is, as good as Noswar can be, MW, you're right, is a freak. And I love what MW does, and I think he's insane too, but I just don't know that there's enough to stack up here.
That's fair. It makes a lot of sense. And I will say, though, for guys like Noswar, there's just going to be so much work ahead of him here because he's going to have to deal with all the pieces, Wyatt, of NRG at once. And that is so challenging to do an NRG shoot in the way that they shoot.
Noswar has always been a really consistent player, and way back when on Furia, he was crucial, I think, in them being one of the breakout Brazilian teams that was showing a lot more team play than the others at the time. That was allowing them to do pretty decent at international events. My focus for him is I need him as an IGL to revamp this team because what they were showing in kickoff was really formulaic, super basic. Everything was just being invested in MW all the time. One win con wasn't paying off. I just need to see him revamp this team, which, yeah, I mean, listen, I'm putting a lot on his shoulders. It's a tall task, but I think that's kind of what you need from him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a foreign concept to him. You know, in the interview, he said that he knew that this is a team he could bring value to. He knew that it's going to be a challenge. And so I'm sure he knows that it's going to be a work in progress. You know, maybe it's going to take some time to build it, and they might not see results immediately, but seems like he's willing to take that job.
Yeah, that definitely stands out to me. And I also kind of got to reflect on, you know, like Crew, right? Like, even though, like, Furia had been taken down by Crew last week, I think it does resemble a little bit of that, right? A lot of investment into Kesnet. They were not sure if they were going to be able to, like, get those wins just putting so much into one person. It's kind of the same thing with what happened with NW's era. So there certainly is going to be a lot of hope here for Noswar. But speaking of NW's era, he's actually going to be standing by with Geek Heavy to get his thoughts leading into this matchup. Let's take a listen.
They're the boys right now from Furia, right over here at NW's era. All right, so I got to ask you, how do you prepare to face off against a duelist like Demon One?
Como é que você se prepara para enfrentar duelista como o Demon One?
Confesso que eu não fico pensando muito nisso. Ele é um bom jogador, ele é muito bom. Só que eu não fico muito com isso na cabeça, sabe? Ele, sei lá, é um bom jogador, a gente tá preparado no coletivo, não pensa muito no individual dos outros, e é isso.
We don't think about this a lot. He's a good player, but we don't think about other teams as individuals, but also, so we are prepared to collectively face all teams. So, but he's a very good player.
Well, you heard it here first. You don't need no holy water for this Demon One. Back to you, GB.
Again, just this guy he's literally GB2.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, it's just
Akeem,
again.
I love you, buddy. This is the best. This is making my day. I'm having a great time out here. Well, you know what, though? We talked about it. Might as well go ahead and compare the two because we got MW's era versus Demon One today. And no matter what, this is always going to be an exciting matchup, Shazam, because you got two just fantastic duelists that are going to be going toe-to-toe against one another today.
No, definitely. I mean, we know what to expect out of Demon One every single time we watch him play. It's going to be flashy.
Yeah.
He's going to get away with kills that, you know, you don't expect them to. And then MW0 was like, you know, I remember at the beginning of Valorant, he was hailed as, like, you know, the GOAT of Brazilian Valorant. Like, there was a lot of talk around his name, and so I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I mean, the stats that we were seeing behind us were not looking good for MW because they were last week. So if you were to compare, like, kickoff, what was happening there, and some of the off-season tournaments that Furia were participating in, he was going crazy. And what's been so impressive about him for me is that forever he had been known as pretty much a pure rifle player. Like, he would off here and there, but his rifling was so much significantly better. Like, he had a nickname that was like translated just like 2 bullets because everyone was so used to him with a Phantom just immediately dinking everybody twice and getting kills. But his op this year has been outrageous. Like, he is looking like one of the top level offers in the game, and that is a new development for his arsenal. And against Demon 1, another one of the top offers in the game, if he could show up this week, should be some fireworks.
Oh, yeah, I think part of the issue here, for as much as MW has delivered and as good as he's been, as much as he's developed and added additional tools to his repertoire, the problem, I think, when you think about this matchup is, especially for NRG, Demon 1 finds a ton of value on his own, but he also is set up so well.
Yeah,
I mean, the work that Crashies and Ethan do to set Demon 1 up into really aggressive positions, to assist into these kills, it really becomes more of a something by committee where I don't know that Furia don't have those same tools, right? They don't have the same setup prowess that you're getting out of Crashies and Ethan and those guys. So I think, yeah, maybe if you're just isolating the two, Demon 1 has a lead over MW, but it may not be as big. But when you put all those other factors in, the gap becomes enormous.
Yeah, there are so many things that work against Furia in this matchup because of just how drilled this NRG team is. Why, real fast, before we throw to the game here, I mean, are we assuming a 2-0 NRG should be able to walk out of this one swimmingly? If they don't, are we concerned?
I don't know if I'll necessarily be concerned about NRG. I think hopefully that has more to say about Furia actually making some serious progress and stepping up if they can keep it close.
Yeah, I do.
But
like
NRG
that.
have to win.
Yeah,
I mean, they're gonna win.
Makes sense, right? It should be. I mean, NRG look absolutely outstanding. Furia still a team that is on the build. So, Doug, you're also going NRG 2-0 out of the gate here?
Yeah, I think so. I do like what you said. If Furia walks away with a map or a win, this speaks volumes into what Nasra has been able to do for that squad.
All right, well, I like where your head's at. Let's go ahead and see how this all plays out. Walkouts are ready to go, so let's go ahead and bring our players to the stage.
Riot Games Arena. Vamos receber os times do próximo jogo. E eles vêm furiosos pela vitória. Fúria!
Make some noise for their opponents and give a big welcome to NRG!
Gotta say, I love that NRG tossing the shirts out to the crowd, winning the fans over with free clothing. That's how you gotta do it, baby. You know, every team should come out and do that.
Yeah, who doesn't like free stuff?
Yeah.
You should have been in the crowd.
I can love free stuff, man. I've been like my whole career, literally all the clothing I'm wearing right now. Didn't even pay for it. In case though, we got ourselves a great matchup here for NRG. For Furia, it's gonna be a difficult task, but if there's one thing that we know about VCT Americas, Wyatt, it's that no matter what, these games, the region, it's so close that anything can happen. This isn't like out of the realm of possibility, but goodness gracious, it's gonna be a tall, as I said before, task for Furia to pull off.
Furia didn't have a terrible game against NRG. When they met in kickoff, it was reasonable enough that at the time, it kind of felt like, all right, this Furia team, there might be a little bit something there. Yeah. And then they kind of just fell off from there and went out in kind of tragic fashion. But now revamped, Nas were in, Again, I still have a bit of hope because the skill from the players on the team is there. So listen, I'm clinging on by a thread here, GB. Okay. I'm clinging on by a thread because I'm the #1 MW fan of the last 4
dude, I'm an
years.
MW fan as well, man. You know, like having chatted with him and seen also like the amount of work that he puts out into the server, it's hard not to be a fan of the guy. But you do want to see a little bit more from this Furia roster. Here goes your map layout. You got Split, Breeze, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Bind. But we get Split and Breeze out of the gate, and I won't lie to you guys, that Breeze scares the crap out of me. If you are Furia, that is going to be a tough one to have to play against, you know, the likes of Demon 1 on when he's just going to be running roughshod Shazam all over them.
No, for sure. Even going to Split,
I don't
remember
know.
Before they were trying to prioritize.
I feel like last time I saw
and
Energy
it wasn't quite
play
working out, and then this time
Breeze.
around, they had him on the Raze, and he looked like
They
an
didn't
asshole.
have a lot of
Which is scary, man. I mean,
flash
this
setup
guy could
and
just pretty much float
and
into
stuff
anything
like that.
that you need him in that duelist role, and he will find value.
compared to other
and I think
teams
that's
like
what you would expect
Leviathan
from Demon 1, right?
or
I'm really curious to see if they made any adjustments to this, to their comp, because the last time
or
we saw them play
Sentinels and
Split
stuff
was
like
at
that.
kickoff, it was against Sentinels, and yeah, Demon 1
Plus, I
looked
think
great,
they
but it
play
didn't really
the
go their way.
Yo.
He also ran into Sentinels on Split.
Right, yeah.
Instead
tough,
of the
tough,
KO.
Tough treading, no matter who you are. So I'm super curious to see what it is that they play and how they choose to approach this. I also
like that Yo.
Yeah, Loki, I kind of dig that.
I like this setup here. You got the Yoru kind of
giving K-Corp.
Oh, okay.
Basically.
Explain.
Wait, old or
What's
show
up?
your work?
New K-Corp.
Yeah. No, not the old K-Corp. What the hell are you talking about?
You just
Who would be talking about the old K-Corp? I'm talking about the new one with the Yoru.
Oh, double duelist on the other side. So you got Demon 1 on the Jet and Victor back on the Raze, which Victor Raze, I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, guys, here we go. Our last match of the day. Sorry about that, Shazam. I'll get you back on the half. We'll go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. And let's jump into the action. Send it over to my boys. You got Vancillion Rib on the call.
Thank you, GB. Yeah, we may be boomers, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't remember an old K-Corp. I just remember new K-Corp now, bringing this Yoru for energy, for Furia. But what I love actually for today, Riv, is that both of these teams are playing double duelists. I'm looking for a really
Yeah, I
fight
just don't
at the
like
beginning of
the
that
eyes.
one split.
That's me.
Oh, it's
Lots
split.
of action
It's not
to come into
Breeze.
this one. We're not really seeing a lot of the double
Yoru
duelists lately. We're
Raze
getting the lurk
on
plays,
Split.
a lot of the Sky Rays taking mid
I don't
control,
know.
but no. Des mentioned already, we get the Yoru in here. You're seeing Martine.
I mean, Yoru is cancer on Breeze, on a
Stretch
Split.
into this,
Yeah, that's
split
true,
as
that's
well.
It's
So we
such a
are
small
seeing
map,
it
you can run
around in
like
other
so
regions right
fucking
now.
much on
Do
under your
Energy
ultimate.
have the answer for that, though. Or Furia, rather, have the answer for that, though. And Energy, are they going to be able to read it? We'll see how they play. We're expecting Energy to go quite fast with the double
I guess
duelist
it gives
comp. We
you
know
extra
Trident
flashes.
too, as the Jet and the Raze. As they start off towards B, good A control from Furia
Compared to-
is going to allow a strong sight hold to start. As here comes the hit.
Definitely fast. Both
Since
duelists
you only
going
play
in,
with
they
the
can't
Sky,
get separated by
and
the
now
snake
the
bite.
Sky doesn't
Victor
regenerate
getting
the
fully
flashes.
flashed, but there's no contact yet from both sides. Heavily damaged. Orbital players of Energy as 3 players now fall. Finally, Crashies moves in and answers back. But Nosler is at the top. They have perfect angles
Oh
here.
my god,
They
the
get a
dog
dog
kill.
onto MW0. Room to breathe. Hope now for Energy as Ethan surprises Khalil. Kill him to a 2 versus 1.
Oh.
Up to Ethan having a clutch. The IGL now for Energy. Denied by Furia.
Good stop by
Let's come out
Furia.
with a new comp. They also get the first pistol.
Right choice on the defensive side, confirmed by Havoc's push over towards the A alt orb in that first Viper bite that we had coming out, the snake bite rather, from Conan, just delaying everything Energy wanted to bring behind Demons 1 dash in. So that little stall out gave Furia enough time to clap back. We do have the Outlaw coming through. Looks like they'll play that towards A. Just a 2-1-2 here. Energy is going to push for the same strat, condition that they could go hard towards B, but they're making sure Marv has an idea of what the lurk could be this time, just for a moment. Pushed off, orb control coming in for Havoc, already onto 3 with the first few frags in the round there. And it's gonna be quiet for this one. Ramp controls gained. It looks like it's gonna be a mid to B here, or at least a mid hit if they can get a kill there, maybe through vents, but yeah, this is an Energy sourcing information round.
Energy at the beginning of the round seems like they were really trying to get that orb so that Crashies could get those Seekers up ASAP.
Yeah.
So nice denial by Furia to start things off. All 5 players of Energy now grouped up on middle. So hard to fight against all of this util that you have on the Viper playing top mid. That's going in there. Cycling orbs, cycling smokes, getting the snake bites. So Energy getting denied beginning of the round, now mid-round on both the entrance of B and middle.
They still have everything for Crashies. Just one minus blast pack for Victor here. So this is the site hit they want to see. Having Havoc's nade come out, Energy's very happy to have seen that. They go for the B hit again with this lurk from Marv still in mid.
I like this though, pathing around the orange line. Also pulling out the flash to actually blind a player and get the pick. Name of the game is just trying to get the spike down right after with 24 seconds left, but the spike's down and out in the open.
Yep.
Very difficult for Energy to recuperate this. Long range now, Outlaw double kill from NW0. Decent second round.
I know about
there.
the
Some
Outlaw.
good damage done on the side of the attack.
Let's see if he
Energy
impacts
did not want to
thereby.
go quietly on that one. They said we're taking a few at least. The strategy would have been
Yeah,
to
we
get the
see
spike
full
down for that
ammo.
extra cash, but Furia is just too quick to react, even knowing that there was going to be that lurk there. They rotate through spawner, possibly the lurk in mid. They rotate through spawn, and Marv is forced to come into sight. So we'll see what Marv can continue to do on the lurk if he is left off, but it looks like Energy wants to keep this stack together for now. 3 times in a row we're starting here. And this time even faster, Vansili.
Yeah. Close range too, no time to TP away. His first entry, but quickly gets traded out by Khalil. The rest of the cavalry's there for Energy just behind the entry from Victor. And they opened up the B site for a plant and a great start, really catching that Outlaw out of position.
What an interesting start to this game. Energy 3 times towards B. It's not something we usually see. This time it hits on, but now Furia for the following rounds can have to consider, are they gonna do that again? It seems like they can't stop it for now if it's just going to be Victor in the follow.
Our last one is going to be Khalil. It's pretty much stuck. There's so many smokes around that site. Energy is playing just behind it. Khalil trying to find some sort of timing. Here's a reload just behind him. Peeks back out, and Marv is just on the side to greet him. Energy invested in the go round, and they score finally.
So now does Furia go for B main control or more so mid control so they can fight from heaven, retake, and not have to be so invested into sight? Because this conditioning towards B is definitely going to play on your mind. Good cleanups in sight, finding the necessary frags to finish this one off. And like you said, a few members staying alive, so it's not going to be too bad. Yeah, so Furia still want to put that pressure onto B, making sure they have it, but now Energy switch to A for the first time. Paranoia on ramps. And we go right away again. That timing is incredible.
Looks like we're going to continue to get that fight between Victor and NW0 at the beginning. Seekers coming out on the A site, and that's going to push Nazwar away. Furia will have to play the retake at this point with all the info out of the Seekers. Even making sure here we get a safe plant. Giving it over to Victor.
Retake slightly split. They're trying to do the 3-1 for screens. Maybe Havoc drops an 8 in sight to disperse, and that's when they start to come out. This is going to be tough, though.
Yeah, with that spike plant, you're just going to have to play inside the site. The crossfires are just really good. Good position coming out of Energy. Very clean post-plant hole to tie up the game.
Whoa.
Okay, we know
Energy's finding that once they got to the bonus round and then this first gun-to-gun round, those basic strats are hitting. That was a B hit for the 1 for bonus, and this was A ramp. Paranoid, look at the assists on that too, right? Sky and Omen off the back there. What is MW0 supposed to do when you're actually attacked by 3 people? But it's just going to be Victor bouncing up in your face off of that util.
Wait.
So yeah, gonna have to consider how they play ramp. They do have the flash back up from 2 now, as Furia are playing to the conditioning of Energy to now support this ramp control.
Got 3 players there, all with stingers. Showstopper at the ready for Energy should they need to use it. But nobody's moving towards the ramp. Everybody's at the entrance. Players are actually split off across. Both duelists inside sight, and the other ones are stuck behind. Maybe have to wait here for Marv to blow the wall back up. But there's the attack on the defense. Showstopper to help out. A quick trade to start things off. The rest of Furia pull back and they hold on the top of the ramp. Greeted by Marv, nice little shot. Now as they push down, great off-angle positions everywhere from Energy. And now even position for trades, even saving teammates. What a nice little wall there on the attack just to keep Crashies alive behind the wall. Victor alive behind the wall rather. And Khalil now stuck with nothing. 45 HP. Stinger and the spike planet for Energy inside the site. Demon 1 was the one that kept pushing towards the spawn and gets the pick.
3 rounds towards B, 3 towards A. Energy hasn't even messed with mid that much except for one Marv lurk, so they can, I feel like they can start to mess with a lot of timing here if they want to throw some varied rounds in. Across the map, they go for a default. Furia does look to set up with a hard sight towards A as we see this play once again. Almost thought it was 2, but the clone gets hit on that. And Marv watching the flank. Demon 1 there. Their shots are just on right now. Finding the head of Furia. Low buy across that for armor on the side of Furia here. We'll have to see how this retake works. The way that Energy, the speed, they're getting into sites and being able to entrench themselves. Furia cannot get in. That lurk from Marv is going to stay towards B this time.
First avoiding the flash, there's a swing, first contact, Havoc throwing the paint shell. Still a 1 versus 1 against Demon 1. The rest of them now falling back. They have a lot of space here for Energy for wherever they want to work with, around the map here on Split. As Marv is still there at the entrance of the B main. Now starting to engage towards the entrance of the A site though, Energy trying to find a perfect timing, trying to punish some mistakes on over-peaking coming out from Furia. But they are also playing very, very safely on the defensive side.
Yeah, Marv is saying who wants this orb and be main, also giving info. MW Zera is going to go on a fact-finding mission here in the drift. A lot of info. You see a bit of a rotation now coming in from Conan, but they have to keep 1B to watch this lurk.
That's why Khalil's just going to stay behind on that B side. You already see the pivot from Conan down towards middle. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. Middle's open. Energy doesn't know it yet, but they are looking to clear it together. And it'll still end up being 2 players inside the B site. A last-second hit, pivoting towards this B site. First smoke. Attempt of delays, early paranoia, but Marv found the timing. First blood in the round. Khalil stuck in the back of the site, hides inside the smoke. Showstopper out on the defense. 10 seconds left on the clock. Showstopper connects onto Marv. Crashy's trying to answer back, a tap on the spike. White Swings gets the kill. Then Team It works for the save. Will the plant go down? It will successfully. A 1 versus 2. Noswer makes it a 1v1. Sky versus Sky. Crashes in the spawn that's planted for him. Noswer looking to reposition. He's looking back towards the spawn. All Crashes needs to do here is to wait it out. Use all the time in his favor because he also has a flash to work with on the tap of a spike. There's that tap. Crash is still waiting and continue to play that time here. Now there's a jiggle. Noswer was looking in the wrong place. There's that flash, and it's going to take a while here. You have to at least get it halfway for Noswer, so he sticks it. A peek on the reload. Now it's not even at half. You can definitely see here that Crashies could stay cool under the pressure. A nice attempt by Noswer, but Energy still gets the round.
That round from Energy, to be able to walk through the map without finding anyone, and there's been no mid play from Energy. We said that before, so why would Furia play that lower advantage or lower position where you probably won't find the advantage? Play towards the back. Energy's hitting the sites fast. And Energy use this conditioning to waltz through a wide open mid. 30 seconds on the round. Just the map conditioning right now, the freedom they're getting to move around is incredible. And this, thought it was going to be the lock-in, but Crashy's just playing too much. Not even close. All right, Furia are going to call the timeout here. Start to get their thoughts organized. Not too many ultimates are going to come online, but they need to get a read on what Energy is doing to be able to take the map right now, because they're only playing the extremities, but they're getting everything they want.
That's the thing, on different tempos. So what really is the answer at this point? Because you're still trying to figure it out. They've been deathballing so many of these early rounds for Energy. In that one round where they default, Marv was able to sneak through. And when they tried to fight aggressively towards A main, they were greeted by both duelists and decide to fall back and play a little bit more passively and turtle inside the site. So I almost feel at the end here, you're giving a lot of respect.
I mean, the fact that Marv like extra weighted after they got Yoru drifted on the right side of the map, to say that probably took focus away from B and sneak in just after that window, but not during the window, just after they felt comfortable that Furia had the read. That's when Marv makes the move. All right, 4-1 different split for sure. Demon 1 on A alone this time with the spike drop. Energy are just going to go ahead and allow a little bit of movement from Furia here on this low buy. They expect a bit and maybe this hero rifle to be used by Furia, so much more patient round from Energy.
And that's the thing here with both teams not playing as Sentinels. You have to keep a player posted out somewhere.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily a lurk at times, but just trying to find that audio cue, especially now that Furia has a lower buy. It was Demon One's responsibility to see if anybody was going to push down aggressively. And as he hears nothing for that minute mark that we're about to hit, all of Energy are rotating towards that area so they could scale up together.
And Marv actually just caught the paranoia coming through B main. So they know there was pressure gained on B main. They try to take the space. This lurk towards mid once again as everybody collects on the right side of the map for NRG. Furia with good, not decent util, but they could get in.
Dog is pushing him away, but Khalil is close now with the stinger, and beautiful
Holy.
there by Demon One. Marco Flake to get those 2 kills. The lurk is moving up from Marv. Pretty sure he had to rotate around, so he's cutting to rotate against NW0. Easy one.
30
now B side is open, a 1v1 towards the back of the site. Demon One doesn't need help. He doesn't need health. He'll just do everything alone.
The reads on Furia's movement right now aren't even getting them trades, allowing them to anchor each other in these situations. And that was Demon One waiting for the Havoc push they've been seeing, right? Down towards A. Map on the left side was work. They see the flash coming through from Khalil. Marv can acknowledge that to the other side, and they're much more comfortable to hit the site, knowing one, it's a low buy, and a lot of the retake util is gone. All right, round 8 here. Another look, no paranoia on ramp, just the full force by the duelists. Smoke on screens. Sorry, smoke on heaven and screens as they start to hit site.
A drop towards the air. It's the decoy actually that was being thrown out down by MW0, but they know that he's close, floating around. There's that dagger in the face. And then out to the battle in the dome of MW0. Back towards the site. Khalil gets denied by Victor. An easy plant now once again for Energy. Safe inside the site. No need to really fight towards heaven if you want to, but they will do the same for Energy. They're still going to try to push towards the heaven side. Victor is moving in alone, trying to keep Conan and Havoc at bay and also not give him a chance to save those weapons. Conan, last one to go, or last one to stand, is leaving the site. You can definitely see here towards that spawn. They're trying to hunt him down.
It's the reason we see the double duelist composition of Conan gets one. Jet and Raze on split here. As much as it's been played, as much as teams have seen it around the world, it's still almost impossible to stop that engage. One's up and over, another one coming in through the bottom of the site, and Demon One's gone to the same spot to get a double kill at elbow both times. So they can just rinse and repeat this strat as long as they're behind each other watching those angles. If Fury can almost do nothing. They're running that double duelist composition to max effect right now for Energy.
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to fight at least on the early chokes of where the satchels and the dashes could be coming from. Then it comes down to giving up sights. They want to try to fight back in the site before they have a chance, Energy that is, to take possession and take position within these sites. And they still lose these fights from Furia's side. But the comp itself is still pretty decent to play this full flood retake if you want to, especially with the Yoru in your comp.
Yep.
But they're not really following that protocol yet. They haven't tried that. Seems as though they still want to try to fight into the close angles. This time it finally works out because they have a crossfire setup. Pain shells coming down. Dash away here from Demon One. Seeker's coming out. Crashy's getting the entry towards the A site. But 3 players towards the top of the ramp on the defensive side. They've dropped the spike. Demon One has to try to pick it up. Now spotted by the boom button. The sprays comes across the screens. He's able to escape. Move inside the site and plant.
The push around from Crashy's during all of this.
Gets that first one there onto Khalil, no trade. So he's gonna set that paranoia on the top of the A site now, where Furia has to now look towards A ramp and also towards screens to fight back in the site. And as soon as they're done with that, they have to deal inside a Viper's Pit, placed down by Marv. Covering hell, covering the entrance. Havoc at least from the top. He's able to take down Crashies. He's trying to fall back and heal Demon One. 2 versus 3. One rare opportunity for Furia to get the third round in the half. Contact play, one-on-one. Marv outside of the back as they work together to take the 3 players down of Furia. Marv and Demon One. Frag out.
Incredible. And they lose half the team. They lose most of the team on the way in. That was an awesome round for both teams. For Fury to come out and want to fight ramps this time, catching Energy off guard to get that opening kill onto Victor. But that commitment on the play once it started to crumble from Energy is what you need from your team. Everybody's still going in sight. They didn't get stopped on ramp, and the instant audible to say throw your wall up so we can re-grab Spike. And I don't know how Demon One danced out of those tracers, but they get the round as they're in sight after the fact. 7-2 here. Mid gets its first big focus of the game, really. It's going to get an ultimate here coming in from Conan, trying to disrupt this space that Energy hasn't even really played through.
Exactly. For Energy, it's easy. Demon One on the right side, off kill on the attack. The other four, a death ball. Really not focusing on any type of splits. The tap on the Spike, baiting both players of Furia, peeking out. They both get denied. Conan cannot find the timing outside of this pit, so the pit is now wasted. As Nas looks like they're gonna try to fight at least early. Can they punish Victor here in the fourth position? They cannot. Might just be the call to save, and no. Not when the shot's coming through the smoke. A kill from the IGL and Energy. A strong attack half on split so far.
Watch that again. And yeah, speaking of the IGL, the calls right now are incredible. I feel like Energy is just carrot on a stick right now, baiting out these plays. Okay, we're going to go to A a lot. We're going to hit A another 2 times, 3 times in a row. This time, just leave Demon One back because they're going to push and see if there's actually aggression. Boom. First blood coming off of that call, knowing it's either Havoc or this time MW0 to push. The reads are incredible, and it's just making it look that easy here for Energy. Furia back onto a bit of a lower buy with the weapons here.
Double rockets on both sides, and it's actually NRG that takes the upper hand. Player advantage on their side. They want to tempo up here towards this B site. Instantly catches Khalil with the dog, force the TV back towards Hell. Finally, some delay coming through, but this is an easy reset for Energy so far.
Watching the back. Is this going to be a 3 push? At least 1 if they start to split up this team of 3 here. Khalil still watching sight. And Energy did this the first few rounds.
I like the push down, though. They want to try to get behind, and 6th sense coming out of Victor. Jump spot, spotting the shots, hearing the shots. Fake TP2 to bait some more shots. But the pain shells now are pushing everybody back towards B, where Energy's looking to engage. There's that flash, does not affect any players, but the trades are still really good.
My God.
Too good for Energy.
They just re-cleared mid without even taking it.
Holy
a
shit.
Boombot and a fake TP pushes 3 off to make Furia think, oh, they're re-clearing mid. It might be mid to A through vents. No, it was actually just a smoke heaven, and that disruption didn't allow any control for the site as B was being hit at the same time. These mid-round calls are absurd from Energy right now.
I just love that they both got hit by a Paranoia, and you have a full 180 from Havoc, and then Victor actually lands one in that corner by the orb. So one was flicking a little bit too hard here on the side of Furia. But fast tempo for Energy this time around. Last round of the half. 9-2 is our scoreline as the A ramp is in control of Energy.
And look, they walk up A ramp this time. The reads are so disgusting. Full heaven control here. Not even more of a retake play by Furia. They're just being separated by members of Energy, walking through the defensive lines. Marv still able to watch the back too. Looks like we're getting the hit here, and Demon One's in sight.
Nade and dash, Seeker's out. They know now that the opponents are closer for Energy. Okay, they're not even looking at their angles actually through. But at least Furia is able to fight back for A heaven control. This is going to be a long rotate though from Khalil.
Hardly
Seeker's
any
coming
damage.
out too. That's going to find info on the last 2 players of Furia as well.
Yeah, waiting back to take those out. The Guardian as well to come in. This low buy hurting for the last one of the rounds.
You can definitely see it here. Just waiting for the players to drop down for contact. Paranoia actually pushes Marv back a little bit. He hears all of these footsteps. We'll get a timing on the backstab again. There's that first one. Havoc trying to fight that 1v1. At least we'll be able to trade it out. 1v2, but that clock's ticking down on that Spike.
But you have to go, it's the last
to get
round.
anything done. Just trying to pad some stats, trying to get warmed up for the second half potentially. And there's a nice little shot at least. But at the end of the day, it's Energy closing the half 10-2 at the lead.
That half felt like Energy had a UAV online the whole time. The way they moved, the way they were patient, drawing a bit of the utility out that they
There's
didn't
the
want to
pistol
deal
and
with in
vehicle
sight.
after,
And a
and
lot of times that was
they
Havoc's
want
nade,
10
and
on,
they
you
really
know,
don't have to worry about
basically.
much other than
Like,
flashes beyond that point. Maybe a
the fuck
snake
you wanna
bite.
do when you play
They
against
just
that?
looked like they had the run of the map.
Well, ahead of today's match, we spoke with Crashies for his thought on the competition
They just
going into
stoned
stage
them.
1. So let's check it out.
They actually added a new player going into this season, NZR, and we know a lot about him just because he was on Leviathan, and he's a pretty good initiator player, I would say. And he's IGLing actually for that squad now, so they will definitely have like, you know, a little bit of a surprise factor going into it. But I think we're really comfortable playing against like just Furia in general. We have a really good track record against them, so it should be a fun game.
Good calls there by Crashies, who was talking about, you know, maybe new surprises coming in for Noswer joining his roster for Furia. And you see it. I mean, they're trying to pull out some novelty. We've seen it in other regions, as they've mentioned on the desk. You've mentioned it here, Riv, but it seems as though it doesn't really phase Energy at all.
No.
They play their own game, and from A to Z, top to bottom, aggression to protocols, they're just winning in every aspect so far.
It depends on how they play this. I wonder, it does look like MWZera is going to want to stick with the team. We leave Conan to the lurk, because you would expect the Viper to be kind of trolling about. But is this the impact they need? MWZera is going to have a little bit tougher time reaching the distance that Havoc is if the gate crash isn't set up. The flashes have to hit way deep into sight, so Noswer and MWZera have to combine those if they're not playing for separate flash positions. Takes a lot to get this in order, but it is not impossible, just harder to orchestrate as Furia gets into the site rather than the Jet and the Raze.
And definitely not impossible too when you're looking at this double duelist setup now for Furia. Remember, Havoc used to be just a demon here as a duelist player going into challengers out in Brazil. Was being scouted out, had potential to join or at least in talks in a couple of these partnership teams, and chose Furia here in the end. So going back into a duelist role, maybe the main one to try to bring in the entry for the team. You'll see MWZera following behind a secondary entry with this double duelist composition. They look pretty good for double duelist on Energy on their attack side. Hopefully Furia has something here, something left in the tank in this pistol round. Just a very slow first contact though, waiting for the orb to come up. As soon as it pops, Energy's closing that gap. Early paranoia. Players are staying behind. Now a TP inside the site. MWZera and Havoc. The two we wanted to create the space, get it done. But we went back and forth. Demon 1 is now solo. Raid boss with a Sheriff. Dash available. Plat going down for Noswer, who also has a flash.
Really cool entry into the site. Talk about it in a second, because Demon 1.
It might take a couple of other seconds before he lands another shot onto Khalil, but
his dash is still up. A smoke just came up for Khalil if he even feels safe enough to use it and create some space. But right now, I feel like Demon 1 will use it anything against him.
Khalil understood that, so he's playing back. He's gonna play the clock.
I mean, hearing that Sheriff, you don't want to give.
Nice shot.
Khalil is trying to find a timing. Demon 1 flicks across and manages to come out of that at 100 HP. Oh, what a play. What a Red Bull clutch.
Why does he use anything automatic? Just get the Guardian and the Sheriff. So this entry was awesome, right? The Raze does go in. The gate crashes right there with the Raze as Havoc is trying to protect the position. But it did not work at all in this flick.
Disgusting.
Jeez.
Oh, they're having fun.
And now you know why you will always see a Sheriff in the hands of Demon 1 on pistol round. You're seeing a lot of Jets, but there's impact frags behind that history. Furia call the time out. They're forcing into this one, but Energy looks like they're going to put this one on the game point for themselves with how they've been playing and how sure they are about playing behind each other on these retakes.
I mean, if I was the coach, I'd be furious as well and call the timeout there after losing that 1v2 where the spike was planted. It's for you. You got perfect entries. The game plan, at least enter towards the A site, worked out in your favor. But again, you're playing against one of the best duelists that we currently have here in Valorant, being Demon1. You can't do any type of mistakes.
Yeah.
That slight mistake, you saw the result.
Well, it was a different wall that we saw from Energy the first time. It came from the Rafter area down through straight here. So they were able to really get themselves set up in behind that spot that allowed 2 or 3 more kills to come in on site entry. So really, really nicely done by Energy for that different setup to catch Furia off guard.
Now with that plant, you know you're trailing behind here by 9 points. Furia goes for a buy. Stinger's in a Judge. Havoc with only 1 satchel in that Judge. He's gonna try to, oh no! Oh. Yeah, everybody felt it. Phase plant. Right into the wall. Decays, corrodes, rusts, dies. That's not gonna make things any easier here for the rest of Furia. NW0 trying to make some noise. There's no really TP to meet up with his teammates, so with that initial noise, is just grouping back up. Trying to play the contact up through the B heavens. And Energy, they want to play the man advantage.
Air toxins going up.
Slow take onto site.
And they're starting to understand it. The paranoia came through just to clear towards the back of the site to get NW0 back there with that TP. Energy will have a lot of util.
30 seconds left.
Flash, paranoia, paint shells,
Spike planted.
and a dash here already activated by Demon1. First contact through, 1 on the Raptors. There's that first kill. Spotted a second one of the default boxes. NW0 that was trying to push forward, and we're pinching in from all angles. Energy, they'll get the defuse, and already at that point.
Nicely done on the retake. Expected round here as Furia forcing in, doing everything they can to even do damage to get to the site, but Energy is offering up nothing but frags right now. Marv getting that call to play towards Vent, not even a consideration. And yeah, even coming out of the timeout, seeing a strategy not work is so deflating when you're trying to put those last efforts into the mix. And Energy just shuts them right down. Still a bit to buy, but it's going to be low as Energy go into this bonus. Playing a bit of mid control, but back towards A site and B. As the shots ring out from Furia here. And this lurk is expected.
Buddy system now for 2 players on the top of the A ramp for Energy. That's Demon1 and Crashy's just behind. Crashy's not even needed.
But what's that? What is that peak though? What was the swing? Why was it one and then the other?
Yeah.
It just seems like the setup isn't there.
They're just pushing everywhere as well for Energy. Dropping the lurks here on middle 2. I just want to close out the map. Everybody's really holding W at this point, and Furia is now pinned towards the entrance of even A site at the orb. Finally, NW0 gets spotted. That paranoia allows here for both players to move up from behind. Yeah, Victor misses a couple of shots, but you know the end result. A full roster against NW0.
Damn, 13-2.
On the first map, 13-2 in favor of Energy.
NRG.
They won the first 2 rounds, and then they got 13-0.
Right now, and we actually saw it really come to light at the end there with how they were trying to orchestrate against what Energy had to defend with. Beautiful round. Just speaking the way the Energy played that, a lot of times Demon1, yeah, was able to come up with some frags, but the map movement, the overall IGLing and macro this game almost had Energy not seeing Furia until the spike was being planted a lot of these rounds after maybe a first few utility uses in mid or at A. They avoided Furia so well on the attack side.
To be honest, it almost looks like Ethan was playing Valorant on easy mode. Just like, hey, let's 4 men push towards the site and just get kills, and I'll just wait here and do assists, you know? So Energy really didn't have to show too much on their map of split against Furia, and they win this first one 13-2 on split. Next one coming up will be happening on Breeze.
Party's over. Yeah. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Ramp, pushing it ramp. All right, that's good.
They don't even celebrate or anything, like... It's like, yeah, it's done. Next.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. See you for the second game. Yeah. Kinda hope it's a storm too. So we go PoE or some shit. Or maybe PUBG, like a chill PUBG.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Vintage Marv.
É apenas um manito contra dois jogadores!
Joining me right now, we have Coach Chet. Now, it seems like the team really has a good read on Furia's movement. So what can we expect to see moving on to your map pick on Breeze?
On Breeze, we just kind of working on our own game in practice because we had some struggles versus Loud. So we're just gonna play the things that we would like to do. We're not gonna overcomplicate it for Furia because we're not too familiar of how much they play right now. We have like one video of them on Breeze, but I don't want to read too much into it.
Yeah, well, can't wait to see what you all do on map 2. Best of luck.
Welcome back, everyone. NRG versus Furia. Map 1 just was a... NRG just stomped them. I mean, honestly, like, we got to call a spade a spade. That was just excellently done by NRG, and it just genuinely felt like 2 rounds. I mean, it just felt like they just had no ins at all that entire game.
It's not even just that they won 2 rounds, it's that they lost 13 rounds in a row. Yeah. So there wasn't even like a round here and there to break up the monotony and make you feel a little bit better about yourself. No, they got obliterated for 40 minutes.
Yeah, Shazam, you were saying we didn't even really get to like see the Yoru even like, come into play that much.
Yoru on split's a bit unorthodox, and I was hoping to see something exciting, and there was a whole lot of nothing.
Well, you did. You got a lot of good shots from NRG. You know, that was quite exciting. Speaking of, I mean, you honestly could have picked any player from NRG. They had played so well in that entirety of the map. I mean, Ethan was just calling, so he's just vibey. You know, he's just living his life down there. It must be the best job in the world for someone like Ethan, who we know is an excellent player in his own right, but he's just there surrounded, Doug, by just 4 aimers.
I don't know, man. Ethan went negative. Blow the project up. It's over. There's no hope.
It's in shambles.
It's just, it's such a luxury, right? He has got so many tools at his disposal. They were playing with a lot of confidence, and yeah, the double duelist comp on attack will always have to lean on winning the attack side. They're gonna play aggressively. They're gonna play in your face. You've got Marved, who's being Marved. He's getting all of these lurk kills that, again, we talked about at the beginning of the match. Like, he's back to vintage Marved.
Yeah, Furia, they do not have the coordination to play a no sentinel comp against one of the most aggressive lurking controller players in the game. He exposed every hole in their defense, straight up won NRG a number of rounds on attack by just finding a pick on the opposite side of the map and getting a ton of space off of it. Probably would have been a big difference in that game had Furia ran a different comp with a Cypher in it just to even shut that down a little bit, but that was not the case. So, I mean, just brutality for them.
You heard Chet in that interview say, like, they're not reading too much into things with Furia. They were talking about Breeze there, but I think that the same can go for what they were doing here on Split, the double duelist. It really just felt like a team that was just playing what they felt good with.
I mean, NRG have always been a team that was sick on Split, and this was just they just ran this forever. I mean, every team was running this last year. It's just a comp that everybody knows, comfortable as hell, and they have crazy talent, so they just make it, I mean, it can't look easier than that.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, 13-2. They win the first 2 pistols. You think, okay, you know, maybe they got a little something going on over here. 13 in a row, Shazam. What do you make of that?
I never get too hopeful from pistols, so you know they can be a bit of a toss-up, and like as the story showed, it just I don't know, it's just a stomp. Seems like everyone knew exactly what they needed to do. You know, no backseating needed from Ethan. They know.
Yeah. And now we get ready for Breeze. And this is what we were talking about before, where, like, this is where things get even more hairy here for Furia, because you have now a team that not only has the confidence from a 13-2 slappage on Split, but then they're going to be moving forward here to Breeze, and Demon One's going to enjoy the sun in his face quite a bit, I would say.
He went 7-0 in first kills last time we saw NRG play on Breeze.
Yeah.
He's gonna farm. He's gonna do his thing. I think it almost feels a little like maybe disingenuous isn't the right word, but to hear Chet go, yeah, we had some problems on Breeze, and yeah, maybe there were a couple things they needed to adjust and some things they wanted to fix as they continue to play these maps. But the truth is, we just went from a strength of NRG to a strength of NRG. And in a lot of ways, I can only see this getting worse, which is crazy to think about given the score we just saw.
Yeah, the game against Lat last week was close on Breeze, but NRG, they had some very cool looks with the Yoru. They were doing a really nice job trading off of it. And honestly, that game was only close because in the first half, Les was Thanos. I mean, he was just, like, he was insane. He was dropping, like, multi-kills on every single round on the first half. And then when he cooled off just a little bit, it was not really close in the second half, and NRG just swung it all the way back. So, I mean, guys, are we expecting anything different here?
I'm expecting another stomp, to be honest, but I'm more excited about their Breeze. I really like the Yoru pick. Also seeing Ethan, I feel, on a duelist is, just something you don't see every day. So hopefully we see some more creative plays out of them.
Well, because that was the Yoru, right? When he was like, I thought that was such a clever idea because, with the gate crash, with the abilities that you get from that agent, you can kind of play it like a pseudo initiator, if you will. Just info. It's quite an interesting take on that agent there, Doug.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of fun ways to play it. You can play it the way we saw him play it. You can play it with very aggressively, where you've got Demon One dashing into a smoke and then a Yoru flash popping right out of it, bounce out of the smoke into the face of what they've got. And it's just, yeah, there's a lot to offer here for Energy running New York.
Looks like we're seeing the same thing out of Fury as well. I'm wondering if they took some notes out of Energy's playbook and might know, you know the counters, you really understand the comp, you know what's weak and what's strong for yourself, and
oh, Doug, you're corpsing between.
Dude, I have a really hard time when I see things like this happen because, well, we don't have time to talk about it. I'm gonna like go onto a podcast. The rant will be insane. They're gonna pull me off the stage.
We're gonna go to one of the many podcasts that exist in Valorant so Doug can have his soapbox about what he's seeing with his eyes. But what we are seeing is a potential 2-0. Can Furia force a map 3? It is gonna be a difficult one, but hey, anything is possible here in VCT Americas. Let's send it over to your casters one more time. It's Vans and Rig.
Thank you, GB. Indeed, I hope that we're going to see a third map, and I hope as well that, Shaz was saying it was going to be a stomp on that second map, but I hope not, because it almost feels after that first map, I haven't had a chance to really warm up my vocal cords. That went by way too quick.
It went fast. Energy played that one as they brought it out in the strat book. I think everything came. They had their work shown. The teacher was happy. And yeah, chat's going to go, let's just do Breeze, make sure we're hitting the shots, and everything's going to be right as rain. I think they have some good momentum coming into this one. But yeah, we are going to get the Yoru matchup coming in.
Yeah.
Can't deny that. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, especially that, the Yoru matchup that we have once again. But at the same time, Havoc switching out here from a KO role to a Jet. So in this series, focusing on playing that main duelist full time, and hopefully he had time to warm up at least from the first map, but we could see something closer here on that second map. On this second map, as Furia is now starting on the attack. Lots of noise being made on this attempt of an A-side split. There was a decoy being thrown out here on the attack. W2D2 cannot really contact it to anything yet. Dash now activated with a door open. Now it gets reclosed by Marv, gets caught. And that's the opener that we want to hear from Furia.
That's cool. They use Yoru as kind of a hall pass there. They think it's just the clone walking down, and Marv suffers for it. Pushing back in. The A plant's going to be a bit for A main here, but they are still going to push forward in the site. A big lurk by Khalil to still come in through mid.
Yeah. Big retake play for Energy. NW0 is holding one angle from Shrimp. Answered back by Demon 1, but Demon 1, it's going to be harder for him to play the raid boss with only 10 HP remaining. A dash forward to create some space, get some information as he dashes forward. Now pushing together, but there's that late lurk you were talking about coming out from Khalil. Not enough time for Energy to set up. Big pistol round for Furia in the second map.
Back on February 16th, this was a 10-13 in favor of Energy when these two played Breeze. Much different compositions, but still, Furia put up a hell of a fight, and we can see why. These initial strategies to disrupt what Energy had on the defense, and then to understand the heavy mid retake that Khalil was going to commit on Nasr, communicating with the squad. All right, into second round. Bulldogs, Guardians, so they can bring True across the distance of Breeze here. And they are just going to go ahead for orb control. Quick wall, allowing that orb control and blocking off mid so they can get back into position.
It's nice to see, too, that as soon as the round was over, Khalil's already starting to talk to his team, so he has some sort of idea of how they want to play this against Energy. A deep playbook. Lots of explanations, though, as to how they want to execute their attack side in the first half of Breeze. They open up B. They get a trade-off, though. It's a full classic pistol save for Energy. NW0 is just hiding behind the Viper wall on the attack. Energy's just trying to get a couple of exits if they can. You can definitely see here we're staying tucked in for Furia. Not giving a chance for any type of opening until a drone actually does get the spot off onto Crashies. There's that flash on one end. Dancing back and forth. That's Conan that's going to get the kill long range there from ladder.
Yep. They should be able to just secure the rest of these, or at least make sure it's tough for him to get to the spike.
Go end.
Yeah. They all choose actually to go towards spawn here, so it's going to be easy for Demon 1 and Victor to get out. Now it's just Marv trying to get back through Nest alive, so he can die to the spike.
Maybe one exit here.
Yeah, almost.
But smart play there for Furia, right? Rotating back as you mentioned. They anticipated some sort of a push out towards the elbow, all grouped together, making sure they keep a lot of players alive, because if you're looking at their bonus on the next round, it's actually quite healthy on their side. 2 Guardians, Vandal, Bulldog. Probably get another rifle in if they want to.
and you can even call that a slight read here for Furia, because as they saw 3 members of Energy death pile through mid doors, the length of time it took them to find the majority, they're like, yeah, that's another heavy flank from Energy. We can go spawn to get out of this one. And they were right. So good calls, great read on the macro so far. Even just 2 rounds here. It's nice to have a read on your opponent. But what is this bonus going to bring?
This is where it started to go downhill on split. But at least now for Furia, you're hoping that there's at least some light at the end of the tunnel from the result from that last map. And it starts off well. They have orb control. They have a little bit of a mid lurk here as Khalil's trying to find information on this elbow. Nobody towards tunnel, nobody towards Ness on Energy side. They're playing pretty passively, except for the aggressive position of Ethan down at bottom mid.
And they gate crash back over to B, where you have this different Viper wall from Marv, splitting half the site. And a little sketchy here as they see crashies. And yeah, they play the same drone walk up on halls.
Try to go for a dash and flash on the other end just to try to bait any type of players that maybe were in position for Energy to go for a trade play. Stalemate. A reset from Furia at the mid round. The pivot towards the B site. But Khalil still hasn't really found too much. I don't really know where the Victor setup is. Victor is watching it here from Arches.
Yep, they see that.
And they posted 1 player for Furia, though, towards the A halls. So they kept Havoc there to try to go for at least sound information. They hear the recon dart. The rotates coming out from Energy. Open sight now for Furia to move in and to go for a plant.
So much knowledge just off that util, just off the positioning of Havoc, but can they stave off the retake? 2 big frags to start.
Spike planted.
Question answered with what you just asked. So there's that rotate cut. Havoc was able to drop 1 on the pivot towards mid. The last players are ready trying to retake the site on the B site. Just too many players to deal with, though. Ethan in a 1v2. Portal call now in place for Furia. A synchronized double jump. It's almost like I was watching synchronized swimming. Khalil gets the pick. Beautiful bonus round, converting here for Furia.
Okay, so how does Energy, if they want to, start dealing with the halls pressure? Because it's somewhat free pressure. No, it's not a kill for Furia, but imagine getting a free line of sight down halls every time. They're forced to shoot
very early timeout for Energy.
And then you get positioning of Havoc. Now, what Havoc does with that information is so important. Right? And the rest of the way they attained information that round, the gate crash over towards A. Hey, someone's on far pillar. Well, he's like, well, I got 2 here. 1 just hit me with the shock dart, and there were probably more than just his footsteps. So 3 at A, of course. Furia hits B by just having 1 person over there to get that information at A. So like the change in macro now in Furia's favor here to start off Breeze has been incredible from last game. It seems like they've shaken off that absolutely decimation they suffered on split just now. And yeah, doing a great job. Just splitting the defensive energy and then being able to work the map off of that info.
Energy didn't really have a chance to play aggressively yet. Now losing against Furia's bonus round, they have to go for another eco. And I think the play now is, you're mentioning hall pass. Always open right now for Furia to take over. Maybe that's going to be a call for, okay, let's just pop down that area. Who better than on defense, of course, on top of that being Demon 1 later on here, once we actually have more credits. But as I say that, you see Marv, he spent that money on that Outlaw to drop it for Demon 1 to go for that rate boss. And where is he positioning that? For mid control, actually, from tunnels to start things off.
I don't know if the Outlaw is the answer here.
What's our wall?
Like, you should expect them to offer full armor.
Demon 1 with the help of Crashies just above.
I guess he just wants to body people.
To play. I don't even think they saw that
so they are easier to kill with pistol, but
and it is going to be a hit.
There were definitely pings on the other side though for Furia down towards the elbows, so they did anticipate some sort of a push coming out. And Demon 1 connects, first headshot, but NW0 was there to trade it right back. Not really entering inside the site yet. Throwing at least a flash, trying to keep those players out there. Energy is playing behind the line of the Viper wall, as you saw on the B site on his radar. And Furia, they understand here, a lower buy, playing around the Outlaw is probably a stack. So they read perfectly here in the mid round.
And they did the math quick, right? You said stack, they're picking up the Outlaw again. Let's go the other way. All the way to A. And yeah, they're gonna have a pretty good hold here as long as they don't give up any angles to the Outlaw. It should be all right.
Yeah. But at least by giving all that space, back for Energy to take. That's an upgrade to a Phantom on top of that. So you have a lot of util on the defense. You have an Outlaw and a Phantom. At least some of that lurk, some of that flank will get discovered if this trip gets broken. And finally, as Victor was trying to find a timing, breaks that trip. It's a double flank on that side. A pinch on the other end from Spawn from the other two players of Energy.
Good ping, good ping.
Fortunately, the Outlaw hits 140 onto MW0. Ethan trying to find that kill for an easy body shot. The jump up here, getting caught, and Oswar is able to save his teammate. Also gets a second one on Victor. So that 10 HP remaining for MW0 will potentially be a rifle that he could save on the pulse plant. Long range battle, there's 1 and 2 from Crashies.
I believe
very, very pricey now for Furia's conversion on that 4th round.
Yeah, a little bit of money to trade around, but you'd love to come away with those weapons still. A nice job by Furia identifying where the site was going to be hit from, especially after they got pinged. When that ping went off, you saw Furia scatter and take instant repositions, so they could not be hit by any following util. And another quick one here. Furia seems to be very comfortable, not worried about the low buys of Energy, but they have to be worried about the rifles, the sniper rifles that are coming out. An Outlaw last round, an Operator this round.
And support too, a TP4. Doesn't even matter if you have a dimensional drift on the attack. Hunter's Fury to come out too, trying to land some shots. Demon 1 finally falls, but they were surprised by the off to start.
Oh,
all of Furia looking to
that was close.
Potentially commit towards the ace side, but the Aldron will spot a few.
And possibly heading back, if this can be cleared all the way on your side by MW0. 10 HP, though, is a pretty tough lurk to make count, but you can see the Spike already backpedaling as they're going to keep a little bit of noise and knowledge over towards A here in the form of Khalil.
Crash is
I wonder if Khalil can get the ult out if he can just sneak out and throw a hat on somebody if they really want to.
That would be a great call here. But he has to play the perfect timing for that all towards A main. There's that cage to throw that hat. Marvis.
Oh, it's
I mean, that's a high risk. We'll find out if it's going to be a high reward because those two players, Conan and MW0, are quite low here. They have a Hunter's Sphere to work with for the pulse plant. But Noswar is still keeping that on his back. That spike, that is, finally gives it away.
Should be a well.
Hunter's Sphere on the attack to try to clear space instead. A 1-for-1 on the anchor towards B. With 26 seconds left, there's 2 players flanking from Energy. Furia has no choice but to work inside this B site. Victor trying to anchor it up. Spike is now down as he gets the kill onto Conan. Noswar now running inside. Head-to-head, toe-to-toe, gets that pick.
I have the Spike.
12 seconds left. The ADS out from window. Easy kill on the flank from Marv in the end.
And they find it. It took 4 rounds. Say 5 as they pick this one up. But it was a bit of a hold. Big play by Crashies there. He goes down to either one of them right away, and they're planting with a setup, but it is prevented. Energy able to make that round work. Even with the Operator idea shut down here at A. They had to recall on the map, or not recall, but move around on the map, reposition, and figure out where this was going to go. So a big one by Victor, I should say, not Crashies there, as he held down the site. All right.
Demon, something similar.
Yeah, Demon 1 Blade Storm. Gonna go forward just like he's got the op in hand. He's ready to hit some headshots here. We're waiting close with that dash on, so no. Playing a little safer without as much util help. A push around the map. Fury is not ready to move at this point. Oh, that was close.
In the chest and then a headshot. Conan really
I don't know where you pick it on
for a 3-2-1
here
swing
for
for a
the
triple pleat.
Conan.
Down towards shops. But early advantage for Energy.
Like, you know they're there, if they flashed and shit.
Here towards this A side. And now finally they pivot back. There was some elbow control being done here by Khalil. But they still have no information on middle nor B site for the attack side. Will be difficult here, but thankfully they have Noswar's recon.
See, shock darts are up. Should be able to hit any of these traps, but they're placed just off to the left, the ladder there for the entrance of the site. Things are going back. Yeah, they have this off site right now, but they don't have control of it yet.
So many cages coming through. They made it inside for a bit, but once again, Energy playing behind Marv's wall that he placed up. Cage then up, trying to do more delay snake bite just to give him that forward position on the top. Now it goes down. 2 kills there onto MW0 and Noswar. Khalil was too late for the trade. Crashies then long range right into the cubby in the chest of Khalil, leaving only Havoc alone, flanked behind by the Blade Storm of Demon 1. And that's now 2 unanswered rounds for Energy.
And we can see how Energy's using this Viper wall that splits the site in half with the way they can deny and then replay through it. It's going to take Furia all that space to get into site. Yeah, they can have it, but how happy are they not knowing what's on the other side, knowing if Energy can pop flash through with this Yoru, boom, and find blind people every time. And we saw at the edge of the ladder there, the left side of entering site from the attackers, when that wall went down, you saw the Cypher cage come out of Victor.
Exactly.
So even more delay with another Molly follow-up.
Yeah, exactly.
Instant delay. And Furia just had no ground, even though the front half of the site is technically theirs with that wall. It just doesn't feel safe.
Yeah. One of the few changes that we've seen here on Breeze, adding those boxes on that left side of ladder really gave a chance here. More obstacles now for the defenders to hold a semi-aggro position here at that spot, to not get flooded too much by utility and players when you're ending towards that side. So beautiful adaptation on how you're running on that wall for Energy to continue to play that delay. And that timeout's going to be very important here for Furia. How do you answer that? Working towards the left side doesn't really work out. Can you pivot back towards the right? Because you're playing behind the Viper wall here on the defense, it technically kind of leaves here Berlin and Tunnel a little bit open for a mid to be split. But Furia on this round, it's more pressure on middle to start things off and potential finish towards the A site, as they really want to battle and isolate Demon 1 at the beginning of these rounds. That was 2 rounds in a row that he peeked out towards A main. He's currently playing towards that palm tree. Right on the right side of Crab. Dash forward, Blade Storm for Havoc. Corner is not checked. Easy TP away. And Demon 1 could just ADS and look down in that area.
What is this? The one round they're not peeking? And Havoc tries to attack, tries to get that push towards A.
That's that push mid. So the pinch actually works out here for Furia because of Ethan's TP. That was less players for Energy inside the site. Now it's open. Trying to find a timing. Ethan's trying to walk back in. NW0 in a forward position. You're a mirror match, but it's stolen by Marv. Victor then also onto Khalil. Conan and Noswer alone now inside this A site. Dimensional Drift getting the information of where the players are at. No sprays to follow behind at least, but that spike is still down. Now the hat's getting thrown. They get info. The lurk once again from Marv. Furia should be annoyed by the amount of lurks they're facing out against an Energy's defense.
They are, and I think Furia went away from their lurks that were working. We remember how much Halls control they had. How many kills came from Halls this time that Furia wasn't ready for? That's been the position that we've usually seen Havoc in. And yeah, door opens. A field day from that position, and they have control over it. And this was around Furia started off trying to hit the precedent, that conditioning that Energy had been peeking A. They say, all right, you have Blades, we'll back you up, flash over, and we'll try to take out Demon 1 as he peeks right away. But what do? They play back inside, and Ethan is there to actually accept the rush in. And look, now as we go onto the mini-map, Energy is set up for the play that Furia was just expecting. And they do again.
Again, how to isolate Demon 1's aggression. Snakebite to start things off and to spray it through. And even Ethan, low on HP, but Mars trying to make a play.
I don't know.
Once again, running
Energy
of his
picking
pick,
base and just
somehow
like
gets the pick
having Demon 1 pick
to even up the situation.
A main
4-on-4.
every single round.
Furia have
no
to figure out
pick
what side of the
mid,
map they want to work towards
no
to,
push
and it
mid,
seems
no
to be
push elbow, like
towards this B side. I mean, I could see it. They have a dimensional drift to work with against that.
Usually your Viper's doing that alone, right?
Yeah.
Not too many people going to be around so they can choose the soft site, yes, but Marv could be Iceman right here. That first trip could be a kill, a backup, and then Ethan's there to help that support as they chase for Marv in the pit. They could really cause some chaos. This is pretty committed here at 45 seconds too, as they're checking flank just for a moment. Unless they're going all the way back.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are. They're going to leave it and see if they can rotate around.
Yeah. So the Aldron go for a drift. But the thing is, they haven't gained too much position here. They forfeited the A side early.
30
so if they make any noise, this is all going to get hurt by Victor, who's walking down towards the halls.
It's done. Crabsy saw it.
Jig is up outside the vents. Sussed out is Khalil. And that spiked down 17 seconds. Last two players.
Nice shot.
A little bit of...
You have to go...
Maybe a Pike's plant?
I mean, there's some
10
hope.
seconds left.
Wall comes down. Marv aims in.
Player standing.
Now doable.
Yes, time.
Plant is about to come down.
Holy
Ethan
fuck.
on a 1 versus 2. We mentioned how he was playing Valorant
Planted.
on easy mode on the previous map. Now the IGL has to try to clutch a 1 versus 2. First contact in, easy one there for NW0.
Wow.
Did not expect it out in the open. And Furia finally get a round since the timeout.
Yeah, they kick back there. I was starting to wonder because the first half, when these teams faced off in kickoff, was an 8-4. Furia only got 4, and then Energy started to come back. They bucked that trend, though. Furia get the 5th one this time, and a good read on that by both teams, right? The macro.
Yeah, but Breeze is an attack side and not
for a moment reads it, but there's still enough
power
power in that rotation back around to get the spike where it needs to be. And MW0
you wanna go for 9-3, 8-4, stuff like that.
W.
Yeah.
More Halls control here from Energy as it's a B hit, Van Silly.
There's a trip there, updrafted, and somehow Victor with spraying through all of that and gets 2 kills. Hits the decoy, forced to fall back, but there's still Marv to help out. Havoc was there with the flake, but Demon 1 inside the arches. Up kill onto Havoc. Disadvantage, our Furia down by 2 players. Pin now really inside this B site. Aldron trying to find at least 1. No pings, but then Conan swings out, denied, punished by Victor. And actually we did get the ping out there. Nazor was spot at the ladder. Easy one there for Crashies.
Victor basically a solo hold on the site, making Furia think twice as soon as they went for that aggression. And that is kind of deflating. Furia go for their first, just crash into B strat, and Victor's able to take down 2 immediately. A 3rd one with a hat trick. Oh my gosh.
With a Vandal.
With a Vandal too. Yeah, Vandal with a Phantom cosplay. All right. Here we are.
Keep up.
A little bit of a push again from Energy. They get the aggression of their duelist towards the front side of A main.
Yeah. And we'll do it a 4th time, right?
Back to the fast.
Yeah. Nice entry there by Havoc. Ethan trying to answer quickly. A flash through the wall. The TP was actually committed. NW0 loses that fight to Ethan. Now as the wall comes down, Havoc is down to 57 HP. Teammates trying to move up and help him out. And now you force out the Hunter's Fury. Does connect and get the pick onto Ethan. Then the hat on the attack. Pinging more players now. Aldron. Also pushing some players back, but then Noswar is moving forward. I mean, they get the plant finally. Now it comes down to the hero plays of Energy. 2 players left alive. It's a 2 versus 2. Counter hat now being thrown on the defense. And as one is spotted here, Havoc in the front. 23 HP, still survives. Planet for him. No orb here. So Marv and Victor had the pick together. Woo! And that was a close lineup, but in the end, it's an Energy victory to tie up the game 5-5.
Death from Halls again, even after all that. That frag coming in on Nazar was almost another Vandal pickup from a very nice Sheriff shot, but it's covered. No weapon pickups there, and the retake coming in for Energy does, as you say, make it a 5-5. And trying to catch Demon 1 off guard. The site's open, but it just seems like there's too many fights being taken here towards the end when you could be waiting on these off angles or crossfires. Back into sight. Energy gaining space from afar with these frags here. Demon 1 on the operators. We're going to come out of this replay, and they are going to put that on top of wall at B.
Yeah, no more attempt to push towards the main. 2 or 3 times Demon 1's been doing it here. At least 3 out of the last 4 rounds. So they'll post him up towards the B site, anticipating
this is
a Furia hit towards B. Crashes fell towards the nest, and there's that trade-off. Again, not expecting, allowing to capitalize on that kill. Unusual position there from Demon 1.
Yeah.
Or at least from a Jet op in general. Now Furia regrouping with Khalil. Avoiding the op on the B side, but slowly but surely, Demon 1 is also slowly rotating towards A.
Towards the mid again. This time it's the 3 towards mid. We've only seen this off the rotation after they hit B. If they lose Nazar here, don't get enough of his util, they might not be able to make the site hit work. A very hidden Ethan could stay quiet here and dismantle everything.
Same thing for Marv. There's that flash in the peak, the TP across. Demon 1 trying to find a tight angle, a tight shot. Contact in front of the pyramids. But it's Energy that scores first. Finally, it's answered back, leaving Victor alone. Nazar looking for a plant. Might have hurt the drop. Khalil's waiting for it just around the corner here at Orange. Tap on the spike. Easy kill by Nazar. A lead back for Furia as it's 6-5 for them.
Great little timing across the map. They go towards elbow with the stronger squad, realize that they've been found out. There's an operator at A, so they want to kind of work around the map to make sure they don't get that operator. Well, if you can close that gap and come through mid, it helps because you have a lot of people that can first trade the op and then a main control on the other side. Yep, not expecting them that close off of the mid door. Just trying to break the timing of Energy, and Furia's doing a great job of it. Operator now in the hands of MW Zera on the Yoru. Oh my.
Nice shot.
Giving Demon 1 the Vandal, then activates the Bladestorm off that pick. Trying to find more kills. Dash has been activated. Information on 2 players and a reposition from Marv. Walking across the other end, trying to find his own timing, and he also gets punished. That's information on 2 players there, because that's Conan and Noswar getting picks. A TP across to help out, and there's a dimensional drift to open up the B site. They spot Victor, Cage comes up. Noswar gets picked, Hunter's Fury. Coming out now on the defense from Crashies. That's all he has with the Sheriff, and it's good enough for a pick. NW0 also falls. And the lurk coming in from elbow gets denied. Good luck here to Noswar.
He's running.
1 plant, 1 pick will get it to Hunter's Fury. But there's already that rotate from Ethan up at the staircase. 40 seconds left to work with. He could take his time for a bit here as Noswar.
Crashies just came, okay, he didn't grab a weapon or didn't have time to. He wants to be here to support.
Got info, and there's that staircase. Now Noswar could isolate both of them, but Ethan will close it out. We end the half 6-6, a clean slate moving into the second one.
Great attack side movement here by Furia. Good reads on Energy side too. Victor with a few rounds at B, able to lock that down and close a few good ones up. And then Demon 1 doing Demon 1 things on these rounds too, to make sure that the extremities were held when he had the power weapons, that operator and a few others of his ultimate.
Well, at least we got some life coming up from Furia in this first half in GB. Can they close it out? Can we see a third map?
Yeah, I mean, we're curious to see if Furia have it in them to carry it forward into that second half. But one thing is for certain is that we're seeing, you know, some pretty good output here from MW Zera and just honestly from Furia as a whole, Doug, which is a far cry from what we were seeing in that first map.
Yeah, I honestly thought they looked infinitely better, and I guess that's easier to say given what the score looks like right now, but the truth is I think they had a couple of really good ideas on how they could use their Yoru ults, and Havoc is playing well too. I think some of those pieces are coming together as needed, but when MW is doing what he's doing on the Yoru, I think it's easy to understand how this is much more of a competitive map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a far more viable map for Yoru, and you can really see the impact that he can have with it, as well as the team doing like a really good job of denying Demon 1 that A main line.
Yeah, it was big.
Molly shocks, the dash up with the flash.
Yeah.
Just really not letting him have that line.
Yeah. It seems like in a lot of these moments and in the early rounds, Energy are just trying to win already, and it's costing them some rounds. I'm surprised they didn't lose the last one just before we went to half, where Demon 1 pushes at the beginning, goes down, Marv just re-peaks it, even like goes down, and they already had an advantage. They'd gotten the first kill. I think if they just kind of pause for a second, go back to playing their own game, playing smart, they should be able to close this one out.
Yeah, I do feel like that could be a thing that potentially stings them in the second half if they keep doing that, Shazam, because honestly, like, there is a potential here where Furia can continue to punish if you start to see that kind of aggression coming out of NRG.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like what I was saying was like they're forcing the issue. You know, you have the main advantage. You could kind of reset and just play like the rotates. You still got the Yoru TP to stock each site. But I still have faith in their attack side. I feel like that they understand what their comp's capable of as well, and they'll probably deliver here.
Well, we'll see how this plays out in the second half. We're going to send it back over to your casters, Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you, gentlemen. I just loved here just before we toss it to GB. When I asked, can we take this to a third map, somebody just belted out here in the Riot Games Arena. No, they just want the 2-0 clean victory here for Energy.
Let's go.
As we do have favorites now in the crowd, of course, here in LA. Pistol round now starting with Energy on the attack. You want to try to find any type of formulation on this attack, and it sprays through the cages. 2 instantly fall. Furia really wants to fight towards his middle. They take control of it, but they lose the A site in the process. Victor watching that rotate and almost caught their Havoc. Does get A tap on the chest forces a dash and gets information on 3 players now rotating over from mid.
What a sick way to defend on that one with the push up from Havoc. Now we go into sight. Marv a bit pushed. They can't really crossfire this. It's gonna have to be the headshots.
Toxin screen down.
Marv has to come up huge. Oh, the save there from Conan, who also gets that second kill onto Crashies. Another pistol round under the belt of Furia.
Really, really neat one too. If you look at the mini-map, the 2 standing up top here, able to fire down on whatever Havoc was fighting mid as he peels back. Such a cool way to have a high-low trade basically across the map that nobody's gonna expect. Victor runs right into those other 2 members that are ready for the peak. And this retake so clean. Furia won both pistols last time these guys played in kickoff, and they do it again. But can they get the victory here? That's the question. Can they bring that to a 3rd? We already know what you think. Round 14 here. It's going to be the Outlaw coming out. A few Guardians and Bulldogs. Keep those fights long range as Furia look to stack the A site and prevent it from being taken. Good gate crash to the other side, too, if they have to play reactive on any rush.
Yeah. Loved how Crashes just booked it up towards the shop to grab the orb. 2 players staying behind. That was Demon 1 with the Sheriff and Ethan with support, so they could try to punish a push out. And after grabbing that orb, it might move over here towards the B side orb control. It was pinged out early now by Furia. Yeah, I mean, they've gained some control here towards shop on the defense, so they have information. They know that there's a heavy lean towards the B site now. With the orb that comes up from a recon dart, easy trade-off. Another orb now under for Crashies. Demon 1 trying to fight at long range against NW0. He loses that fight.
They're waiting patiently. They got actually one of those. Nicely done as they make the way into the site. The plant is in. And yeah, this is gonna be a powerful retake from Furia.
Enemy down.
They could delay long enough right now, though, for energy. It seems like we might be playing lineups for Marv. So trying to disrupt, trying to make some moves. Victor just got spotted by Havoc. And it's up to Crashes to hold the side in the back. Snakebite to push him out. It's gonna be difficult now. Poison orb up. There is one Snakebite, but it was just a tap. Now 5 players moving forward.
Yeah.
Poison's off.
Right click there onto NW0. There's that first kill, though, in long range. Can you get it done against 3 other guys? Hell no, you're not. No. Second round there for Furia.
Almost to Flores.
Another pistol.
Yeah, they come in with the weapons, only using losing MW. But
And,
actually
one
of the harder maps to get a Viper post plan on, because how far you actually have to get back for what would be a safe position, which is still open to lurk. So you really need to have map control. And then if you've lost your team, everyone knows where you is. But still, an option that they have as they get to the post plant. It's just too many weapons advantage as they came back into sight. So we get that bonus, we get weapons now for energy. Can they start to turn it around here? Still looking for outlaw shots. Expect Furia to be playing back a little bit further here to get those to count.
You can definitely see it. Those rifles, Guardians, and an outlaw taking mid control. As Havoc was trying to get a position up there, I think there was miscomms. Nobody was watching that elbow. So he gets punished here by the Victor push up on elbow.
Really cool A-wall on the right side, focusing double pass if they want to get through that. So you're really giving them a lot to think about if they want to take the site. They're going to have to hit that util or wait for the gas to go down. Demon 1 in the hall starts us off.
Yeah, all individual pushes to start things off, giving energy a 2-player advantage with a minute left on the clock. And yeah, an A site's open. Furia's already falling back for a bit, just trying to fight back and contest Demon 1 in the halls. Who dashes away to safety. Plant will come down still. Objective is Crashies with these plants. Potential for a Hunter's Fury in the next round.
Yeah.
When Furia will get their gun round.
Victor's on a vacation right now. The team doesn't really need him, but he has all this space to just detect and let them know. Probably about to see the rest of Furia in sight at this point. Little hide from Ethan here. Ooh.
Yeah, it's Demon 1 to spot first on the contact. And yeah, I don't need a flash yet. I'll just ADS and get all these kills. No need to flash me, Ethan. I'm all good. Energy with flawless.
Yeah. Just as clean. Furia, and it's the rounds they should be winning, right? Furia's getting the one they should have gotten when it's second to Energy's pistols and low buys. Energy taking out the bonus here, but not suffering anything, which is the boon. They really have a lot of econ to work with here, and especially in the map when you want to be firing long range. If you're going to be putting your opponents down onto that low armor, you're happy to take some of these fights. Fist bumps around. We start off round 16. Energy close to being able to get even or even the lead on these next few rounds. And right at the front door, Furia's ready to fight.
They're really trying to deny that orb, but a beautiful snake bite was placed down on the attack here by Marv. Breaking that timing for Furia's aggression. The attempt to deny that from Crashies. Now they have a Hunter Spirit to work with.
Exactly. That's everything they need for this B plant.
Decoy out first here on the attack. Trying to find any trips towards the site. It's open. Ethan the one TPing in and going for a full plant. So it's going to be a 5 versus 5. Double trips watching that flank. But it's Havoc that could updraft over it if he wants to. Chooses to go the long way around, as you can see on the minimap. But meanwhile, in front of your screen, Demon One gets the headshot onto Conan. Dueling down the numbers here on the attempt of a retake. There's that trip broken, that flank attempt coming out from Havoc. A flash through the Viper wall from NW0, blinds a few, gets that backstab from Havoc, but it's a trade-off. Allowing the hat to come out and the numbers to come back in favor of Energy. Only Noswer and Havoc's, not too much time left. Noswer kind of committed inside that site. Both of them kind of committed inside that site. Now with that tap, there's that peek, and there's the secured victory for Energy. Tying up the game now 8-8.
Very clean. And that retake was really fun. I love the fact that Demon One becomes buddies with Ethan's clone as the clone reaches that left spot of B site. That's when Demon One dashes in, but Ethan's already taking a gate crash towards B pillar. So you have technically 3 people entering site, 2 that can actually do something. But yeah, it really sends them for a loop. And just a nice way to get into the site. Furia wondering how they're getting dismantled here so slowly on these hits. Back down to a low buy. And Energy back to A. And Energy started at A last round, right? Going over, getting a bit of the util out, and finding that quite a few members of Furia were actually packed into that entrance to A spot near main. So a good mid-round call, B hit to end it. And now they work the map a little bit more. One of the first 2-2-1s we're really seeing here, where the spike's going to start mid for this match.
Yeah. They'll know that there's somebody towards the yellow here, I'm pretty sure. Actually, the camera is watching towards A main, so they'll do the due diligence to try to clear. But Ethan was walking up alone, dash forward to try to pick up the gun. Victor stops him.
That's why you play 2 together. Victor stops that indeed. That would have been a big pickup. Still a few weapons here that would have made that huge for Havoc. They got to watch for the Marshal on one site, but they're all sticking together. And Demon One gets 2 more. Little lurk mid.
That was a contact surprise play. Demon One so far this series doesn't seem like he's ever going to get surprised by anybody in this, by Furia.
No.
Simple execution now towards the A site. Recon dart wall up. Realizing at least towards that backside of A site is clear. A main still the unknown for Energy. But for Furia, they're both playing towards the spawn. Now finally both spotted. Marshall gets a pick, but Energy take the lead.
They take the lead. They're suffering quite a different first half there for both. It came to an eventual 6-6 here. Energy finally get that gusto in place. They're going to have 3 big ults online here. Hunter's Fury, the Blade Storm, and the Dimensional Drift. So you imagine just dimensional drifting into a bunch of people with that Hunter's Fury behind you. An option that they have, then they don't even have to use it. That's just how good they're feeling right now with this momentum. Furia, you're going to start with this timeout here on round 18. Havoc's going to have the op. This is where it needs to come into play. If Energy are going to be playing these rounds where they're presenting themselves somewhere right away for a util or for a peak, that's where the op is really helpful. Teams playing fast, you shut them down on a quick swing, get out of there. Move around the map, do it again, change your position each time. Easy as Havoc on Jet here, but Energy's kind of been walking up and only looking for the util to come out. They're not showing themselves until they're ready to commit. So how does Havoc get this op online?
Yeah. Well, so far, Energy pretty much have A side orb for free every single round, but when you're trying to fight it for Furia, there's still util. The mollies from the snake bites from Marv keeps them at bay. And there's been 2 moments where you're trying to get elbow control, and there was 1 push up from Victor that actually took down the Havoc, and that 1 round where Havoc moved down to get the pick onto Ethan. So there's weaknesses now to try to punish that area.
Yep.
So I thought they might be wanting to go to fight mid to start, just to give up that A side. But instead, they'll just post up a passive op inside the A side. I mean, there's potential late support here and a late push out towards A main if they don't hear any noise.
Right here. The wall's up to deny A, but like you said, they've never been denied this position.
Who's next?
And they don't get denied. We saw a bunch of pings in sight. There was going to be the route here for Ethan. Flash on the operator, forcing them to get out. Oh my gosh.
Hunter's Fury now on the attack as well. I don't think they put into account the drift available there by Ethan.
I'm not gonna lie, this feels a little awkward with the positioning of Energy right now and how everything's sorted out without any of those kills coming through except for MW Zera.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the gas, waiting for a little patience, and here we go. Energy's able to file out.
Quick, easy reset there, waiting for the wall to come back up. Plant now comes down for A main, for sprays, for lineups. Late lurk still coming out from Victor from the elbow. Furia's upping the tempo on the retake. Demon 1 once again winning individual duels continuously. Finally traded out by Noswer. Alan Drone coming out in the attack, getting information on 2 players. There are the lineups cut out from Marv, and that's enough delay for Victor to start coming outside the bridge. Backstab now initiated. ADS on the ping. There's that first. The swing on the second. And that is going to be Conan. Hoping to be able to save his weapon. You definitely see on this radar, they are trying to find him.
Yeah, hunting around. Energy, if they have it, they seem to have, or if they have the ults, they have the utility, and they seem to have the advantage, it's working. Sometimes you see this disrupted by amazing headshots, but they're coming from Energy along with the strategies.
I can't believe he's peeking an op like that and still wins the fight.
To get that, and we said that op needed to come online at some point. At that, they play it close, knowing the dimensional drift could be a problem, but still, Furia does have to take chances here to figure out how to shut down Energy. It's just none of the chances are going their way. Energy has the answers, looking for an insta-kill there, as they go for a little bit of decay as well as a shock dart. Not a bit of damage for Chip.
Yeah, low by Blaze Storm. Havoc was trying to find a timing.
Yeah.
Almost got the contact. There's a couple of daggers left. The Energy's looking to move back towards the B site, now spawning a Marshall in the hands of Khalil in the back of the B site. That's all they have in terms of defense for Furia to start. Energy seems to be committed now for a hit.
Yep. Dash in, that same Yoru Jet combo. And they're gonna be easy resting. Wow. Victor's smoke shots right now.
Very good. They're good. Counter Alan Drone out. Trying to get that ping there. It works out onto Khalil. Ethan will capitalize on that assist from the Alan Drone of Crashies. Conan with that safe rifle from that previous round will save it again, as MW0 is looking to at least gain some confidence. An opportunity to win a 1v1. Crashies getting the timing. MW0 still wins it though. That's a great start. Now head-to-head against Ethan. The pre-fired shots, now spotting Victor, and then on to Ethan. I mean, no time.
Too bad you can't defuse in dimensional drift, huh? Where am I? That's 11 now for Energy. And just kind of at the end, when they get lax, do you see those kills coming through? And MW Zera is able to say, no, you can't take a second to blink or breathe when I'm around.
Yeah.
Yeah, Victor is just so good. The out of smoke hits, the through smoke hits. Why not? And clean up there.
And it comes to show that when you're actually put in these situations, NW0 could actually still pop off. They just need to figure out ways how they could set up NW0, how they could set up Havoc at this point. That's been the question coming through as well when Noswer was IGLing joined this roster too. How can you actually activate your duelists here? But Energy are doing such a great job, once again, on their attack, really working around that map. Look at the amount of noise that they're making.
Yeah.
There was a ping from the Alan Drone, a TP back, and an early Looked like it was going to be a rotate back, but you leave mid open. That's because you don't also have Havoc just watching that line here on the top of the back wall, down towards elbow. So they have passive information on Energy's. If they want to, if Energy's trying to work towards mid, rather, it's going to get spotted.
This looks really similar to the flow of the round as Furia was faced with an ult at B. They went up towards elbow, but back down through mid to double doors. I wonder if they're actually going to try to get in B and just leave Conan in a weird spot as they plant back towards spawn.
We're going to have to look at the amount of duels here between Demon 1 and Havoc, but a lot of them seems to come in favor here of the attack side of Energy to start. Dimensional drift from NW0. Getting info on mid.
Yeah.
Energy's falling behind it. And there's trap setups here from the Cypher, also towards the A site. Hat now being thrown out.
And they go
And we go back. As they go back, though, Furia was ready for it because of the hat that came out here on the defense. Ethan, though, opens it up. And he's going to get a plant down. A 2 versus 2.
Good retake util here.
Marv looking to reflank.
Are they setting up for the... yeah.
1v1 coming up here on the elbow. MW0 is knifing around. Bringing a knife to a gunfight. Advantage back for Energy. Noswhere, both shark darts used. He's gonna come 1-1 against Ethan. Walking slowly forward. Ethan's trying to find that timing. He'll hear the drop. Will not hear the drop, the footstep, the jump kill. When nothing works here for Furia, just nothing works.
It is, though. It is. I mean, that just goes you to show how Ethan's playing the situation, never shying away from what's going to be the best in that situation, right? 90% of people might have just kind of swung that, but the jump, throwing off the crosshair, always getting the maximum type of peek in. Yeah, it's just how, why? Like you said, they can't do wrong at this point. Energy bring it 12-8 now. Game point. And that was a 4 ultimate round from Furia that they could not secure. Back towards A for Energy.
This time Ethan's using the dimensional drift again towards the A site. Getting information on Havoc. Conan gets a spray onto Marv at least. Aljon to try to get more updraft towards the air. Blaze Storm being shut out. Demon 1 cannot get any contact this time around. An opportunity for Furia to have a stronger defensive hold, but there's that lurk from Victor down towards mid doors. A 4 versus 4. Now Energy. Or triple walking down towards the halls. A peek coming out from Havoc, denied by Crashies.
The halls control has just been the superior position for the match. And again, Energy take a huge amount of map control from this spot. The lurk from Victor, the final touches.
Gets spotted, but the hat at least is there to get the information on both. Easy one to open the door. And for Ethan and Demon 1 to get inside A site and go for a plant. Potentially even a plant for middle because you have Victor still in that area. Picking up his camera, moving back towards main. Up to Noswhere and Khalil. They have a recon dart to work with at least to start on that retake. It's being shot out. Not spotting anybody towards bricks. Door gets opened up. Ethan, when he's got to step up to the plate, he does here as the IGL for Energy. Up to Khalil alone. All of the players of Energy holding towards the A main. And you could just, probably just can't avoid the unavoidable. And that's Demon 1 in the front, easy kill. And that's up being an easy 2-0 for Energy in the end over Furia.
Damn.
The split match showed dominance from NRG. The reads that they had, the way that they played. We get to Breeze. The firefight becomes more of a factor. Furia starts to gain that ground. Like we said, this was a 13-10 when they played in kickoff. Different comps for Energy. So still very close here on the read of where to be fighting. But once that round got into play, once the positions were crept into by Energy, they were able to macro that much better, figure out what the moves for Furia were, and playing up front instead of reactive really gives Energy the win there.
Yeah, and still not bad though for Haver. One trying to figure out here his first kills. He's actually a 5-0, and Demon 1 that looked really good here, and Crispy on those shots was at 6 for first kills rather. Yeah. So at least at this point, it's how can you actually win against Demon 1? That's that big head-to-head. And when you're playing against Demon 1 as a Jet, I mean, what could you really do, man? This guy's something else. I can't wait to see a Demon 1 against Aspas.
It was a race between him and Victor. I mean, Victor on the site holds was doing crazy. 24 and 14 for Victor with 2 assists on that. 3 first bloods as the anchoring Cypher. So a lot of those being the ones where Furia were forced to convert in the 4v5, and we're just not finding the wins after that.
Great call too, because as you're talking about how good he is on the anchors, it's in these moments too where on Breeze the responsibility comes down to him on these work plays where you wanted to see some more vintage Mark, but you didn't need that when Victor could also assume that responsibility so that Mark can actually play those pulse plant mollies, the walls up, the support here for the trades. Again, from A to Z, when you need to broaden up the map pool with, of course, having Demon 1 playing a better Raze these days, but at the same time also changing roles within the compositions. Yeah. It works out quite well. Demon 1 and the rest here of Energy look so complete,
right?
Going into stage 1.
Ethan back on the Yoru. Yeah. I mean, they've even been on different maps for them in the past. So, you know, Ethan feels very comfortable on that to be able to bring into the mix, and they get to just give teams a different look.
Yeah, yeah. What can you take here, at least from Furia? I know it was a slow start here. I mean, you lost 13 rounds in a row on split.
I feel like Furia's macro reads when they here on Breeze were really good. The way they started to separate the map back and forth. Their first reads for the hall control with a little bit of hall pass with Yoru and Havoc being in control there. It's almost like they let go of that win condition. They then weren't using the walls to prevent any of the A main control when they were throwing up walls. Yeah. It seemed like they weren't confident with what was going to work, so they played back and then were punished for it.
You also can't forget as well here, when you're looking on the side of Furia, they actually had, you know, a different rule change, Havoc having to go back to the duelist, so they need some time. True. I know it's still stage 1, there's already 2 weeks going through, but it's a tough one to try to adapt, right? But unfortunately, it's still the victory for Energy, and we're ready to go down to the stage with Geek Heavy for the Horizon post-match interview.
Join me right now, we have Crashies of NRG. Congratulations on the win. Unbelievable, but it is kind of believable. Now, no, we all, you know, we've seen you all do something very similar during kickoffs. It was 2-0. So I got to ask you, like, was this outcome even a surprise for you?
To be honest, not really. We've been putting in a lot of work, working on ourselves really hard. We took the Madrid loss from Sentinels in like extremely hard, and I'm just proud that, you know, we're showing that our work is just working.
Honestly, it really is. It really is working. Now, you know, looking at map 1, like you all pretty much dominated, and it seemed like Future kind of like they woke up during map 2, and you all were going back and forth. But what was the moment? Which moment was it where you were just like, oh no, we're not taking this to map 3?
I think Ethan called a really good attack side half. We just felt like we were under control like the whole time. There wasn't really a moment where we just, you know, kind of knew. It was just we were playing every round perfectly. And, you know, I feel like as a team, we kind of have that unspoken confidence when we know when we're playing really well. And I feel like that just showed.
It really did. But honestly, I got to have you speak a little bit more about your confidence, because like the confidence levels clearly are up. And of course, you know, we're moving into Super Week. Super Week is coming up. You know, we got 2 teams, Leviathan and MIBR, y'all are going to be facing off against. Now, which one of these teams do you think will give you more of a run for your money?
Definitely Leviathan. I mean, they had an insane game yesterday beating Sentinels. I feel like everyone was watching that game and saw what Aspaz did. So we're going to definitely have to be super prepared for that game. And yeah, Super Week should be fun.
Yeah, now, of course, you know, you all are also like up there in the Alpha group with Crew. So how does that feel?
It feels good. You know, job's not done. We're looking to get the #1 seed for playoffs. Yeah, we're just going to keep working hard every single week.
All right, well, you know, congratulations yet again to Crashies and NRG, everybody. Yes, yes. Now, we're going to be sending things over to the post show with Marv.
Thank you so much, Geek Heavy. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be joined here for the post show with Marv. Marv, you guys look really freaking good, bro. I want to congratulate you on the win at first. And then I want to go ahead and jump right into that first map. Your comp was very different from what we saw last time, right? Like, why? What was the reasoning? What led to the change?
One of the factors definitely was getting 13-1 by Sen. I mean, they did
do it.
They did destroy us, and we didn't find a lot of success on that comp, to be honest. But yeah, we have a great Raze player. I got you. We have a great Raze player. We have a great Jet player, and Ethan's Omen is surprisingly insane. So I think it kind of fit our playstyle. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Is there a difference, you think, with the team compared to kickoff to now that's allowing you to kind of go off more? Because it feels like these past 2 games were, at least for you individually, like you were finding more success, having better like big moments than in kickoff.
I think it just had to do with time. I mean, just more time as a team. They kind of know what I like now, and I know how to communicate it to them, like what I like to do. So, I mean, it just needed time. And honestly, in kickoff, I wasn't as confident as I am now, and I'm definitely a lot more confident now. So I guess it helped my play style.
What's it like playing under an IGL like Ethan? Does he give you a lot of freedom, or is there a lot of structure involved? How does it go?
I think Ethan is very good in communicating what he wants, and he definitely lets us do what we want as well. And if we have reads, we say it to him, and he's like, "All right, bet." So it's very chill atmosphere, and yeah, it seems like we're on the same page now.
For sure.
I've heard Crashy's mentioned it in the interview that we just saw. Chet mentioned it earlier today too, in between maps. The focus for you guys has been on working on yourselves. Really less concerned about what the other teams may be doing when it comes to preparation. It's just been focused on you guys figuring yourselves out. What would you say has been the biggest focus point as of late for this Energy squad?
I'd say practice is a lot more intense now, and you know, we were kind of slacking off a little bit on the kickoff. Yeah, we're a lot more intense now. But in terms of like game plan and preparation, I think we're a lot more focused on ourselves. So yeah, we just know we're really good. So there's no point in trying to play the other team's game. You know, so let's just play our own game.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel like you let Madrid go?
I mean, obviously, I think so. On Sunset against Sen, I feel like we should have closed it out, and I'm pretty sure my whole team feels that way. But it is what it is, right? They won the whole tournament, so congrats to them. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We're just going to have to try to grind for these next few.
For sure. Do you think that when you were talking about like, trying to find the confidence, do you feel like that kind of got knocked last year, kind of filling in for Sen a little bit, taking time off from playing at the top level? Is that why you kind of had to regain it a bit this year?
I'd say definitely, yeah, because before I came into form way back in like 2022 or whatever, I had a lot of time just figuring myself out, and I feel like just taking a break, I kind of had to catch up a little bit and kind of refine myself. And I just realized that, if I just do what I usually do, I'm going to farm these kids, so it doesn't really matter. So I just kind of play my own game and, just keep focusing on improving every day.
I mean, you guys farmed. I mean, you farmed map 1. Map 2 was a little bit closer, but you guys farmed. Speaking of farming, I've got to ask you this. Earlier today, we asked you a question about who would you be giving your sub to between Ethos and Sam, and I mean, they heard the answer, and they've got a response. Take a listen.
All right, so I got to ask you, who would you give a free sub to, Ethos or Sam?
I'll probably choose Sam.
Yeah.
Ethos is good, but
nah, you're my gang. Come on, gang. Nah.
We're used to seeing that when Optic were winning tournaments internationally, placing internationally,
Kimzo, match MVP,
People don't do the
75 kills.
Valorant, you are facing the other team.
Kimzo's the GOAT, gang.
I guess.
You made a fan. It's interesting that we didn't listen to what Ethos had to say there. I thought that was an interesting admission.
I don't think Ethos wants to say anything to me, I guess.
Yeah, that's tough.
But yeah, I respect that. I mean, Sam always says, if me and you were on a team together, it would be insane. So maybe one day that'll happen, but who knows?
I mean, you guys are pretty insane right now. I'm sure there are a lot of people who wondered, like, what that roster could have been like, right? If there was a different variation of NRG last year, what could have been? But that wasn't the case. Again, congratulations on the big win. With today wrapping up, let's take a look at the standings in the Alpha and Omega group, because things have shaken up a little bit. Things look very different. You've got NRG and Crew at the top of the leaderboard on Alpha, and then Omega, they're finally on the board. There are only 2 wins, but they were big, surprising wins. I think, Marv, as you have seen these last couple of weeks play out, is there anything that has surprised you?
I mean, obviously, I thought Sen would be 2-0. Cloud9 beating Leviathan is pretty surprising. They had a really good match. We watched it, and we had to wait so long for them to finish. So, but other than that, anything could happen in Valorant, so I'm not really surprised that much. I mean, anyone could be anyone.
There really is an any given Sunday type beat to it, and I kind of thought there may be some of that today, but that wasn't the case. I also want us to go ahead and take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. There's 1 day left in this weekend, and there is only one match. It's going to be Cloud9 up against Evil Geniuses. a very different approach to this match when you think about what last week looked like for both of these teams. Do you have any predictions?
A coin flip for me for sure. I'll flip my coin tomorrow morning and see who wins. But
Yeah, ask you tomorrow.
no
put you on
clue.
the spot? No, nothing. Nothing.
I mean, if EG bounces back, because they lost their last match.
Yeah.
Hard.
They got
that
rolled
one, right? So hopefully they get back in the lab and they fix all their mistakes. And usually after a loss, I mean, what the teams I've came from, we kind of try to bounce back. So hopefully they can do that.
Well, brother, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you all at home for watching. For everyone who's behind the scenes putting this thing together, it takes a village. And we appreciate you all hanging out with us. We will see you guys tomorrow for more VCT Americas. Until next time, have a good night.
That lurk going to be activated into B main now. A lot of space being taken here for Crew.
And just the one player to watch him out. Viper.
It's a 1v1. Can Kesnick close the game?
But he can't. He knows there's jumping towards him. Tries to confuse it, maybe finds it. Somehow he finds it. RGL Meister in the clutch.
The other side, Heat gets it done.
Yoru was in him in. Take a hurt, Brett.
Ramp, pushing it ramp.
No charges left. One enemy remaining.
Okay. Tomorrow we have Cloud9 EG, Heavy Geniuses, and that's it, I think. Yeah, it's only one game tomorrow. Okay. Do I wanna go PoE? Probably not. I'm actually pretty tired. I haven't slept much. I should probably call it for today. I think I'm gonna call it for today and go to sleep. Yeah, I think that's it. Hope you had fun, if you enjoyed. See you tomorrow though for C9 Heavy Geniuses. At least. Maybe more. I have some stuff to do tomorrow, but yeah. See you. Bye bye.